Chapter 8, Steps. X. Empty. That was about the right word for how she felt right about now. Is this the hunger all hollows have to face? Is it this kind of starvation that leads them into eating others of their kind? Has she been taking it for granted about being a special soul that doesn't require eating? Then came the solitary feeling. Being a single soul connected with Stark has given them a special connection no one could understand. But now it felt different for her. She couldn't sense him no matter how hard she tried to reach the brunette, and every time she tried reaching for Stark all she got instead was an empty sensation. Almost as if she was feeling herself instead, and she didn't like what she was getting back. She couldn't sense anything in her. She felt hollow. Looking towards Stark with panic, Lily said. Stark, I feel empty, I can't sense you and I'm hungry. She looked around and noticed the new strange setting. Where are we? Calm down a little and tell me what you remember. He said while putting his hands on her shoulders. He wasn't expecting something like this. Hungry, empty, and she can't sense him. Was he right about their soul being severed? We came to Ichigo's hometown, got clothes, looked around, and we saved the guardian. Lily was focusing hard now. This part of her memory started becoming blurry. Shinigami were there too and then I. Looking down to her stomach in a rush, she was expecting to see a wound, but all she found was a small scar instead. No hole or even blood. Looking right up to the brunette did she notice the two extra people she has never seen before. Who the hell are you guys? She said while pointing between Urahara and Tessai. Speaking up first, Tessai says. You're hungry, yes. Don't worry child, I'll go make something for you real quick now. Watching his friend leave, Urahara answered the girl's question. My name is Kisuke Urahara, and the man who left is my friend Tessai Tsukabshi. Letting go of her shoulders, Stark answers her about their current location. We're under a shop owned by this man. He pointed towards the waving blonde. We have been here for 5 days now, waiting for you to wake up. Before she could ask any more questions, a raven-haired boy tackled her to the ground. Ready to push the kid off of her, she stopped upon hearing him talk. Uriel right. He really helped. He wasn't lying. Listening closely did she notice how the boy sounded like Ichigo, and by the tone of his voice he sounded both relieved and happy. Feeling the way he was pressing hard on her body, she tried pushing him off, but the boy wasn't letting go. Damn it Ichigo. Let go, I can't breathe. Seeing the purple color shade she was now sporting, Ichigo let go of her. He smiles sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. Sorry, I was really worried about you. Lily was looking over at Ichigo. This Ichigo didn't have any of his special traits. He didn't have his white skin, his unique orange hair, or his beautiful black and yellow eyes. Helping the Limonette up to her feet did Ichigo notice an interesting additional detail. Hey, I think we're the same height now. Seeing how they were both at eye level now, Lily turns to Stark and says. Are you sure it has been 5 days? Stark was looking between both kids. How has he never noticed this before? Walking around them and asking them to turn back to back did he actually notice how they were both the same height? What the hell? He was positive that Ichigo was, without doubt, a few inches smaller than Lily when they came here. Looking more closely at the boy's clothes did he notice how they appear smaller. Did Ichigo just grow during the 5 days? Before he could think more about it he saw Lily hold her stomach. Ugh hi. Can we go back to the matter of fact that I'm hungry as hell here. Don't worry, child. I have prepared food for you. Tessai reappeared with 2 plates full of takoyaki and onigiri. Forgetting about telling Tessai a little detail, the Black Mask Hollow says. Ah, sorry to tell you this Tessai-san, but us hollows don't eat regular food. Understanding what Sail was talking about, the ex-Keto chief says, don't worry Sail-san, the food we eat is mixed with Reisher. Even us Shinigami must eat too. Hearing the way Tessai described himself as a Shinigami got the Limonette's attention. Wait, what? You guys are Shinigami? She turned toward Stark to see him still looking over at Ichigo. Even Sale was all over the boy. It was almost as if they didn't care about what they just heard right about now. What the hell are you guys doing? Did none of you not hear how these people just call themselves Shinigami? She screamed at them. Just shrugging off the weird growth rate of Ichigo, Stark turns to Lily. Yeah, don't worry about them. They're not with the Shinigami from the park. He replies, not even fazed by the Limonette's yell. Urahara started walking away, going back to his lab, but then the ex-captain stopped when he remembered something important. Ah, that's right. Urahara exclaims while he starts searching around himself comically before pulling out an empty glass flask. If it's not much trouble for you, Lily-chan, can you please put a bit of your Ryatsu in here? Looking between the flask and Urahara, she gives him a suspicious glare. Why would I do that? So he can create a jigai for you. Ichigo said, who finally pulled himself away from Sale's branch-like appendages. Lifting her right eyebrow and ready to ask about what a jigai was, she stops when her stomach starts growling again. You know what? Just tell me while we're eating. She grabbed the flask from the blonde man and listened to the simple steps. All it took was a couple of minutes before she could put a bit of her Ryatsu in the flask. Handling the flask back to the ex-captain in a hurry, she completely misses the surprised look in his eyes. Urahara was staring at the back of Lily. So Tessai wasn't mistaken. During the 2 minutes that the pink-eyed girl was trying to put a bit of her Ryatsu in the flask, he was also sensing her Ryoryoku. While he trusted Tessai's analysis over the girl 5 days ago and from each day going on from then, he just wanted to be sure the man didn't make a simple mistake. However, when he senses how empty her Ryoryoku felt, it was a little shocking to say the least. He thought the girl's injuries were causing her Ryoryoku to feel weak, but seeing how she's fine and hungry, he was expecting for those symptoms to disappear, but they were still there. What a strange group of hollows. Before he could go to his lab, the shaggy blonde made eye contact with Stark, and by the look in his blue-gray eyes, the man had some questions for him. Most likely the brunette saw the surprised look on him. Too observant, Stark-san. He sent the hollow a nod and left. While the shocked look in Urahara's eyes went unnoticed by the kids and Sale, Stark didn't miss it. He was planning to talk with Urahara when he got back from the Kurosaki clinic and didn't mean to catch the surprised look on him, but now that he saw it, he needed to ask if Lily was okay. Urahara only looked shocked when Lily was trying to put her Ryatsu in the flask. Seeing the nod he sends him, he excuses himself from the group and follows the blonde. Following the shopkeeper with his hands inside the pockets of his black pants, Stark took one last peek over at the kids before looking back to Urahara, who was waiting for him to get closer. Before he could ask anything, the blonde asked first, "Did you get your answers, Stark-san?" "Yeah. Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy." Stark shook his head. "I didn't even know about the last one existing. I thought there were only hollows, humans and Shinigami." "Well, it is no surprise that you have never heard of them," Urahara said as he led him towards his lab. "Why do you say that?" "Let's say that most of them died out." Stark raises one of his eyebrows. There was a pause in Urahara's words. He could question the shaggy blonde more, but decided that asking about Lily first was more important. "Is something wrong with her?" Urahara started tapping the fan on his chin. "It's strange. Her Ryoryoku feels the same way Tessai describes it as empty and weak. Usually, every soul has a sense of strength in them, but in Lily's case is something too new to me. Almost as if she just became a soul of her own." "A soul of her own." Stark repeated those last words from the blonde. "But how does something like that happen when we're one soul?" he asks Urahara as they walk inside his lab. The ex-captain turned towards Stark. That was by far the most interesting thing he has ever heard when Stark told him about his and Lily's special soul link. A hollow who split its own soul. That's unheard of, and when he asked the man about it before, he replied with, "It was a way to escape my loneliness." That wasn't something he was expecting at all either, and Stark did it because he was too powerful. A shiver went down the blonde's spine thinking about how powerful Stark had to be if he was whole. Shaking his head, he says, "I don't have enough information to tell you that right now, Stark-san. She will be okay though, right?" Hearing the worried tone in Stark's voice, the shaggy blonde reassured him. "Don't worry about it, Stark-san, you saw it yourself. She's just hungry right now. And how does eating Erasure help with that? As a hollow, shouldn't we be eating other hollows?" Stark said as he was looking over at a cloak. "Ah yes, that kind of reminds me of a couple of things I wanted to ask you about," Urahara said. Looking back at the blonde, Stark lifted an eyebrow when he saw how Urahara put the glass flask inside a strange device with cables coming from the back of it and connecting with a jigai. "Ask me about what?" Just looking over his shoulders, the shopkeeper asked, "By any chance when you became an Arrancar did you obtain a strange object?" "Arrancar?" Stark repeated the word back to the blonde. "What the hell is an Arrancar?" Facing the brunette, Urahara gave him a goofy smile. "Why is the stage of evolution you, Ichigo and Lily are at?" The ex-captain opened up his fan and brought it to the front of his mouth. "You're a hollow that has removed its mask and got Shinigami-like powers. That was one hell of a revelation to the Arrancar." "Did you just say Shinigami powers?" While he looks human, the hole in his chest with his mask's remains was always a reminder that he was a hollow. However, now the shaggy blonde said he has Shinigami powers. Does that make him half Shinigami and hollow now? The shopkeeper nodded. "While working with the Ryatsu samples for your jigai did I discover how there was a mix of both hollow and Shinigami powers. Of course, your hollow powers are the most dominating ones. That's why you still have your hole and some fragments of your mask." While it was hard to comprehend the part about being half Shinigami, something that Urahara said had him puzzled. "What do you mean about getting an object?" Urahara shrugged. "Well, it's more of a hypothesis right now. But let's say that when you became an Arrancar, it could have been possible for you to have sealed your powers away into something." He stopped when another possibility came to his mind. "Or someone." He didn't wait long enough before Stark understood what he meant. "You're talking about Lily, aren't you?" "It makes sense, Stark-san. You were such a powerful hollow that you had to split your soul to reduce your strength, but you were still too powerful, however, and any other hollow that came near you died. Two things happen when you split your soul, the first being the stage of evolution you reach, and the second was that some amount of your power had to be sealed inside something, or in this case into someone," Urahara said as he moved towards a computer. The revelation shocked Stark. Lily's holding on to some part of his full power. "Wait. Lily just said she can't sense me. I thought our connection may have been blocked or something. I didn't think our soul really got cut." Looking at the ex-captain, he says. "Lily just now said she couldn't sense me. What does that mean?" "That could either mean two things, Stark-san. Having your soul severed may mean that she kept your powers and is the reason she's even existing right now. She became a soul of her own with no longer having a connection with you. Lily could grow strong with the powers she has kept, but that would mean you could have lost all your full strength." Urahara started typing on the computer's keyboards. Stark didn't know how he felt about that. Lily just became a separate soul, they no longer have any kind of connection. For the first time in 2 years, he felt alone again. "I need to calm down. It's not like she'll leave me, it's not like any of them will leave me." Taking deep breaths and calming down, he asks the blonde what the other option is. The shopkeeper kept staring at the screen in front of him, waiting for the results on Lily's Ryatsu to come in. "The second one is most likely impossible for it to happen, but let us say that your connection wasn't severed, someone came and connected their power to hers. Turning around and seeing the confused look on Stark's face, the blonde elaborated more. Think about it like this, let us say Lily is an outlet for your powers and the soul link you have with her is a cable. Now the only reason your soul split was so you could weaken your powers by having them stored somewhere else. Well, let's say someone else came and unplugged your cable and they plugged their cable to her instead. Hearing the machine finishing gathering the data, the ex-captain looked back to the screen before finishing with his explanation. Because someone removed your plug with her, you could recover all your powers since you're no longer putting it somewhere. Urahara made sure to not call Lily as some form of an object to keep the brunette's powers sealed in. Who knows how badly he could trigger Stark by calling Lily a thing instead of a someone. Stark looks at Urahara with a surprised look on his face. Are you saying that my full power would come back to me because Lily is no longer the one holding it because she's holding someone else's powers? The blonde looked over his shoulders and made eye contact with the Arrancar. Now Stark-san, we both know whose powers she's most likely connected with. Stark knew who he was talking about. Was this what the Hollow-fied Ichigo meant by doing a bit of extra to her? Is he using her to store his powers? But how would that even help her? Shaking his head, he says, so Ichigo is now the one connected with her, but then why would she feel empty and weak, then? Looking back towards the screen the blonde said, well here's another two possibilities. He either only just connected their souls but didn't lead her power, but that would mean she could get strong on her own. Or he connected their souls but because Ichigo himself doesn't have enough power, he couldn't lead her much but once he slowly gained strength, he could start sharing it with her. Is that even possible? Can Ichigo get powerful enough to cause an effect on her? Stark asks. Do I really need to answer something you already know, Stark-san? He shook his head before asking the next thing in his mind, so eating Racier-based food because we're half Shinigami, what would that do? Well, for starters, both Ichigo and Lily could gain more strength in them and they could even age now. Souls can age too, although it's different for everyone. A Shinigami's soul could age during any random period in their lives. One could go from looking like 10 to 18 in just 1 or 2 years because of our powerful Ryuryoku and from their aging slows down for us. There are even regular souls in Soul Society, but since they don't eat, they don't age. As the process finished, Urahara went over towards the Jigai and started unplugging it before he went back to answering the brunette. As for Arrancar, it could probably be something similar since you have both Shinigami and Hollow's powers. But I'm sure this thing will only happen to both Ichigo and Lily since they're the ones who will get stronger throughout time. Giving the Jigai a last check, he asks for Stark to carry it back to the group. How come you finished this one faster than both Ichigo's and mine Jigai? Stark asks as he picks up the Jigai. That's because I already have some data to work with. Besides, Ichigo's Jigai took longer with all the things he's mixed with. The blonde replies while picking up his cane and a pair of cloaks. Before leaving the lab, Stark asks the shopkeeper one last thing. I want you to teach me how to fight. Urahara almost tripped when he heard the odd request from the Arrancar. I'm sorry. Care to repeat that? He started cleaning his right ear with his finger. I thought I heard you say you want me to teach you how to fight. He said while turning around to Stark. Just giving the blonde a nod, Stark says, while I'm grateful that you gave all of us both a place and a way to hide, we won't be here forever. Eventually, the Shinigami will find us, and when that happens we will head back to Hueco Mundo. Which for the reminder we have both Barragan and even perhaps Aizen waiting for us. He gave the shopkeeper a hard look, I promise Ishin to protect his son. But I can't protect him if the only thing I can do is just shoot zeros at my enemies. You were once a captain before. So that means you're strong and you probably know how to fight too. Looking back at the Arrancar, Urahara covered the front of his mouth with his fan before saying, why should I train you Stark-san? I was under the impression that you would do anything to keep us away from Aizen. I mean, why else would you tell us so much and even go as far as leading me to meet Ichigo's father for my answers when you could have told me the same thing as him? Stark said as he lifted a lazy eyebrow. Lowering his fan and giving Stark a cheerful smile, the blonde says, well then. When you put things that way, I could train you. Urahara stopped when an idea came to his mind. Or better yet. Not even saying anything, the blonde turned around towards a sleeping black cat. Oh Yoruchi-san, can you be a dear and send a message to Shinji-san for me? Stretching itself, the black cat named Yoruchi turned to Urahara. And the message? Tell Shinji that I got a way for him to pay me back the debt. The blonde replied while hiding a smile behind his fan. Understanding what the shopkeeper meant, Yoruchi started heading out. Looking between the blonde and cat, Stark releases a sigh before following behind Urahara. Back with the group, Lily was devouring everything in both plates. She stops eating now and then when she asks the group about their current problems. Swallowing some food, Lily cleared her throat before pointing at Ichigo. Okay, so let me get this straight. She took a quick bite of her onigiri. You let someone, named Zangetsu, take over your body so he could deal with the Shinigami? Seeing the boy nod, she continued, then you were out cold for a while before waking up down here and have been watching over me like some kind of stalker. Flushing with embarrassment, Ichigo yelled at Lily, I'm not a stalker. I was just worried about you and didn't want to leave your side. The boy sends her a mock glare that only seems to get a fit of giggles out from the limonette. Calming down by the sweet sound she was making, Ichigo gave the girl a kind look. I was really worried about you, Lily. Done laughing at Ichigo, the limonette looked back at him and a blush reached her cheeks when she saw the way he was looking at her. Averting her eye from him, she replies with a stutter, well you don't have to worry about it anymore. Looking back at him with her hands on her hips and a smirk, she says, it's gonna take more than that to put me down. Not even saying anything, Ichigo moved towards her and gave her a gentle hug. While blushing more by Ichigo's action, Lily returns the hug back. It won't happen again, so don't worry about it. Okay? Ichigo nodded. I know it won't because I'll make sure nothing ever happens to you again. With a blush reaching his cheeks, the boy says, because to me, you are someone I wish to protect. Lily's face reddened upon hearing his words, it felt like some declaration. Not trusting to reply a full sentence without stuttering, the limonette tightened the hug and whispers. Thank you. Hearing sobbing they both turned to look at Tessai crying while wiping his eyes with his apron, that was such a lovely scene. Who could guess that hollows can be so emotional? Putting on a mocking hurt expression, Sale put one of his appendages to where his heart should be before saying, why, I'm wounded Berry-tan, am I not important to you the same way Lily-chan is that you would be her special guardian? Seeing the way both children turn crimson red, the black mask hollow releases a good-natured laugh, even Tessai joins in. Getting laughed at. Both kids let go, looking at anything but at each other since they both carry a heavy blush on their faces. Clearing her throat, Lily questioned Sale from his point of view from the events that happened during the 5 days she was out. So from what you told me, this shopkeeper gave us a place and a jigai to hide from the Shinigami, and we can't go back to Hueco Mundo because of Barragan? Calming down a bit, Sale nodded. That's about right, Lily-chan. Nothing much has been happening. He won't tell them how they were also staying away from Hueco Mundo to make sure Aizen wouldn't try looking for them. Seeing how both Urahara and Stark were back now with a weird muscle doll with them, she pointed a finger at it. What the hell is that? This right here is your jigai. The blonde replied to her. Looking over at the doll that was lying by her feet, she gave Urahara a blank look and pointed at it. Isn't this thing supposed to look like me? To finish the process Lily-chan you need to spread your ryatsu over the doll and let it drag you inside it, after that the jigai will take your appearance. Seeing the skeptical look she was giving at the doll, Sale says, don't worry about it Lily-chan. It isn't some trick. Giving the hollow a nod, she did as she was told. Spreading her ryatsu at the doll, she waited for the pull that would drag her. When she actually felt the drag from the jigai, she stopped when she felt frightened by it. Feeling a hand on her shoulder and looking back at Ichigo, who was giving her an encouraging nod, she took in a couple of breaths before trying again. Come on, don't be afraid of it, damn it. Feeling the drag again, she let herself go inside the doll. When Ichigo saw the way she got afraid for a moment, he could feel her mood. It was a strange feeling, but he shrugged it off. He was looking forward to how the whole final jigai process looked like when there was something about it he should have remembered about. When a few seconds pass by and he sees a naked Lily lying on the floor, his face turns a bright pink when he remembers what it was. He completely forgot how the clothes they wear do not move to the jigai. Opening both her eyes, Lily looked down at herself when she actually felt cold. Seeing that she was wearing her birthday suit, her face turned red and kept turning redder when she saw how Ichigo was staring at her. What the hell are you doing, perv? She screams at him while reaching for her white vest to cover herself. What? No. I'm not a perv, I just forgot about it. I swear. That sounds like something a perv would say. Not a perv, damn it. You keep saying that but you're still looking at me. Everyone else has their backs turned around. She said while pointing at everyone. I'm sorry. Ichigo said. Just turn around already. Giving Lily her privacy, the boy turned around and waited for her to finish dressing up. When he heard a done, he turns around and saw the amusement looks on Urahara's, Sale's and Tessai's face. Turning towards Stark, he saw the empty look the brunette was sending him. Cammy, I basically just saw his sister naked. Turning to Lily, he saw the plain look on her face. Something wrong, Lily? Not even looking at him but at her stomach, she said to the group. I think I'm still hungry. I don't know, but it feels like I have some strange carving right now. That's because racial-based food isn't enough for you. You still need to eat hollows because of their exorbitant amount of souls they have. Urahara said. Wait. Did you just say, souls? Hollows have souls in them and I've been eating them? Hearing the frightened tone of Ichigo's voice, the shopkeeper tries to calm him a bit. Everything has souls, Ichigo-kun. I'm sure when you were alive you ate all kinds of meat and that meat came from animals which had a soul in them. What hollows do when eating other hollows is the same as when you eat meat. Urahara was glad he could think of a bullshit explanation like that right away. Who could tell what would happen if the boy knew what he was eating? Seeing the way the boy relaxes more, the shopkeeper turns to Stark. Well, looks like we must go to Hueco Mundo now and get Lily-chan some food. Hearing the blonde mentioning the home of the hollows, Stark says. What do you mean by we? Giving Stark a cheerful smile, the shopkeeper said. Why, yes, we, as in you and I, this would be the first time I ever went into Hueco Mundo. Looking over at the brunette, he hides a serious look from the rest of the group, there could be so much to learn, Stark-san. Understanding what the blonde meant, he gave him a nod before turning to Lily, well. Looks like I'm going to Hueco Mundo. Wait, why are you taking someone like Getabashi here with you? Lily asked as she pointed a finger at Urahara. Sweat dropping from the nickname Lily just called him, Urahara pointing a finger at himself. Getabashi. Ignoring that brief comment, Stark said, it's not like I have a lot of choices, Lily. You, Sale and Ichigo aren't strong enough to deal with any hollows that Barragan could send us. But you can just kill them with your presence alone. So we don't have to worry about it. Lily counters the brunette's statement. Shaking his head, Stark replies. But if I do that, then Barragan could just sense us. Why would that be a problem? As long as we have Ichigo no one can find us. Looking at Ichigo with a raised eyebrow, the brunette said, did you not tell her about that little detail? Giving Stark a nervous chuckle, Ichigo says, heh, I didn't get to tell her that part. That's because you were flirting with Lily-chan. Sale teases. Wait, Ichigo lost his cloaking ability? Lily asks. Pretty much. What about the Jigai then? Aren't they supposed to hide our presence? The Limonette said while turning towards Urahara. Coming up with a lie on the spot for the second time that day, the shopkeeper responds, actually, we will leave behind our Jigai. I meant them to hide our Ryatsu, and with the way Starks hunts, we need to leave them behind if we want hollows to come to us. Showing her displeasure, Lily tries something else. But why are you the one going with him? With us two going into Hueco Mundo, then hollows would come from all over the place when they sense our Ryatsu, and if Baragon comes for us, we can defend ourselves without worrying about any extra packages. Urahara replies to the now frowning Limonette. Looking at the brunette, Lily said, can you really trust him, Stark? Don't worry about it, okay? Nothing will happen. Stark understood her worries and tried to calm her down a bit before he turned around and concentrated about opening a garganta. As his first time, it was tricky to open one up. What did Sail say? To think about the place I want to go, right? Thinking about the white deserts of Hueco Mundo, he taps the air in front of him and watches as a garganta opens up. I was expecting it to be harder. Turning around and looking at the excited Urahara, Stark pointed over at the garganta with his left thumb. Well, there it is now. With that part done, here are some actual reishi clothes for you, Stark-san. The blonde said as he magically pulled some clothes from inside his coat. Finding it odd about the blonde having clothes on him, Stark shrugged it off before he took them. Get out your Jigai first, Stark-san. Since I made the clothes from reishi, you don't have to do all that weird process at all. Urahara said as he pushed himself out from his Jigai. Even the clothes he's wearing outside the Jigai are the same, too. Watching the brunette going behind a boulder and feeling Stark's Ryatsu, the ex-captain turned around and saw the look Lily was giving him. About ready to give the girl his words that he won't do anything. Lily brought her hand up to stop him before he could say anything. I don't trust you. Going to make that clear, okay? But if Stark trusts you, then I'll put a bit of trust on you, Getabashi. But that doesn't mean we're friends or anything. Lily sent him a serious glare. All the blonde did was give her a nod. Urahara watches as Ichigo steps in front of him now. I don't know if you guys are planning on going to Minos Park, but the Guardian wanted me to find him there. I don't know why, but can you guys see what he wanted? Giving the boy a gentle smile and nod, Urahara says, we'll go to Minos Park. Then he turned around when he felt the older Arrancar behind him. Stark was looking down at his new attire. He was wearing a white jacket outlined in black, though altered with the collar upturned. He still had a black sash around his waist like a matador, white gloves, white hakama, black tabi, and white zori. Just looking over at his new clothes brought him memories about the Shinigami captains. Is like I'm wearing their clothes. You have a weird sense of humor, Urahara. Stark told the shopkeeper who was hiding a smile behind his fan. How about we leave now, Stark-san? The blonde replied as he started moving towards the garganta. Seeing Stark coming behind him, Urahara turned to Sail and said, well, my young apprentice, you can use my lab now. Just be sure to put everything back to their place. With that last comment, both of them left. Straightening his apron, Tessai looks to the group of hollows, if any of you need me for anything, I will be watching over the store now. Watching the man leave, Sail turns to both kids before excusing himself and heading over towards Urahara's lab. With everyone else gone, Ichigo was ready to excuse himself as well from Lily and try to see if he could talk to Zangetsu again when he stopped upon seeing the look on her face. Hey, what's wrong? Looking at the boy with a worried expression on her face, Lily says, sorry is just that, this is the first time Stark and I have ever been away from each other. But what about the times he goes hunting, and he leaves us alone? Ichigo asks with a raised eyebrow. Lily shook her head. That's different, Ichigo. At least then I knew where he was and knew that he was doing okay, but now. He's in Hueco Mundo and I'm here at some shop. Is it just that, I feel alone, okay? Seeing the confused look on Redhead's face, she looked down at the ground before saying. You don't know this Ichigo because we never told you about it, but both Stark and I are one soul. We have such a connection no one could understand, okay? But now I can't sense that connection. Just watching her brooding about it made him feel sad. Maybe it was the fact of how she still felt alone with him being there for her. Putting a hand on her shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze, he says, hey, you're never alone, you know. I will always be here for you, Lily. Thank you, Ichigo. Lily said as she gave him a small smile before turning into a smirk, hey, I just remember that I can use Sonido now. I bet I'm faster than you. You're on. Ichigo replies with a smirk of his own. Hueco Mundo. Coming out from the Garganta, Urahara looks around the world of hollows. It was, well, to be honest, he wasn't expecting much. Only seeing white sand, a few rocks and trees was just so downright disappointing. Looking up at the dark sky, all he saw was the moon. Maybe I was excited about nothing. With all the hollows running around here and possibly Aizen too, he didn't want to get found so soon and put on the cloak. He looks at Stark before asking about meeting the Guardian first before doing the hunting part of their visit. Looking at the blonde and sensing that his Ryatsu vanished. Stark cock an eyebrow before saying, is that cloak hiding your Ryatsu? He watches as Urahara throws him a cloak. It would be bad if someone was to sense a Shinigami and a powerful hollow, Stark-san. And by someone, you mean Aizen and Barragan? Giving the brunette a nod and watching him put the cloak on, Urahara started looking around before going back to Stark. Well, then let us get started now. Right. Remembering how to get there faster, Stark raises one of his arms and aims it at the white sand before he fires a blue Zero and makes a hole for the world down under. He gave a lazy wave over to Urahara. All we need to do now is head down, and we'll be at Minos Park. After that, I can search for the Guardian easily, seeing how he's the only Hollow's Ryatsu I remember from here. Seeing how Stark moves closer and lays a hand on him, the blonde asks, what are you doing, Stark-san? Trust me, we'll get there faster. Urahara wasn't fast enough to tell the Arrancar that he can just Shuunpa down when Stark uses a quick Sonido. Unknown to both of them, however, two different hollows pick up Stark's Ryatsu before vanishing. One of them appeared to be a Smilodon. Its forelimbs have a gold color that started from his paws all up to his elbows, which have an unusual double-edged straight blade that was coming out from them. The rest of his body was black fur with gold stripes running down his back. It has a long, black and gold striped tail that also ends up with a double-edged blade. Turning around to where he senses Stark, the Smilodon hollow squinted his golden eyes, so you have returned, Phantasma. Barragan-sama will be pleased. The hollow turned towards the direction of his majesty, a blissful look coming to his face upon giving his king the good news. In the complete opposite direction of the Smilodon hollow was a small humanoid-size hollow that has a full white mask and body, large black wings mounted on his lower back. His mask covered his entire face, with a line running up the middle, diverging into three near the top of his head. The most interesting detail about Hollow's mask was the lack of both a mouth and a nose. From his ear level, two horns sprouted out. The bat-like Hollow looks towards the direction from where he senses Stark. They're back. Just like the last time Stark had come to the world under the White Desert, a group of Hollows was at the end of his blue Zero. Once touching the ground, Stark let go of the blonde. Looking around, the brunette notices the way there seems to be a lack of Hollows. Last time he was down here in Minos Park, the place was crawling with Hollows. Sure, Ichigo was with him and Hollows didn't sense him, but he could still see them around and such. However, right now he couldn't even see any of them. Am I imagining things? What the hell is going on down here? Urahara was looking at Stark with a baffled look. The man was fast. He won't disregard it. It was fast how little time he took coming down here. Only one other person came to his mind about being faster than the brunette. Until we find out if his full powers would come back to him, and if it does, he could be faster than you, Yoruchi-san. Back in the human world, one black feline releases a sneeze. Hey! I found him. I think. Stark said as he kept looking over towards the west. You know Stark-san. Begin the blonde while looking around the park. I was expecting Hueco Mundo to be more active with all the hollows, but I'm not sensing many of them near us. So I wasn't wrong. Looking at the ex-captain, Stark says, I don't know, but something's not right here. We need to go find the Guardian now. Moving over to lay a hand on the blonde so they can move faster with a sonido, he stops when Urahara raises his hand. I can use Shunpa to follow you. So just lead the way, Stark-san. The shopkeeper said. With a nod, the brunette disappears with a sonido, and with his sharp eyes he follows behind him. After some time and stopping on a branch, Stark looked around him when he sensed how the Guardian was close by. He kept his distance away. He could kill him by getting too close. The Arrancar also took notice of the lack of hollows he was sensing, almost like they stayed away from this specific area. Looking at his surroundings and realizing where he ended up arriving surprised him. This was actually where he saved the Guardian from the Shinigami all those months ago. Stark could see the empty field that his Zero caused when he got rid of the Shinigami. Honestly, he wasn't expecting to come back here of all places. Looking at Urahara, the brunette pointed over at some roots with his head before saying, he's over there. So how do we go with this? If I get too close around him, there's a chance he'll die and he won't trust someone random like you. You don't need to be so far away from him, Stark-san, just close enough for him to hear and see you. With nothing more been said, both men disappear with their respective ability and reappear in the middle of the field. Oi! Guardian, is me, Stark. He said while looking towards where he could sense the hollow hiding at. Hearing the voice of the man who saved him back in the human world was a total relief for the Guardian, with the whole mess that happened back at the park and then when he came back to Hueco Mundo of all places to end up in an even bigger mess. Releasing a quiet sigh and coming out from his hiding spot, while keeping his distance, the hollow came into view. Both hollows took notice of extra details from the last time they saw each other. The Guardian noticed how it was only just Stark and some blonde. Why isn't Ichigo with him? Did something happen back in the human world? Stark-san, where's Ichigo-sama? Both men have one of their eyebrows lifted, but for two different reasons. Urahara's reason was with how the hollow has addressed Ichigo. While Stark's reason was the new detail on the Guardian, and that was the addition of a bit of plum color hair coming out from the right side of his mask, which has a crack on it. What the hell happened to you? Stark recalled his memories of the Guardian. He was sure the hollow had no strand of hair or a crack on him. Knowing what the brunette was talking about, he frowned. It's complicated to explain, Stark-san. However, being worried about why only Stark was here, the Guardian lost his frown and a more panicked expression came to his face. Never mind about the mask, where's Ichigo-sama? Everyone made it out alive, right? Yeah, don't worry about it, we all made it out okay. Stark pointed over to Urahara. This man over here gave us a place to hide while a couple of us recover. Seeing the hollow calm down a little more around Urahara, still dubious though since he couldn't sense him, the brunette asks him a few things he needed to know. Why was it you were in the human world? I'm sorry about that, Stark-san, that wasn't a situation I wished to have been in. The Guardian answered back with a frown on his face. I follow behind a group of hollows that show up here. They were recruiting hollows about going into the human world. I heard them talk among themselves about how their boss wanted them to take down some Shinigami. I didn't catch a name or anything, and when we ended up in the human world, I tried to convince them to come back, but they didn't listen. They just kept telling me that the boss was promising power. The hollow shook his head when he remembered what happened after that. First came a single Shinigami, a petite woman if I remember right. Some of them started getting impatient, and then came the Shinigami squad. They just started going wild with them, but when only a few of them remained, the captains showed up and things went straight to hell after that. Do you think their boss was Baragon? Stark asks. Hearing that name coming out from Stark got his skin to pale. How do you know that name, Stark-san? How do you know that name? Stark raised one of his eyebrows when he noticed the way the hollow was unconsciously reaching over to the side of his broken mask. Everyone knows that name down here. There are many hollows who decide never to go up to the white deserts of Hueco Mundo because they fear him. I'm one of them. Lowering down his hand, the guardian finished with a whisper. But I guess even down here we can't escape his rule. Being quiet for most of the time, Urahara asks, "Excuse me, Guardian-san, but Ichigo asks us to come here because you asked him to come find you. So if you don't mind, we can relay the message to him." Urahara said nothing as he heard a hollow laugh from the guardian. Spreading his arms, the hollow yelled out, "This is what I wanted to show him." Both men started looking around, trying to find out what it was before they looked back at the still laughing hollow. This place was full of hollows that wished to live a quiet life. Just eat when we need to, try to help anyone from the Shinigami or any other dangerous hollows, and to become a guardian. Urahara's eyebrows shot up to his hairline. Were hollows such social creatures? Sure, they saw and recorded hollows in packs before, most of them were the hunting group type, but that was all anyone had about them. Now here he was hearing about how a hollow was making a haven for his kind. All because a boy asked him to, but looking around he didn't find any hollows. What happened? The shopkeeper asked. Lowering his arms and looking at both men, the guardian said, 2 days after I returned from the human world there was a rumor going around. Apparently, some powerful hollow had appeared and had been killing off hollows left and right. Most of them were Baragon's followers. No one knows who the hollow is, not only because no one has returned when they try to reach him, but it disappears just as fast as it appears. Because of that, Baragon named the hollow, El Fantasma, the Phantom. Baragon apparently had enough of this hollow and ordered his men to hunt it down. I don't know how this part of the rumor came to be, but someone said they felt El Fantasma down here. A frown decorated his face again. On the third day, the entirety of Minos Park was in chaos when Baragon and his army were down here searching for the hollow. He then stumbled upon us and asked why so many hollows were here. Releasing a quiet sigh, the guardian shook his head. I don't know why I said it, but I told him how this was a home for those who wish to protect and try living a simple life. Baragon laughs and asks me who would do such foolishness when I told him that is what a guardian should do. Getting nothing but more laughs from Baragon, he asked me who would live for the weak, when I said how it was what my master wanted. A grimace look came to his face. Apparently those weren't the right words to have said because he asked me who my master was. I spoke none of your names, and when I said nothing he slaughtered everyone. He said how grateful he was about losing some stress from not being able to find El Fantasma. Before he left, one of his men gave me a reminder about who my only master should be. The guardian's story shocked Stark. The rumor is talking about him. How no hollow returns because he kills them with his Ryatsu to feed Ichigo, the way its presence disappears because he used Ichigo's ability to hide from everyone and the only reason Baragon's mad was because he refused his invitation. Did his actions by using Ichigo's ability backfire this much? Did he just get a bunch of hollow slaughter because he hid from Baragon? What should he say to the guardian? He feels like an apology wouldn't do any justice. Before Stark could say anything he heard the hollow speak up first. I guess this is what I deserve. What? You don't deserve any of this because of me. Both men look at the guardian, shocked at his unpredictable words. It was Stark who looked at the hollow with a bigger shock and was the one who replied while Urahara stayed quiet. It was all because of me that this happened to you. If I didn't hide from Baragon all this time and maybe confronted him or something, none of this would have happened. Stark didn't know why he was apologizing now. 2 years ago he wouldn't have cared about it and he would have just shrugged it off. He would have told himself that this is just a way of life here, but with Ichigo coming into his life, the boy has opened up a lot of emotions through their travels. He never cared when first hearing the name Baragon coming out from a dying hollow, and after some time and going back to hunting, the name kept popping up and that got him to worry. He had never told Ichigo or Lily about it, not wanting them to feel concerned, but after that, he started hiding them away from sight to protect them. He traveled more, not just to get more food but to stay away from Baragon's henchmen too. Then after Sale joined them, he was watchful over the hollow, but after a while, his worries washed away. But then came the day when he asked Sale about Baragon. While he had a careless look on the outside, he was going through different emotions on the inside. Then came the day when they visited Ichigo's hometown and things went to hell. With the redhead losing his ability, he had no choice but to receive the aid of a total stranger. It was a stupid decision, and he knew it. Everyone's life could have been in danger. Then came the day when he met Ichigo's father and made a promise to the man about keeping Ichigo safe. He went from being careless to overprotective. And it was all because of Ichigo. Does he regret it? No, he doesn't. Ichigo saved him in a way no one could have done, so protecting the boy now is the least he could do. Not hearing the hollow talk back, Stark was ready to repeat himself when the Guardian shook his head. Been your fault or not, it doesn't matter, Stark-san, because I had this coming to me. What do you mean? Said Urahara. I remember everything when I was alive. I remember what I did to get me here. I was a coward then and I'm a coward now. Releasing an empty laugh, the hollow continued. When I was alive, I did nothing to help my wife when she got assaulted. I froze in fear and watched as the mugger killed her, just as I watched the hollows die instead of fighting back when I saw the power that Baragon had shown. It scared me. That doesn't mean you have to pay for what I have done. Stark replied. What happened was nothing but a reminder of why I became. This, the Guardian said as he pointed at himself before he went back to explain. After some time of drowning in my sorrow and misery did I have enough and decided to end it. Then I learned from some Shinigami how I couldn't move to the afterlife. The Shinigami could do nothing to help me, and then I became a hollow. Looking at Stark, the hollow said, so yes, it's not your fault when I'm the one who did nothing. Doesn't mean I won't do anything about it, Guardian. Stark said with a voice full of conviction. Gerald. What? My name is Gerald Castillos. Stark nods. He knew from Sale how some hollows could remember their past life if the mask received some damage. Just keep living your promise to Ichigo, Gerald. I'll deal with Baragon in the upcoming future. You're going to face Baragon? Gerald didn't know how he felt about that. If he remembers right, the brunette was powerful when he first sensed him all those months back. It was only a quick peek. So he doesn't know how powerful he's compared to Baragon, who had front row seats to see the power the king of Hueco Mundo has. Yeah, I will, so don't worry about it. Trying to wrap everything up, Stark asks Gerald one last thing. Ichigo told me you sent Shinigami here before. But we want to make something clear. Is it only just one Shinigami or a squad of them? While it was an odd question, Gerald looked back to his memories before answering back. Well. They felt powerful, quiet, powerful, but I could sense at least 3 at most. Finishing up with questioning Gerald, both men left back to the top of Hueco Mundo. Well. At least you got some answers, Stark told the silent shopkeeper. Being quiet for most of the time, Urahara has been trying to understand what Aizen, of all people, is trying to do here. Guess you can say that, Stark-san. So Gerald seemed to sense 3 Shinigami, one of them is definitely Aizen. Why believe Aizen's involved in this as well? It could be some other Shinigami. Stark questioned the blonde. Not everything could involve Aizen in it. Aizen was working with hollowification and he infected 8 victims. Then Aizen created the hollow that Ishin fought against, and now we have Shinigami here in Hueco Mundo. A grimace expression came to Urahara's face. Aizen is working around one subject, and that's hollows. Maybe we just need to wait and see. I don't think we have time to wait. Taking a slow glance at the blonde, Stark said, why not? If he had something up his sleeves, he would have done something already instead of waiting over 100 years. Kind of strange, you know. Yes. Strange. Urahara said as he brought up his fan. Well, we should hunt now. Right? Yep. Urahara's basement. Ah. Ichigo, you're an idiot. Lily groaned as she was lying on the floor. Sorry, I forgot. Ichigo groans back. Turning her head towards the boy, Lily sent him a mock glare. How can you forget the fact that using Sonido a lot will bring back our hunger? Idiot. Ichigo didn't even say anything back and just let his stomach speak for him, all it did was make growling noises. It's been 20 minutes since Stark left and all they have been doing is using Sonido non-stop. It was fun at first, but then came the hunger. How can I forget something like this? 'Cause you're an idiot. Sheesh, I thought your girlfriend already made that clear, kid. Hearing a familiar voice, Ichigo did the first thing that came to his mind, which was screaming the man's name, Zangetsu. Sup kid? Been a while, eh? Yeah. I'm Ichigo, who are you talking to? Lily asks while looking at Ichigo with a raised eyebrow. Blushing from embarrassment because of the random outburst, Ichigo scratched his cheek before answering back. Remember how I let someone take over my body? Yeah. Well, I'm talking to him right now. Now that he thought about it, hey, how come you're finally talking to me now? While he couldn't see it, Ichigo was confident that he could see the shrug Zangetsu did. Releasing a sigh, Lily started rubbing her temples. Let's just go ask Sale if he has something to eat. I don't want to ask the Shinigami. She said while heading towards where she saw the black mask hollow go. Just sending her a nod, Ichigo follows behind the limonette while talking to Zangetsu in a low voice. Hey Zangetsu, can we talk about something? Does this involve me training you? How did you know that? Ichigo said with a surprised look on his face. Heard you said it, kid. Before Ichigo could ask him to train him, Zangetsu stops him. And no, I can't help you. Not now, at least. What? Why not? Sending Ichigo a deadpan look, not as he could see it, Zangetsu said, how am I exactly going to help you? While still following the girl, Ichigo thought about how right Zangetsu was. How can he actually train with him? The man was. Wait, where is he, anyway? In your mindscape, where else? Mindscape? After a few seconds of silence, Ichigo realizes that Zangetsu had replied to him. Wait, what? We can just talk like this too. Cool, huh? Ichigo could just sense the smirk Zangetsu was sending him. Did you know we can do this? Lily has been looking back at me while I kept talking to myself. With a fluster coming to his face, he kept talking or thinking. Ugh, I bet she thinks I'm some kind weirdo now. Don't worry about it, Strawberry. I'm sure your girlfriend doesn't think of you as some weirdo. Not my girlfriend, damn it. Sheesh, kid, how long are you gonna deny that? I got 5 days worth of memory from you watching her while she recovered. Thinking about poking the kid more, Zangetsu sent him a playful grin, not like Ichigo could see it. She was right about how you sounded like a stalker. Ugh. Is there a mute option or something like that inside my mindscape? Let me try to find it. I'm sure I saw it here somewhere. Smartass. Getting back to business, Zangetsu answered the boy's question. To be fair, Ichigo, right now there's not much I can help you with. I can teach you Zero or even the Zero Kappa, but that's about it. That was a lie. He could teach the boy how to use Getsuga Tensho, but for that, he needed a sword. Now that he thought about it. Ichigo, by any chance, did you have a sword when you woke up in Hueco Mundo? Sword? Thinking back on the 2 years ago, Ichigo was sure there was no sword with him. He was sure Stark would have said something if a sword was around him. No sword if I remember right. Thinking about it now, Ichigo didn't even have a mask either. That's not right at all. Ichigo, you don't have a mask, but you still have your hole, right? Ichigo could pick up a bit of concern in Zangetsu's voice. Yeah, that's right. Should that be a problem? I don't know. What does this even mean? There's no way Ichigo is even there yet. Is it because of what the kid is? Hell, he was sure a hybrid like Ichigo had never been born before. Maybe he could test something out first. Hey Ichigo, I need you to do something right now. Finally reaching the lab, Ichigo watched as Lily went over to Sail, who seems to work on something, before replying to Zangetsu. Sure, what is it? Remember how you got to fix Sail's mask? Yeah. Ichigo didn't understand why that should matter right now. Wasn't he asking about a sword? I want you to do that again. Gather Erasure in your hand, but then I want you to swipe it across your face. Ichigo sent Zangetsu a stupefied look. What? What could that do? Damn it, Strawberry, just do it. I don't know if I can even do that. I'm inside a Jigai, you know. Yeah, I know. A Jigai made by some bastard of a Shinigami, but he said how it will only hide your Ryatsu. Nothing about how you can't use it. Ichigo has to give Zangetsu a point there. Alright then. Remembering how to do it, he gathers Erasure in his hand before wiping it across his face. While he couldn't see it, Ichigo was now wearing a mask across his face. His mask has 2 thick vertical blue stripes, each on one half of the mask, interrupted by the widened eye holes and the jaw. The other special feature of the mask was black coloration. Ichigo. Looking over at Sail and Lily, the boy notices the astonished look they were giving him. What? Is there something on my face? Hueco Mundo. Done with the hunting, Stark looks over at the 4 only bodies they seem to collect. Looks like most hollows don't care about my Ryatsu now. This has never happened before. Usually, his Ryatsu would bring hordes of hollows. Did the rumors about him spread across Hueco Mundo this fast? Well, it's better off this way. Turning towards the Arrancar, Urahara sends the man a deadpan look. It's not like we're gonna bring back a mountain of them back with us. Stark only just shook his head. Oh, if only you knew how much Ichigo could eat. Looking over at the 4 hollows' body, Kisuke started tapping his fan on his chin. Well. Maybe I can work with something here. Like what? Stark raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Maybe make some food pills. The blonde replied while scratching his head. Well, guess we should go now, huh? Only getting a nod back, Urahara watches curiously as Stark removes his cloak instead of opening up a garganta. Stark-san, what are you doing? Flaring his Ryatsu, Stark raises his arm up before focusing on the biggest zero he could make. Looking over at the curious blonde, Stark releases his blue zero before replying to him. Just doing a little declaration. Urahara said nothing as he senses a powerful hollow's Ryatsu. There's no way something that strong could be here. Looking over at where he could sense the Ryatsu, the ex-captain noticed the way someone else responded to Stark's zero with their own zero. A purple zero to be exact. Stark nor Urahara had to guess from who the zero came from. There's no way Stark can go against something like that right now. If Lily kept his powers, he would not stand a chance against Barrigan. Looking over as Stark opens up a garganta and picks up 2 hollows, Urahara picks up the last remaining 2 before following the brunette. Are you really going to face something like that, Stark-san? For Ichigo no less. Coming out from the garganta, both men look around them when they notice the lack of people. No Sail, Tessai, and the kids. Well, not true. Urahara could sense the hollow at his lab, and since he couldn't sense Tensai, he could guess the man was watching over the shop. Just asking Stark to follow him to his lab, they were both shocked to see Ichigo with a black mask on. They dropped the bodies. Hearing something hitting the ground, the masked boy turns around to see the shocked looks of Stark and Urahara. Before he could ask them anything, he looks at the dead hollows before releasing a long groan. Ugh! You have no clue how hungry I am. Stark runs a hand down his face before looking at Ichigo. So discover something new, I see. X. White sand. Dark sky. White moon. Rocks. Trees. How many times has he seen this before? How long has he been seeing the same thing? Looking around, he notices the same thing as always. He's alone. Was there something wrong with his appearance? He doesn't look strange. Sure, he has hawk legs like some dog, and his waist, legs and forearms covered in thick, gray fur. Then there was the blue-gray skin that started from his upper waist before ending along his neck, and then there were the sharp claws his hands ended up with and a puff gray tail. Moving his hand to his face, the hollow reached over to his mask. So many times he has been touching it, and he finally guesses what he's wearing. It's a wolf skull. A wolf skull surrounded by blue ryatsu that took the form of a lion's mane. Walking over in a random direction, the Leaken Hollow spotted a group of 5 hollows eating. This is his chance. Maybe he can get close enough to them. Drifting, the Leaken Hollow was only 10 yards away when he noticed how all the hollows started staring at him. Taking one step more, he notices how one hollow seems to fall over while the other 4 hollows seem rooted to their spot. Taking his chance and taking another step, he watches as another hollow falls over. That's okay though, there's still 3 more left. Another step and another one fell. 2 left and he was still not even close to them. Another step and the last 2 fell over dead. Just like the others. Guess he'll just need to look somewhere else right now. To look for some form of company. He doesn't want to be alone. Waking up with a cold sweat and breathing heavily, Stark looks around him, expecting to be in the white sands of Hueco Mundo. Seeing how he was still down in Urahara's basement, he lay back and covered his eyes with his arm. What the hell was that? Was that a dream? Could he even have dreams? Being alive for so long and sleeping so much, Stark has never had a dream before. Never. Maybe it was a nightmare? He just shook his head. Dream or nightmare, this never happened before. Still breathing heavily, Stark notices how there seems to be some weight press on his chest. Feeling the weight starting to suffocate him, Stark stood up only to still feel a weight on his chest. Not even thinking about it, he pushes himself out from his jigai and starts filling his lungs with air. What the hell was that? Feeling his breathing going back to normal, the Arrancar walked over to his jigai only to see the face starting to get cracks all over it. He kept staring at his jigai. Something tells me this shouldn't be happening. Starting to feel a bit worried, he grabbed the jigai before using a sonido and going to Urahara's lab. Getting there, Stark notices how both Sail and Urahara were working with the only remaining hollow they brought back. It's been about 4 hours since they returned and asked Ichigo how he got a mask. After an explanation and eating, both hollow and racial food, both kids left the basement and went up to the store. This left Sail, Urahara and himself down here. Tensai was still looking over at the store and the kids if he had to take a guess. Is everything okay, Stark-san? Sail asks. The black mask hollow, just like Urahara, could sense the man when he left his jigai. Is he going back to Hueco Mundo again so soon? They brought him up to the events that occurred in Hueco Mundo. While he didn't like what's waiting for them back home, he doesn't have much of a choice now. He has to wait for Stark's training to start now so they have at least the chance to survive back in Hueco Mundo. Looking over at the shaggy blonde, Stark answered Sail's question. The jigai just broke. Blinking a few times, the ex-captain repeated the words back. The jigai broke? Watching Stark lift the jigai and pointing at the cracks that seemed to decorate its face now. Urahara repeated the words again, this time with a bit of a shock in his tone. The jigai broke. That's not something his gigays should do. He made them strong, especially Stark's jigai, so that something like this wouldn't happen. While they hide Ryatsu, it's also meant to cram the Ryatsu together so that not too much was all over the place. The only way Stark's jigai would have broken down is if he just had too much Ryatsu. Well. Guess this answers our question, Stark-san. Urahara brought up his fan to his face. While not getting it right away, Stark knew what the blonde meant. You don't mean. That's right. Seems like you're going back to being whole again. Chapter 9, Decisions. X. A way to settle down their debt? Shinji didn't know how to feel about that. When Yoruichi came to their hideout yesterday to tell him and the rest of the Vizards about how Urahara had asked for a favor that would pay off their debt, well, let's say that most of the Vizards were a little puzzled. 100 years and Urahara finally decided. Something was telling Shinji that the shopkeeper thought about the most ridiculous way to pay off the debt. As the de facto leader of the Vizards, Shinji decided that he would be the one to talk to the shopkeeper alone. Just what are you up to, Urahara? While both of them were former captains, Shinji was wary around the shaggy blonde. It's not like he can't trust his fellow blonde, it's more like there's something about Urahara's personality that he just can't trust about. Seeing the shop coming into view with two kids sweeping in front of the shop left Shinji a little puzzled. He doesn't remember Urahara having kids working for him. Now what's this about? The closer he gets, the more he could hear them discussing something. Stupid Getabashi making us work. Lily muttered. Why the hell are we even sweeping in front of a shop that doesn't seem to get any customers? Ichigo releases a sigh upon hearing her. You remembered how it was Tesai-san that asked us, right? Doesn't mean I can't BL. Lily stops talking when she sees a bob-cut blonde man wearing a black dress shirt, white tie, white pants, and a gray long coat. She blinks a few times when she notices how the blonde was coming towards the shop. Are you lost or something, blondie? Shinji looks from Lily to Ichigo before saying anything. Not lost. Just came to talk with Urahara. Both Arrancar look at each other before going back to the blonde. What for? Ichigo asks. Not gonna answer that. It's a grown-up talk, kid. Shinji replied while walking around both kids. Coming inside, the Vizard spotted Tesai behind the counter. Oi, it's been a while, Tesai. Hirakodano. Tesai said while giving the blonde a bow. Shinji waves off his hand. No need to call me that, you know. Tesai nods back before addressing Ichigo and Lily, both inside the shop now. Are you two done sweeping the front of the store? Releasing a groan, Lily replied. There's nothing to clean besides the dirt. She's kind of right, Tesai-san. There's nothing but dirt out there. Plus, we kind of have been cleaning for a while. Ichigo added. I suppose you two could take a break. Tesai shook his head and waved them off when he saw the joyful look on both kids' faces. The bob-cut blonde pointed behind him. So who are those two? Last time I remember you didn't have any kids working here. Walking around the counter and heading towards the basement, Tesai answers back. There are guests. The tan man looked back to the door and screamed. Children, I will be down with Urahara for a while. Look over the shop in the meantime. What? But we're on our break. Lily yelled. Not even answering them back, Tesai lifts the basement's door. The powerful Ryatsu attacked Shinji's senses instantly. He felt the way his body felt heavy too, as if he got thrown down to the deepest part of the ocean. What the hell you got down there? Sensing it more, the bob-cut blonde picked up something very interesting. A hollow? You got a hollow down there. He doesn't know what to think. Was the hollow a part of the deal? Not saying anything, Tessai started climbing down. Shinji watched as the ex-Kido chief kept going down and didn't even say anything about why they have a hollow here. Damn it. Releasing a sigh, the visored follow behind Tessai. Once touching the ground, Shinji started looking around for the hollow that was radiating all the Ryatsu, and that's where he was mistaken. Shinji was looking for some monstrosity of a hollow, a big soul-eating monster of a hollow, and not a man. Shinji's brown eyes were looking at the man lying against a rock, sleeping. The sleeping man didn't look like a hollow at all. Sure, he could sense how the Ryatsu coming out from the brunette was that of a hollow. But still. The visored turned to Tessai, ready to ask him what he was when he noticed the way the ex-Kido chief was already walking towards Urahara's lab. Oi, Tessai. The bob-cut blonde said while catching up to him. Come now, Hirako-san, Urahara-dano is waiting for you. Tessai said, not even turning to look at the blonde. Is Urahara also gonna tell me why you got? Shinji stopped and looked back at the brunette. Can he really call the man a hollow? Whatever he is down here. Arrancar. Blinking a few times, Shinji repeated the word. Arrancar. What the hell is that? Tessai looks over his shoulders. Urahara-dano calls them Arrancar. A hollow with Shinigami powers. The visor didn't know what to say to that. A hollow with Shinigami powers? Wait. You just say, As in there's more. The children you saw are Arrancar, too. Shinji stops in his tracks. The two kids up in the store are also hollows with Shinigami powers. Shaking his head, the blonde started following behind Tessai. Saving any more questions for Urahara instead. Walking into the shopkeeper's lab, the visored spotted what he was expecting to see when he senses a hollow's Ryatsu, a hollow. However, what he wasn't expecting was how the butterfly-like hollow was helping around the lab. Spotting the blonde, Sale stops at his tracks to give the man a small bow before going back into plugging in a new jigai to the machine. After finally getting more Ryatsu samples from Stark, the brunette kept accidentally destroying the glass flask. Both he and Urahara were finally ready to finish Stark's, hopefully, last jigai. Slowly waving at the hollow, Shinji spotted the shaggy blonde behind his computer. Urahara. Hearing the visored's leader's voice, Urahara turns around with a smile on his face. Shinji-san. So good for you to have come. He notices Shinji staring at Sale. I see you notice Sale, my new apprentice. Making sure to not twitch from the shaggy blonde's comment, Sale turns around to address him. The jigai's plugged in now. Not seeing any of Sale's appendages twitch, Urahara pouted. Seems I need to try something different. Forgetting about the black mask hollow for the moment, the ex-captain looked back at Shinji, who was still staring. Is not kind to stare at people, Shinji-san. Shinji narrowed his eyes. Start talking, Urahara. Why do you have hollows down here in your basement? Losing his playfulness, Urahara answers back. Is actually quite an interesting story, Shinji-san. I could go over the long version of this story, but let us keep this short and simple. Looking over at Sale, he says. Sale, if you don't mind, I have some important business to discuss here. Understanding what he meant, Sale and Tessai left the lab. Watching the black mask hollow finally leave, Shinji turns back to the shopkeeper. Start talking. Don't leave anything out. So go with the long version. Urahara turned around to face his computer. You remembered Ishin's son? Shinji raises one of his eyebrows. Is that how he'll start things with? I do. The boy died, didn't he? While none of the visors had any connection with Ishin, most of them knew what happened to him 2 years ago. Yoruchi told them about it. Back then, everyone believed that it was one of Aizen's plans to kill the boy. But with no evidence found in why he would have done that, they dropped the case. You saw the boy in front of the shop with a lime-haired girl. Yes. Urahara said while looking at Stark's Ryatsu data. Frowning upon seeing an interesting development. I did, but what does that? Shinji stopped. There's no way Urahara is saying exactly that. Is the boy Ishin's son? The shaggy blonde turns back to look at the visored. What do you think? How? Shinji asks with a surprised look on his face, thinking about it now. Did the boy say who his father was? Well, the only reason they're even here is because Ichigo remembered. The shopkeeper shrugged to the man before turning back to the computer. From what Stark-san has told me, he found Ichigo in the white sands of Hueco Mundo. A very interesting place, to be honest, is quite a hollow place, but let's get back to the story now. Stark-san has been watching and protecting the boy for the past 2 years now. Just recently some events occurred that prevented them from going back home. Who's Stark? Looking back to Shinji, Urahara waves his fan around the air. Why, he's the one with the Ryatsu you're feeling. He started tapping the fan on his chin. He's the man, if I guess right, is sleeping not that far away from here. That guy is the one with all this Ryatsu. Even from this far away could Shinji still feel the Arrancar. How can a thing like him even exist? During his time as a captain for Soul Society, not once did a hollow so powerful like Stark appear. He was sure they had recorded nothing like this before. Would you believe me if I told you that there are 2 other hollows, that at his current stage, are stronger than him? Urahara said while still looking at the computer. There are 2 more stronger hollows than him right now. And what you mean by, at his current moment? Are you saying that he can get stronger? Shinji didn't know how to feel about that. The thought of more of those beings existing was a dreadful idea. It was even more dreadful if Stark could get more powerful. With hollows like them existing, how has Soul Society never heard of them before? Well, one of those hollows is a reason why they can't go back home. Urahara turns around to show his exciting face to Shinji. Just yesterday I went into the world of hollows, Hueco Mundo. He sends him a disappointed pout. Sucks that I have to be the 4th Shinigami to go there. What do you mean by that? Shinji narrowed his eyes. There's no way he's talking about. Why Aizen and his goons have already been to Hueco Mundo. Urahara returns the hard look. He's another reason why Stark and the others can't go home. The bob-cut blonde frowned upon hearing his ex-lieutenant's name. What does Aizen want with M? Urahara shrugged. To be fair, I don't know. All I know, from what a hollow told me, is how 3 Shinigami's Ryatsu had been sensed around Minos Park. It could be any other Shinigami, but let's be honest here. We both know how it's Aizen who has been going to Hueco Mundo. Shinji's frown deepens. Memories of the night, when Aizen finally showed his true colors, came to his mind. So if Aizen's one problem, what are the other ones? Hearing his computer finishing up with the data, Urahara looked back to the screen to make sure everything was right before unplugging the Jigai. Well, one of the other problems involves one of the strong hollows that I was talking about. Urahara walks around the Jigai, inspecting it before looking back at Shinji. Stark-san has made a very dangerous enemy. Unintentionally, he just became the enemy of Hueco Mundo's king. Hueco Mundo has a king. The shopkeeper sends the shock bobcut blonde a goofy smile. I know, right? Who knew that Hueco Mundo had a king? Anyway, the curves of his smile turned downward. The king of Hueco Mundo is no joke. You think Stark-san feels powerful? I was there when he challenged Barragan, the king. As of right now Stark-san has no chance because of events that happened. That took Shinji by surprise. Stark easily feels like a captain-class Shinigami, but now Urahara just told him how he doesn't stand a chance against an even more powerful hollow. Who's the other powerful hollow? Why, is Ichigo. Who else could it be? Ishin's son? Shinji said with a baffled look on his face. How is the boy more powerful? Looking back at the visor with his fan open up, Urahara says, were you able to sense the powerful Ryatsu that appeared 6 days ago? Who couldn't? Shinji grimaces upon remembering that power. Spiritually aware or not. Anyone could have felt the change in the air, 'cause of that. All the visors could sense that Ryatsu. It was only for a split second, but in just that moment, they could sense it, not just through Hachi's Kido barrier, but down to the training grounds. What if I told you, I sensed that Ryatsu from here, all the way to Tsubakadai Park? Shinji's eyes gape at that. The Visor's warehouse was even farther away from Tsubakadai Park compared to Urahara's shop. Are you saying that it was Ishin's son with that kind of Ryatsu? How can the boy be that strong? Well, you remember who his parents are. Right? Scratching the back of his head, the Visor tried remembering the boy's parents. Yeah. His pop's a Shinigami and his mom's a Quincy. They weren't just some random Quincy and Shinigami, Urahara said while looking over at the Jigai. His father was a captain while his mother was a Quincy that survived holification. Blinking a few times, Shinji says, wait. Are you saying that the boy inherited all of that? How can someone like that even exist? Shouldn't the boy's soul go through soul suicide? That's where you're wrong. Pleased that the Jigai came out right, Urahara picked it up while walking towards the exit and answering Shinji. Ichigo's soul is perfectly balanced. While his hollow side is the most dominating one, it does not break the balance. Ichigo was born human, yes, but he was a human born from a Quincy infected with holification, and his father was the Shinigami who sacrifices his powers to save her by connecting their souls. Turning his head, the shopkeeper looks back to the Visor. The opposite of a Shinigami is a Quincy, and the opposite of a hollow is a human. Ichigo is the only one of his kind. The perfect hybrid. The bob-cut blonde didn't know what to think about that. The kid could grow crazy strong. How are you sure that he's stable? Well, I asked Ichigo to give me some of his Ryatsu to create his Jigai. I worked with that sample for 3 days. The numbers were a little buggy, but still, the boy is stable. But how is that possible if he's a hollow? Shouldn't that change the scales or something? Does he even have any form of a human soul left in him? Urahara frowned at that. Yes, Shinji is right. Being a hollow, Ichigo should have lost the balance, but he didn't. The shopkeeper just shook his head. I don't know about that part, however, we both know how hollows were human once, so Ichigo does still have a human soul in him. As for his Quincy powers, well. It's still there, that's all I can say about it. Urahara hides a goofy smile behind his fan. Ichigo has shown a very interesting ability, Shinji-san. Oh. Such as? Urahara turned around for Shinji to see his expression. Why, he can put on a mask. Stopping in his tracks, Shinji looked at Urahara with a deadpan expression. Mask? Urahara, they're hollows. They have a mask. Again, that's where you're wrong. Well, you haven't seen Ichigo outside his Jigai, but the boy lacks signs of ever having a mask. Stark-san and the girl still have fragments of their masks. But Ichigo doesn't have one. That is. Until he puts it on. Memories of when the redhead showed both him and Stark on how he could don a mask reminded Urahara of the Visors. Ichigo can don a mask the same way as you guys can. Us as in Visors. By this point he thought he heard everything, but a hollow Visor? Amazing, huh? Imagine what Aizen could have done if he had someone like Stark and Ichigo with him. Shinji frowned upon returning to the topic of his ex-lieutenant. And, why would Aizen want anything to do with him? Shrugging, Urahara says. I don't know what Aizen would have done with them, but it's better that they stay away from the man. You told them? Spotting Stark, who was talking with Sale, the shopkeeper hurried a bit before looking back at Shinji. Don't worry about it. I already told them about Aizen and I'm sure they won't bother with him. Stopping in front of Stark, Urahara drops the Jigai. Well, here it is Stark-san. Your new Jigai. Try not breaking this one. Turning around, ready to go back to his lab, the shopkeeper almost forgot about why Shinji is here. Pointing at the visored, Urahara says. That's right. This man right here is Shinji. He's the one who will train you. Wait. What? Train him. Shinji yelled. You haven't even tell me why I'm here and you're just gonna drop something like that on me. Looking over at the brunette, the visored says. Why should I train him? His question hushed everyone. He doesn't see why he should bother training anyone. Especially a hollow. You better have an excellent explanation to why I should train him, Urahara. Urahara lost all remaining playfulness so he can show just how serious he is about this whole situation. Well, again, they unintentionally made another enemy. This enemy is the Godii 13. What? Shinji looks to Stark and Sale, why the hell would you do something that stupid? The hollow was the first one to reply. It wasn't like we intentionally meant to do so. When we first came to Ichigo-kun's hometown, we weren't expecting to battle off Shinigami captains. We were only sightseeing. And to be fair, it was the Shinigami that pushed one of us to take drastic action. All we wanted to do was save a hollow and be out from there. Nothing else should have happened. Stark said while remembering the thing Ichigo turned into because of what happened to Lily. This is the deal, Shinji-san, Urahara said, gaining the visored's attention. To pay the debt that you owe me, the only thing the visored have to do is train Stark. Urahara brought up his hand to stop Shinji from talking. Yes, I know that the rest of the visored won't like it, but this is how the debt will be payable. I want each of the visored to help Stark. If the visored won't help, then I will call them back for a favor in a more complicated time. Closing his mouth, the bob-cut blonde frowned towards Urahara. So this is how their debt will be payable. By training a hollow? Shinji is sure that he's going to get chewed out by the rest of the visored. He looks back to Stark. Why should I train you? Stark locks his blue-gray eyes with Shinji's sets. It's because I'll be doing something right by getting stronger. I promise Ishin that I will protect Ichigo, not just from Baragon, but from Aizen and from Godii 13, too. I may feel strong, but I know little about fighting. The only thing I can do is shoot zeros, and that won't be enough. I need to get stronger to protect him. Shinji doesn't know what to think about this entire situation. These hollows have an enormous mark on their backs. Should he decline the entire deal? Looking back at the brunette's eyes and seeing how serious he is about getting stronger to protect Ishin's son all because the man asked him to was just. Releasing a sigh, he ran a hand down his face. The Arrancar wants to get strong to protect some boy. A hollow wanting to protect. Taking another look at Stark's eyes and still seeing the firm commitment made the visored shake his head slowly. They're gonna kill me. Looking back at the shopkeeper, Shinji says. Fine. I'll do it. How long is this going to take, Urahara? How much time do you think you need, Stark-san? Urahara asked. Scratching his head, Stark thought about it. He needs to be sure to learn enough. 6 months should be enough for me. Frowning upon hearing the due date, Shinji looks back at the brunette. 6 months. It takes the average soul, who wants to become a Shinigami, 6 years. Only a few of them being a special case finished in 2 or even 1 year. And you, a hollow who doesn't know much about fightin', wants to be at an even playing field to the captains of the Godii 13, who have been trainin' hard even after they're graduating, in only 6 months. He looked back to Urahara. I think 1 year should do. Seeing him nodded, Shinji says. But, gonna put some conditions. Making sure that Urahara was paying attention, Shinji went over his 2 terms. I only got two things I wanna say. First, we'll do the training here, and two, I can't force everyone to help train Stark. Turning back to the Arrancar, the Vizards say. Your training will mostly be, Shinji stops when something else comes to his mind. You have a sword or something? Blinking a few times, Stark pointed towards Urahara. I will as soon as Urahara can get me one. Now it was time for Urahara to blink a few times upon hearing what the Arrancar just said. I'm Stark-san. What makes you think I just have some random sword lying around? Scowling at the brunette, Shinji says. Aren't you half Shinigami? Wait, turning to the shopkeeper, he says. Can an Arrancar have a Zanpakuto? The air around the shaggy blonde became tense. Everyone could feel the change. Yes, well. Here's something that I wanted to do about that. Urahara said as he slowly brought out a small, bluish-purple orb from inside his coat. While the hollows were looking at the orb with a puzzled look, it stunned Shinji upon seeing it. No one said anything. Stark kept staring at the orb. There was something about it that gave him an unsettling feeling in his stomach. What is that? This right here, Stark-san, is the Hogyoku. Urahara lifted the orb a little higher. Right now the orb is in a hibernation-like state, but with some time I can reawaken it again. What are you planning on doing with that thing? Shinji narrows his eyes to the shopkeeper. Is Urahara planning on using the Hogyoku on the Arrancar? Well. With this, I can hopefully stabilize Stark-san's Ryatsu. Looking at the Vizard, Urahara continues. I forgot to mention this insignificant fact about Stark-san, but he used to be a single soul before splitting himself with the girl you saw upstairs. But some events have happened, and now Stark-san will go back into becoming whole again. With a calculated look, he says. If I stabilized the Vizards when they went through their holification, then the opposite shouldn't be impossible. I can stabilize an Arrancar. Stabilize Stark-san? Sale asks. Stark was about ready to question the shaggy blonde too. Looking at everybody once before going back to the brunette, Urahara said. Remember what I said about what you did upon becoming an Arrancar? Receiving a nod back, he continues. You store your powers inside Lily, but now they're coming back to you. You're definitely still not whole, but when you do, your body will be under some heavy strain. With the amount of Ryatsu that you will regain, we must try to stabilize your evolution. Stark's eyes widened. That makes no sense. What are you talking about, Urahara-san? Stark-san has already finished growing. He is at the pinnacle of hollow evolution. Sale turns to Stark. There's no way the brunette is at some form of faux evolution. Urahara, explain yourself. How is he not finished growing? The Vizard asked, doing a better job at hiding his shock. With all the news he received today, there's nothing that could surprise him at this point to make an expression. Still looking at Stark, Urahara said. Just now while working on your Jigai did I find out how your Ryatsu levels are no longer stable. While there wasn't much of a balance between your Shinigami and hollow powers, it wasn't much of a problem, you are balanced as an Arrancar should be. But now, it could be possible that you will regain far more hollow Ryatsu from Lily. Before it was 55% hollow and 45% Shinigami, however, now your hollow's Ryatsu increased while the Shinigami percentage seemed to decrease. What could happen to me? Will anything happen to me? Well, let us say that by the time you would become whole again, you might be, more hollow. While Shinji and Stark didn't really understand what the blonde meant. Sale had a guess where Urahara was leading to. Devolution. Everyone's eyes went toward Sale. With Stark-san gaining more hollow Ryatsu, then he would go back into being more hollow. Would he devolved? That was finally a shocker to Shinji. Wow, wait. Can a hollow even devolve? We know that you can evolve and ball, but can y'all also devolve? Shinji turned to the hollows. Even Urahara turned to Stark and Sale. This was new to him too. The only information he has about hollows is the common stuff. Ceros, Garganta, they eat to evolve, unique abilities, and that's everything he has about them. He never filmed an In the Life of a Hollow documentary. Well. Sale took a peek at Stark before going back to the two blondes. Having Urahara's full attention, a bit of boost came to his ego. Sale would never, and he means never, admit how much he looks up to Urahara. The man was a genius, something he admired about him, not like he would tell him that. While the whole "my apprentice" joke was just annoying, he didn't hate it. Being called his apprentice made a tiny part of his soul happy. No. I'm just taking advantage of him. Shaking his head, Sale said. A hollow can devolve. During our times as an Ajuchas, we must still eat because if we don't we would return into our Jillian stage, and when that happens two things will occur. The first, one can no longer evolve back into an Ajuchas, and the other is that you will become an empty husk. There will no longer be a conscience in the devolved Jillian. The Black Mask Hollow looked at Stark. However, there's no telling what would happen to Stark-san at all. Urahara closed his eyes and thought about it. So there's no telling what can happen to Stark-san. But it wouldn't be such a far-fetched idea for him to devolve. Looking back to the Hogyoku, the shaggy blonde decided. Well, looks like we have no choice but to use the Hogyoku now. Shinji said nothing as he headed towards the exit. His only concern is to train Stark, nothing else. No reason for worrying about Stark's case. So the plan is now what? He called out as he looked up the stairs he came down from. Taking a few calculated guesses, Urahara said. 3 weeks. I should be able to have the Hogyoku activated by then. Then the trainin' will start once you do your job, Urahara. Shinji turned around. Just send Yoruchi when things are ready. That was all he said before leaving with his respective ability. Stark looked at Urahara before saying, will I make it for that long? Waving off his concern, Urahara says. Ah, don't worry about it, Stark-san. He looked towards the black masked hollow. Come now, my young apprentice. We got work to do. Releasing a sigh, Sale follows behind Urahara. Leaving Stark alone with his thoughts. The brunette scratched his head before looking back to the Jigai and deciding to go inside it. Maybe he should take a nap or something. 3 weeks later, Soul Society. The rumors spread like wildfire. It started right after Ranjaku went to turn into Shiro's report. Once done with that task, she was heading back to the 10th division when she spotted one of her drinking buddies, Hisagi Shuhei. And he wasn't alone. Shuhei was with the company of Abarai Renji and Kira Izuru. Making a quick decision, not like she thought too much about it, she went along with them to a local bar, and from there she spilled everything. She told them about what happened in the human world through her captain's point of view. The entire bar was full of Shinigami that were on their break. Most of them were listening to the Strawberry Blonde's story with a thrill. Everyone wanted to know what occurred, and now they're getting the full story. 2 particular men helped Ranjaku with her story, and those were Madarame Ikeku and Ayasegawa Yumachika. Both were members of the 11th Division. They were 2 of the 3 people Zaraki shared with what happened in the human world. The other was Kusajishi Yachiru. Whenever the 10th Division lieutenant took a break, Ikeku then started saying some events from his captain's point of view. As the storytelling went on, both Ikeku and Ranjaku started exaggerating the story, not like the rest of the Shinigami knew that. Once people headed back to their divisions, the rumors started spreading and becoming even more exaggerated as it kept getting passed on. By the 2nd week, over half Siriidii had at least heard of the rumor and the name that came with it. Zangetsu. Captain Hitsugaya just knew how right he was about letting Ranjaku turn in his report. Just like he predicted, she started gossiping. Well, at least he was right about the captain's meeting. They released the 6th Division captain on the 3rd week, and once he was out, with his hand completely reattached, he wrote his report and turned it in. A week later, and here he was. Walking through the halls of the First Division, heading towards the captain's meeting, the Jigakucho, a hell butterfly, announced. As the white-haired captain kept walking through the halls of the First Division, his ears heard two Shinigami talking about the hot topic. He scowled upon hearing the hollow's name. You should lose that look on your face, Captain. Heck, I think you need a vacation with how stressful these past few weeks have been to you. Ranjaku said with a cheery attitude. Toshiro's left eye twitches dangerously. The Jigakucho asked for the captains to bring their lieutenant with them, for whatever reason. He would have said something about it, but she was right. After his visit to the 11th Division, the white-haired captain locked himself back into his office and started repeating the hollow's name. Sometime later, Toshiro started training again. When he became a captain, duty was always on the hour. He had paperwork of all kinds, and because of this he no longer had time to train. He even had to do his own lieutenant's paperwork because she never bothered either doing it or finishing it once she started with it. Now, however, it was a different story. Toshiro didn't have a reason to train before. He was a prodigy among his peers. Sure, he wasn't among the strongest of the captains, the older generation took those spots, but he was the strongest among the newest captains. Actually, he's one of the newest captains. His old captain, Shiba Ishin, disappeared around 30 years ago. Captain Hitsugaya at least understood why she would ask him to take a break. Releasing a sigh, Toshiro looks at Ranjaku. Are you concerned about me or do you just want me gone so you can have another vacation? Only giving him a smile, Ranjaku says, whichever sounds nice, but as a captain, thinking about your subordinate first should always be your first priorities, so maybe going on a vacation would do us both a favor. Before the white-haired captain could yell, a voice spoke behind. My, is Ranjaku-chan giving you trouble again, Toshiro-kun? Turning around, both members of the 10th Division spotted a group of 5 people behind them. The one who spoke was Captain Kairaku of the 8th Division. A tall, light-skinned man with high cheekbones, gray eyes and long wavy brown hair tied in a ponytail. While he has the captain's uniform on, Kairaku Shuinsui also wears a Tsujigasa straw hat and a pink, flowered lady's kimono. To his right was his lieutenant, Ayase Nanao. A slim and youthful girl with long black hair that she normally keeps pinned back in regular Shinigami uniform. Hello Captain Hitsugaya, Lieutenant Matsumoto. Says a man to the left of Shuinsui. This man is Yukitake Jushiro, captain of the 13th Division. He's a tall man, just a few inches shorter than Captain Kairaku, and has white hair. Hello Captain Hitsugaya, resting like I have told you, right? Uno Hanaretsu, captain of the 4th Division, spoke in a motherly tone. She's a slender and youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair worn in a large braid down the front of her body. To her left was her lieutenant, Kotetsu Aisane. She is a tall, young-looking woman with gray eyes and short messy silver hair with strands on the right side of her face that are shoulder-length and styled as 2 thin braids. Before Toshiro could respond to any of the captains, Shuinsui spoke. We should probably hurry to the meeting. I'm sure Yamajiji would scowl at us for being late. Turning to his lieutenant, he says. You should take Ranjaku-chan and Aisane-chan to the lieutenant's waiting room. Sending her captain a nod, Nanao led the girls away and left the captains alone before they started heading towards the meeting together. Coming in front of the doors of the meeting, Toshiro took a deep breath before opening them. Looking inside, the turquoise-eyed captain spotted both Zaraki and Byakuya, the latter looking healthier than the mess that he was in the human world. Going to his spot, he positions himself between Captain Kairaku and Kuratsuchi Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division, a man with his face painted entirely white with the inner portion of his face painted black except for his nose. The captains were muttering among each other before the sound of a cane hitting the wooden floor echoed loudly. Captain Commander Yamamoto came inside and took his spot in the center of the captains. Tapping his cane twice, and all the captains giving him their undivided attention, the ancient Shinigami started the captains' meeting. This meeting is now in order. Yamamoto spoke in a strong and firm voice holding the tone of a leader. Looking at all the assembled captains, Yamamoto's eyes stopped just for a few seconds on Captain Zaraki, Kuchiki, and Hitsugaya. I'm holding this meeting because of the interesting reports from the captains sent to the human world 4 weeks ago. None of the captains said anything. Every single one of them has at least heard of the rumors already, but that's how they kept it, as though just a rumor. Unless someone could back up if those rumors were true. Yamamoto's red eyes stare at Captain Hitsugaya before asking the 10th Division captain to go over the event. Hitsugaya started recalling the events. The mission was a simple one. Help the squad that got sent to the human world because the hollows turned out to be too much for them to handle. When only 2 hollows remained, an unknown party made itself known. This party included a group of 4 members. 3 were humans with hollow holes and masks. The 4th member was a black mask hollow. That got some captains to mutter among themselves. Releasing a bit of his Ryatsu to quiet down the captains, Yamamoto looked at Toshiro. Can you describe the humanoid hollows? One was a man with brown wavy hair, blue-gray eyes, a hollow hole in his sternum and the remains of his mask around his neck. The last 2 were children, 1 girl and 1 boy. The girl has lime-haired, pink eye, hollow hole in her stomach and a helmet-like mask. And the boy, the white-haired captain, frowned upon remembering Zangetsu. The boy was different. Orange hair, pure white skin, the eyes of a hollow but no mask or a hole in him until his transformation. Once again, the captains started muttering until Yamamoto tapped his cane on the floor and got everyone to shut up. Are you sure about the boy not wearing a mask, Captain Hitsugaya? Receiving a nod back, he asked for Captain Hitsugaya to continue. The man was powerful enough to keep Captain Zaraki, Kuchiki, and I busy while the 2 children went over to save some hollow. The black mask hollow was distracting the rest of the squad. How is it that you 3 couldn't sense these hollows? With the man being strong enough to hold all of you at the same time, then his Ryatsu should have been easy to sense. Suifeng said, the captain of 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the Onmitsukido is a petite woman with gray eyes and black, short hair with 2 long braids bound in white cloth, each ending in a large golden ring. Before Toshiro could say anything, Byakuya spoke first. Because we couldn't sense the hollows, Captain Suifeng. Turning to look at the petite woman, Byakuya says. The boy had a strange ability that could hide Ryatsu. Sheesh, that sure sounds annoying. Ikamaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, spoke. Different captains wanted to speak, but the captain commander's Ryatsu silenced them. Yamamoto asked for Hitsugaya to keep going. When Captain Kuchiki saw both children, he shot a powerful Kido at the boy. 2 captains frowned upon hearing this. Jushiro turned to Byakuya. Did you really try killing the boy? That's harsh, Byakuya-san, Kairaku added. Children or not, they are hollows. Our duty as Shinigami is to get rid of any hollows that appeared in the human world. Byakuya's words felt cold. Before anyone else could say anything, Hitsugaya continued, while he meant to send the Kido spell to the boy, the girl, however, took the hit when she protected him. Once again, Captain Yukitake and Kairaku frowned. A grimace expression coming to his face, Toshiro finally came to the climax of the story. With the girl out, I was ready to take out the boy when his transformation happened. Every captain was paying attention now. Here's the part that brought the rumors to life. The boy exploded in a storm of erasure, and when everything was over, something came out. A demonic-looking hollow, with a black horn mask, white skin, long orange hair, and strange blue flame markings on his body. Captain Hitsugaya's frown deepened. Out of all the hollows, we only got the name of this one. His name is Zangetsu. How are you sure this is the hollow's name? The captain commander asks. Kenpachi was the one who responded. Because he told me his name. he said with a grin on his face, remembering the wicked-looking hollow. At first the hollow was just fighting like an animal. No kind of experience. From what I heard in the rumors, they removed your limiters, right? Captain Hitsugaya. Aizen Sosuke interrupted. The captain of the 5th Division was a man with brown scholarly hair, his looks enhanced by square glasses. You shouldn't be listening to the rumors, Captain Aizen. Said a man even bigger than Kenpachi, Kamamura Sanji, captain of the 7th Division. He wears gloves with bracer and a helmet that conceals his entire head. Aizen sends Sanji a smile. Well, Captain Kamamura, so far the rumors have been spot on. Sure, they seem to have gotten exaggerated, but there is some truth in them. The white-haired child turns to Captain Aizen and says, that's correct. During the transformation of the boy, they removed them. And you all still couldn't take the hollow down? Suifeng frowned. Looking at the petite woman, Toshiro says, is nothing like that. The hollow fought like a beast, but it had some protection. The blue flames that I mentioned were alive and hard to cut. They move around his body, protecting him. Our blades couldn't cut through the markings, and if we damaged the hollow, it would only just regenerate in an instant. Then when Captain Zaraki would try to combat him, the blue flames turned into a blue sword that seemed to wrap itself around his arms. The silver-haired man just whistles. Man, y'all must have gotten yourselves one hell of a fight. You're damn right. Kenpachi said. Tapping his cane again, Yamamoto asked for Captain Hitsugaya to continue. Because the hollow fought like a beast, we pushed it down to a point where we almost had him until it seemed to go through another power-up of some sort. Are you saying that the hollow evolved, Captain Hitsugaya? Tozen Kaname, captain of the 9th Division spoke. He is a dark-skinned man with dark brown braids. While he has the normal captain uniform on, he wears an orange scarf around his neck, white boots instead of the normal sandals, and black, fingerless gloves with a pair of goggles around his eyes. No, it was definitely not evolving. But the hollow seems to have gained a power boost or something because we couldn't sense its ryatsu or attacks. Reply the turquoise-eyed captain. That's because of the hollow's ability, Mayuri said, gaining the attention of everyone. The hollow's abilities are unique, well some of them. Turning to Captain Hitsugaya, he says. The reason none of you sensed the hollow was because during the second phase of his power-up, did the hollow reveal an interesting ability. Just like Captain Kuchiki said, you couldn't sense the hollow because of a cloaking-type ability. Captain Kuratsuchi's bare smile widened. Before the boy went through his transformation, my computers were picking some glitch, anything around the boy in a 30-foot radius seemed to vanish without a trace. Has a hollow with any familiar ability appeared before? Captain Unohana asks. With everyone's eyes on him again, Mayuri says, actually, there has been one. I'm sure everybody here knows about Grand Fisher. Yes. Receiving nods from the rest of the captains, he says. This hollow has dodged most Shinigami for the past 50 years because, just like this hollow, it had a cloaking ability of its own. It's nowhere near this other hollow's ability. Could it not be the same hollow? Aizen asked. The Grand Fisher disappeared 2 years ago. Maybe the hollow evolved. Groaning and muttering a quiet idiot, Mayuri looked towards Aizen before saying. The Grand Fisher was just a regular hollow. If it evolved, then Grand Fisher should still be a Jillian. Evolution doesn't just happen in an instance for hollows. They take years to evolve. Captain Mayuri, you said that this hollow's abilities were different, how so? The captain commander asked the mad scientist. Well, for starters. There seem to be 2 different cloaking-type abilities. One, when he appears to hide everything in a 30-foot radius. The second one, however, is much, much different. During the second phase of the power-up, it vanished. Nothing like the first. Turning to Hitsugaya, he asked, Captain Hitsugaya, what were you able to sense during the second phase? Nothing, Toshiro said with a plain voice. I couldn't sense the hollow or his attacks. That's because during the second phase, the hollow's ability took an interesting turn. Looking at Captain Hitsugaya's eyes, he said. The hollow was available to hide, not just his presence, but his attacks. While the rest of the captains started muttering among each other, Yamamoto frowned upon hearing the hollow's ability. Troublesome ability. This ability is the least to worry about. Looking back to the 12th Division captain, the ancient Shinigami asked about the other ability. Ah, yes. This other ability is unique, even among other hollows' unique powers. When the transformation first happened, the hollow didn't have any form of cloaking ability on, and my division could record something very interesting. The blue flame markings that Captain Hitsugaya said are actually erasure. Erasure? Yamamoto repeated back. Nodding, Captain Kuratsuchi said, the hollow could gather erasure around himself and have it flow around his skin, increasing his defenses. When they switch to the blades, they are still erasure, just more durable. Have we documented this ability before in another hollow? Aizen asked. Looking at the brunette, Mayuri said. Well. Not in a hollow. What do you mean by that, Captain Kuratsuchi? Yukitake said, a worried expression on his face. The hollow's erasure ability sounded very familiar. Looking at the white-haired man, Mayuri said. The hollow's abilities are familiar to, not of another hollow, but to those of a Quincy. What? Is that even possible? I thought Quincy and hollow couldn't mix. Are you saying we have a hollow-Quincy hybrid on the loose? Yamamoto flared his Ryatsu, silencing everyone again. Looking at the 12th Division captain, he asked. Are you sure about this? Scowling at the captain commander, Mayuri spoke to his commander with disrespect. Yes, I'm sure. I have the data and compared them both. What the hollow used is Quincy's version of Blood Vene. The ancient Shinigami frowned. This hollow cannot keep living. From this point on, we will have a 3-captain cycle through Karakura town. Why do you think this hollow is still in Karakura town, Yamajiji? Captain Kairaku asked. The hollow might not be in Karakura town anymore, true, but now we know where he might return to. Yamamoto replied, not even fazed with how his old student still calls him. This meeting is now closed. As the captains returned to their division, 3 captains had a meeting of their own. It seems like Ichigo-kun left a friendly expression, right, Captain Aizen? Jin said. It would seem so. Too bad Godei 13 now knows of his existence. Aizen commented back. Turning to the brunette, Tozen says. Should we change our plans, Aizen-sama? Looking at the dark-skinned man, the 5th Division captain said. No, this changes nothing. We must just improvise. Urahara's basement. Stark never felt the 3 weeks passed by. He already broke 2 more Jigai, and the dreams haven't stopped. At least he didn't evolve, but Urahara wasn't joking when he said about how his body would start feeling a strain. His muscles seemed to keep getting sore with each passing day. Tessai even told him how he's able to sense his Ryatsu up in the shop. Apparently, the underground basement has some Kido spells around it that would prevent anyone to sense down below. A different routing than he did now, besides sleeping, was helping Ichigo practice Zero. Spread your Ryatsu around yourself, and then sense where the most concentrated amount of your spiritual energy seemed to center at. This is a hint to where you can shoot your Zero the easiest and fastest. Stark said while watching Ichigo do as he instructed. Ichigo's eyes were closed as he concentrated. The boy was wearing a black Shitagin tabi with white kosode, hakama, and zori. The redhead still kept his gray scarf and black snowing goggles. Opening his eyes, Ichigo looked at Stark. I can't feel the spot. Well, you ain't getting it at the first try, kid. You need the instincts for it. Zangetsu spoke. So what? I need to be in some sort of danger or something for it to come to me. Ichigo replied. They have been practicing for hours. First, it was just him and Zangetsu, but then came Stark to help. Lily is down here too, wearing the same clothes as her Jigai. She tried helping, but Zero came naturally to her, so she didn't have much of a clue. Scratching the back of his head, Stark tried to think of a different method for the boy. All right, let's try this. I want you to visualize the accident at the park. Looking at Stark with shock, Ichigo asked. Why should I do that? Well, let us see if emotions can help you out a bit. Stark said. You know, kid, he's somewhat right. Zero is an attack based on your spiritual energy. Emotions could help you. Zangetsu said, backing up the brunette's words. How are you sure about that? What do you remember feeling when you saw Lily get hit by the Kido spell? Ichigo frowned upon having Zangetsu remind him of that. You say I lost it. That I forced my body to take action. Yes, that's what happened afterward. But what I ask is, what did you feel, though? Rage. Ichigo replied. Not wanting to admit that he wanted to hurt someone, and by someone, he means the Shinigami. Yep. You felt rage and your body instinctively decided what to do. Sighing, Ichigo closed his eyes again and thought back on that day. Stark watched curiously as the redhead's body started getting covered by his dark red Ryatsu before it started storming everywhere around the boy, but right in front of the kid's chest and both arms, the brunette could see that most of Ichigo's energy was gathered there. Unconsciously, Ichigo raised his right arm, imagining the white-haired captain in front of him. Instead of hearing how Captain Hitsugaya was going to kill him, he instead heard how he was going to finish Lily first. Ichigo screamed. No. Stark watched as a Zero formed and shot from the boy's arms. However, the boy's Zero did not take the same coloration as his Ryatsu. It had a black outline while the Zero itself was white. His worries that the boy had put too much power behind his attacks vanished when Ichigo's white Zero only seems to break a pillar instead of obliterating it. Patting Ichigo's head, Stark said. Good job, kid. A good job indeed. Ichigo and Stark turn around to see Urahara behind him. Opening up his fan, the shopkeepers say, I was a bit worried that you may have overdone it. Only giving the shaggy blonde a sheepish smile, Ichigo was about to apologize when he got tackled to the ground by an excited Lily. Seeing the kids chat, Urahara turned towards Stark. It's ready, Stark-san. A dreadful tense filled the air around the kids. Stark had told them what may happen to him. Well, let's get this over with, Stark said while releasing a sigh. You two stay here. He didn't need to turn around to see their worried expressions, he could feel it. He followed behind the shopkeeper towards his lab. Getting to the lab, Stark found in the middle of the lab a cubicle glass that was big enough for a man to fit inside. He could see the Hogyoku by one of the glass wall sides. He also spotted Sail, black-masked Hollow, making sure that everything was right. Ready to do this, the Arrancar turned around and asked the shaggy blonde one question that had been on his mind. Why would you do this? Just like Shinji said. Why would you make me, a strong Hollow, even stronger? With the area gaining a tense moment, Urahara told the one lie that would later come back to bite him. So you can protect Ichigo, not just from Baragon, but from Aizen too. Narrowing his eyes, Stark said. And what would Aizen want with Ichigo? A voice at the back of his mind told Urahara not to lie to Stark, but the ex-captain needed to be sure that Stark would stay away from Aizen. Shaking the voice away, Urahara said. It was because of Aizen that Ichigo died. The man has something planned for the boy. Stark walked inside the glass cube, understanding why now the shopkeeper would strengthen him. Urahara went behind the wall the Hogyoku was at. He looked at Stark. Are you ready? Receiving a nod, Urahara activates the orb and watches as Stark's body becomes engulfed by a light. After a few minutes, the glass cube exploded. Stark looks down at himself, unharmed by the explosion. I don't feel any different. Well, looks like it works, said a cheerful Urahara. Looking at the shopkeeper, Stark noticed how he was pointing at something behind him. Turning around, Stark notices the silhouette of an object. When the smoke cleared, Stark spotted a sword, no, not a sword, but a gun blade. The handle of the blade was that of a revolver. The blade, with the image of a wolf, replaced the barrel of the gun. Guess you are now a true Arrancar, Stark-san. Sale said. Chapter 10, The Werkat and Silent Bat. 3 months later. Captain Kairaku slowly headed towards the 13th Division to see his old friend, Jushiro. He doesn't know why he wanted to talk to him. It was such a sudden call. As he got closer to Yukate's office, he raised one of his eyebrows when he noticed the lack of the dual third seats, Kotetsu Kaion and Katsubaki Sentaro. Usually, those two were always near Yukate's office, ready to do any kinds of errands. Just when he was about to knock, the door opened and a small petite girl with light skin, purple eyes, black hair, and with several strands of hair always hanging between her eyes. Ah! Hello, Captain Kairaku. Kuchiki Rukia bowed the moment her eyes spotted the 8th Division captain. Shunsui sent Rukia a small smile. Now, Rukia-chan. No need to be so formal with me. Shuansue's eyes focus on the bandages that wrap around her left arm. A minor injury compared to the lives lost 4 months ago. Seeing where his eyes went, the raven-haired girl returned the captain's smile. It's nothing to worry about, Captain Kairaku. Nothing to compare to what happened to Nisama. Her smile almost dropped to a frown. No need to remember what her brother looked like when he returned from the human world. Is that you, Shunsui? Jushiro said from inside his office. Giving the girl a few words of comfort, Kairaku walks into his friend's office and notices the serious look on his face. Everything okay, Jushiro? Not getting anything back, the 8th Division captain raises an eyebrow when his friend walks to the door and casts a Kido. Privacy. Kaion and Sentaro might hear something they're not meant to. Jushiro said, already answering his friend's unasked question. So what is this about? Shunsui watched his friend sit back. Jushiro said nothing. How is he supposed to tell his friend about an idea that might label them as suspicious captains? Releasing a sigh, he looked back to his friend before saying, has Yamamoto-sensei told you when your cycle to Karakura town might be? Giving his friend a weird look, Captain Kairaku says, no, he hasn't. Why? Having an inner battle within himself, Yukitake closed his eyes and spoke with a soft voice. I wish for one of us to have a peaceful meeting with them. ... I'm sorry, but, by them, you mean the Hollows. Right? Replied a puzzled Shunsui. I am. Yes. Yukitake said, eyes still closed. Why? Opening his eyes again, the 13th captain noticed the lack of emotions on his friend's face. Taking it as a hint that he should elaborate on his words, he says. How much do you remember about Toshiro's report? Giving him a deadpan look, the 8th captain said. Oh, not much, besides how big of a threat these Hollows could be. Besides that. Sheesh, that meeting was like 4 months ago. Yes, it was. Yukitake's face took a serious turn. Shunsui, do you know what this might mean? Getting a no back, he says, think about it. We just found Hollows with actual human features, not just physically but mentally also. Mentally? I'm sorry, but were you not in the same meeting as me? Zangetsu left 2 of our captains in a mess. Kairaku said. No point in not using the Hollow's name. Everyone in Godii 13 already knew. They gave all the members descriptions of the humanoid Hollows. In case if anyone saw them, then they were to report to one of the 3 captains immediately. I know that, but, they first came to save another hollow when Byakuya attacked the girl and Zangetsu took action. The white-haired man said. But why talk to them? Looking back to his friend with a calm look, the 13th captain said. Think about. What if we could make peace with these hollows? We may create peace with them. That would break the balance that we Shinigami have been keeping in check for over thousands of years. Shunsui answered back. Releasing a sigh, Yukitake looked back to his friend with a somber look. I know that. I was just hoping that maybe we could try to lose fewer people on our side. Looking up at the ceiling with the same expression, the white-haired man said, maybe my idea is foolish. You're right about how these hollows are dangerous. We know nothing about them. Well, I can tell you right now that there's someone who probably knows. Looking back to his friend, Jushiro noticed the somber look on Kairaku's face. What do you mean by that? Now it was Shuinsue's turn to look at the ceiling. I think Yamajiji might have hidden something from us. What do you mean? Looking back at him, Captain Kairaku says, I don't know if what I might say could be right, but I was sure the old man hesitated back then, at the meeting when he wanted to name those hollows humanoid hollows wasn't what he wanted to call them. Kairaku's face turned serious. This has been something that has been bugging him for some time now. We were once students for Yamajiji for a very long time, and through that time I learned some of his moods. Don't you think it was odd with how calmly he took to Shiro's report, or any of the other two? The 13th captain understood now where Shunsui was going with this. You're right. If we would have done something like that, then Yamamoto-sensei would have roasted us. Exactly. A grimace expression washed over Shuinsue's face. The old man is hiding something from us. But holding information would be idiotic. Sensei would never do that. Yukitake argued. After a while of silence, Shuinsui says, looks like I need to go talk with Byakuya-san. Why? Jushiro raised an eyebrow. Yamajiji won't tell us. But it could be possible that we could find some answers in the Kuchiki library. That's right, they're charged with compiling and protecting the history of Soul Society. So maybe there's something there. Shrugging, Shunsui says, won't hurt to try. Before he could leave, he heard his friend say. We should still try talking to them. Looking back at him with a smile, Shuinsui says. All right then. Before he could take another step, he looked back to Yukitake. Let's keep all this between you and me. We can't tell anyone. He left with his mind wondering what sort of bargain could he use on Byakuya. Maybe a bottle of sake would do. Urahara's shop. He'll kill us. Ichigo said, wearing a heavy black sweater, white pants, his gray scarf and the same goggles on his head. No, he isn't. Lily replied. Her shorts and vest are gone since winter came. The Limonette was now wearing light gray jeans, a burned orange fur jacket, but kept the arm warmers and boots. Ichigo looked back to Lily, who was holding a bucket of snow. Really? He's not gonna kill us by filling his hollow hole with snow. Rolling her eyes, Lily says. Remember when we filled his hole with sand before? I do. With a deadpan, he says. Back then he didn't have a gun blade with him. Damn it Ichigo, let's just. Now what are you two planning? A woman's voice spoke. Both children turned around to see Shihoin Yoruchi. A slender and well-endowed, dark-skinned woman with golden irises and purple hair. She's wearing a black, backless, sleeveless undershirt, an orange overshirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants with a pair of lightweight brown shoes. First of the two to recover, Ichigo says. Yoruchi-san. I thought you were patrolling the town. Ugh hi, don't tell me we're going back to train. We have been training for 5 days straight already. Lily groaned. Rolling her eyes, the dark-skinned beauty says. First things first little strawberry, by now know that a brief run around this town is nothing for me, and no. You guys can have the day off. As she finishes, the curves of her lips have risen to a playful smirk. But you guys have to tell me what you're planning on doing with that half bucket of water. Hearing water, both children look down at the bucket only to see that she's right, the snow has melted to water. Great. Lily sighed. There goes that prank. Hearing those words, Yoruichi perked up. Prank you say? Giving the woman a mischievous smile, Lily said. Yeah, we were planning on pranking Stark. If only someone didn't hesitate. She said that last part while sending Ichigo a mocked glare. And someone shouldn't bother pranking someone with a dangerous weapon. Ichigo said while returning the glare. And both of you should know that it's not healthy for couples to fight. Both children have turned and pointed a finger at one another. We're not a couple. So why was it you guys had a bucket of snow, anyway? Yoruichi ignores their comments. Calming down first, Lily said, well, the ice was meant to put it inside Stark's hollow hole. Getting only a raised eyebrow from the woman, she yells, it sounded more fun in my head, okay. Fun and dumb. Ichigo replied with a blank tone. Before Lily could say anything back to the boy, Yoruichi interrupted them. While I wouldn't mind seeing couples fight, we're not a couple. I think you should leave the pranking to me. Who said anything about letting you prank Stark? Lily narrowed her eyes. It's not like she didn't like the woman. She just didn't like how hard she makes them work. Hell, it was Ichigo who asked for help, not her. She watches as the purple-haired woman walks around them while heading inside Stark's room. Before closing the door, Lily watched as Yoruichi started removing her shirt. Trust me, I'll get him good. Both children kept staring at the closed door for a minute before Ichigo finally said something. Kind of weird that she can turn into a cat. He saw her nod. They were both sweeping the front store one day when she appeared in her cat form. Back then they didn't know about Yoruichi, so when Urahara came out to pick up the cat and dancing with it like a crazy person, they both called him a poor loser with no friends. But then all that changed when the cat started talking, and from there on, Yoruichi has been hanging around the group. Unlike the Vizards, who came to train Stark, she wasn't so tense around them. The Vizards were very cautious around them. Most likely had to do with the fact that they're hollows. He frowns upon remembering what the Vizards can do. When he saw the one called Shinji train with Stark about a month ago, the boys saw how the bob-cut blonde donned a mask, a hollow mask. He then questioned the man about it. However, that has proven to be a pointless case since Shinji was a Shinigami with hollow powers and not the other way around he had hoped it to be. The only reason he asked about it was because he remembered the drawings on the pillar. The hollows, the moon, and the humanoid hollows or Arrancars. It still wouldn't make sense to say they were Arrancars. The drawings showed humanoids with complete masks and, unlike everyone in their little group that was an Arrancar, they either have some fragments left or in his case, none. Also, the drawings didn't have a hollow hole in them while they still do. What do you think the Vizards are, Zangetsu? Nothing but fakes. Ichigo lifts one of his eyebrows when he notices the tone in Zangetsu's voice. It sounded soft and dispirited. Aren't you gonna say how you hate them or something? Feeling like he could see Zangetsu raise one of his eyebrows, the boy said, I mean, they're Shinigami. Don't you hate them or something? Releasing a sigh, the man said, I know what you meant, kid. But we're both sort of the same race. They're Shinigami with hollow powers, and we're hollows with Shinigami powers. Sleeping shirtless, Stark felt like he's in heaven. Sure, he used to sleep a lot, but that was because he did nothing to really make him feel exhausted, so sleeping back then was because of boredom. Now, however, after training and wasting energy with the Vizards, sleeping has become a beautiful moment when it comes. Only yawning and shuffling to a more comfortable sleeping position, Stark went back to relaxing, enjoying the break the Vizards had given him. He was also glad that he could now sleep without having those memories coming back to him. For so long he had believed he was having dreams or nightmares, but it wasn't long before another possibility came to him. He was receiving back memories, his memories of when he was a hollow. Shuffling again, Stark lay on his back while putting an arm across his eyes, trying to forget all the memories. Just when he was about to return to dreamland, he felt something soft pressing on his chest. Moving his arm and opening his eyes, the Arrancar noticed a bare-chest Yoruchi who was lying on top of him. Her chest pressed on his chest while her head was resting on the crooked right side of his neck. He kept staring at Yoruchi, a blissful look on her face. Noticing how she was ever so slowly opening one of her eyes, they both made eye contact. They both kept staring at each other before Yoruchi said something first. "Hey." She closes her eyes again, moving her head to a more comfortable position. Stark kept staring at the woman, face completely lacking emotions. "What are you doing in my room, on my bed, half naked?" Opening her eyes again, the dark-skinned beauty said, "Why, you invited me here, Coyote-kun." A twitch came to his right eye. She really enjoys calling him that. Maybe because it's one of the few things that actually annoys him. "No, I did not. I'm sure that I would never invite you here." Looking around the room Urahara has given him, he notices how everything was a mess. She scattered his shirt and jacket across the room, his zanpakuto on the floor and not on the counter he left it on, some bottles of alcohol on the floor, and the little furniture that decorated the room was out of place. "Why did you turn my room into a mess?" How did she do it without him hearing anything? Pressing herself harder on his chest, Yoruchi said. "It takes only two people to make this kind of mess, Coyote-kun." A blush slowly reached his cheeks. "What are you talking about? You can't tell me you could forget a night like that, I sure wouldn't," she said while lingering her chest left to right. What? Nothing happened. I didn't invite you here. I came here alone." The red color on Stark's cheeks kept slowly growing. "Alcohol can do that to you, to make you forget things. I don't drink." "Come on now," Yoruchi creeps up to his right ear, before whispering in a seductive and husky voice, "Can you really forget the night where you made me feel like a real woman, Coyote-kun?" The purple-haired woman held in her laughter as the brunette pushed her off and went straight to the restroom to take a cold shower. "Please," with her way of doing a prank, Yoruchi walks out of the room and looks at both children, who were waiting just outside. She also notices the red color that was rapidly spreading across their faces too. Before she could say anything, Lily yells at her. "Why aren't you wearing your shirt?" Turning around, she notices Ichigo's eyes glue on the woman's breast. "Close your eyes, Ichigo." Ichigo shut his eyes tight. What did Yoruchi-san do to Stark? Sheesh, I wish I knew. Stark is one lucky guy. "Hey Ichigo, take another peek." "What? Why would I do that?" "Just so I can have more memories of Yoruchi's breast." Zangetsu replied with an obvious tone of voice. "Damn it, Zangetsu." Seeing how fast Ichigo listened to Lily, Yoruchi decided that she should keep her fun going. "Your girlfriend sure has you whip, Ichigo." "I'm not his girlfriend." Lily instantly replied. Turning to make sure Ichigo's eyes were still closed, she looked back at the workcat. "Put on a shirt, damn it." Sending the girl a playful grin, Yoruchi crosses her arms under her bust. "What's the matter, little Lily? Mad that your boyfriend wanna see these bad boys?" She uses her arms to push up her breast. Hearing her words, Lily turns around to see a glimpse of Ichigo's amber-eyed, trying to take a quick peek at the woman's breast. With a tick mark appearing on her left eye, Lily raised a fist. "Damn it! Ichigo, if you take a peek I'm going to punch you square in the face." With that threat, the boy closes his eyes and for better effect, he turns his back to Yoruchi. "See what happens when I listen to you." Man, Yoruchi is right. She got you whip. Shame, 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 and you're only what? 13. Shame. Zangetsu shook his head. Laughing at the duo, Yoruchi exploded into a cloud of smoke and returned to her cat form. I'll see you two tomorrow. Both now alone, Lily looks back at Ichigo. You can look now. Hearing her stomach demanding food, she grabbed his hand. Come on, let's go ask Sale if he has more of those pills to eat. Kind of weird seeing Sale now. You know. The raven-haired boy replied. Understanding what he was talking about, Lily said. True, but, hey. At least we're all the same now. Remembering how maybe a certain visors might come later on today, she allows a smile to reach her face. I hope Mashiro-Nizan comes today. Back with Stark, the man was taking a shower, a freezing shower. Trying to wash away the urge that he felt. This foreign feeling was far too new for him. Releasing a sigh and letting the cold water run through his jigai, Stark remembered the first time Yoruichi had surprised him like that before. Flashback, 2 months ago. After a month since Stark had become a true Arrancar, he has been training with the Visors non-stop. The first few months weren't so easy, with only 2 of the Visors bothering to train him. Those 2 have been Shinji and Ashoda Hachijin or Hachi. The former only returned because he would be the first one to take a turn with him, and the latter was only just curious. As time went by, more Visors came down to Urahara's shop to see who or, better yet, what Stark was. The Arrancar guessed that most of the Visors only bother to train him just because they rather not have to deal with Urahara calling them in a complicated time, as the shaggy blonde said before. Alright, that's enough for today, Stark-san. Ikawa Rabu or Love said. He's a man with a thick black spiked afro, wearing a green jogging suit and mirrored sunglasses. He rubs his right forearm before letting it hang loosely. You need to work with how much power you're putting behind your swings. Any Shinigami with enough experience can use your own strength against you. Releasing a sigh, Stark rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder. So what should I do then? With some basic kendo training, you should be able to control your strength. Love replies. The Visored watch as the Arrancar look over at Ichigo, who was training with his Zero again. After a few seconds of silence, he says. So, do you really care about them? Seeing how he turned to look at him with a raised eyebrow, the Afro Star man says, the kids and the hollow. Are you actually trying to protect them? From a Hollow King, Aizen and Godei 13. Is that so hard to believe? Laughing at his reply, Love says. Ha! Now that's a surprise. I always thought the Hollows didn't have a heart or feelings, let alone wanting to protect anyone. You shouldn't judge people so easily now, Love. Said a purple-eyed man with long, wavy, blonde hair, a perpetually bored expression and wearing a black suit with a thigh-length black jacket. Turning around, Love gave the blonde man a deadpan look. Really, Rose? You're going to tell me that? You were the one who was skeptical about it when Shinji told us. Odoribashi Rojuro or Rose returns Love's expression with one of his own. If I remember right, you were also skeptical. Yeah, well, it's not like every day we are told to train a hollow for a year. Ignoring the 2 arguing Visors, Stark walks towards Ichigo, who was outside his jigai, with his eyes closed with a look of concentration on his face. As he left both men, he heard their argument for a bit longer. Strange is it not? Rose said. What is? The fact that we're training a hollow to fight off all his enemies because he wants to protect some kids and a hollow? Love asked. Yes. That. Both Visors listened to Stark giving Ichigo tips for his Zero. They have seen Lily go off to Urahara's lab to probably bother the other hollow. Rose's eyes went towards the arm that was hanging loose by Love's side. Is your arm okay? Frowning from Rose's concern, Love said. It's fine. Dot. 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 But I think Stark may have cracked my bone or something. Shaking his head, Rose looks back to the brunette, showing the boy how to shoot a Zero. After the man forms and fires a Zero, both visors stare quietly at the hole the Zero made through a very thick small mountain. Could you imagine if Aizen had someone like him? Rose asks after a moment of silence. What? You're making it sound like we couldn't handle someone like Stark. Both men watched as Stark fired yet another Zero, but stronger, this time destroying the mountain. Dot. 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 We could still take him on. Love says, trying to ignore how easily the brunette destroyed a mountain with little to no effort. Too much bravado is bad for you, Love. The blonde man already had his turn to train Stark, so there wasn't much for them to do. We're leaving now, Stark-san. Only getting a lazy wave back, the blonde visored was ready to leave when he remembered something important that Shinji wanted them to pass down to the Arrancar. That's right. Stark-san, next time Shinji-san comes, he said about wanting to speak with you on a private matter. Know little about what it could be about. Shinji-san just wanted me to tell you just that. With that last comment, both visors left. Watching the two men leave, Stark turns around to Ichigo and goes back into teaching the boy. All right, just like last time. Spread your Ryatsu, search for where the most get concentrated and fire. Watching as the redhead did as he instructed, Stark noticed that just for a quick second, Ichigo's dark red Ryatsu changed to a white coloration. Raising his right arm, Ichigo fires another one of his white Zero that hits the side of a boulder and frowns upon seeing no actual damage done to it. It's not like he didn't leave a mark. The side where the white Zero hit had fallen off. But that's about it. It didn't obliterate it the same way Stark destroyed the mountain. Damn it. What am I doing wrong? Ichigo almost stomps his foot like an irritated child. Don't worry about it, kid. Stark walked towards a clearing, turning around he says. All right, let's try this instead. I want you to fire your Zero at me now. Before the redhead could say anything, the man brought up his hand. Don't worry about me. You know that I can take it. With that said, the boy started concentrating again. Stark watched as the redhead started concentrating. He noticed something very particular. The Zero started off white before changing to a dark red color before going back to white. Taking a note about it. Stark prepares himself as Ichigo fires the white Zero and with his quick reflexes, he blocks the attack with his sword. Looking down at his right arm that he used to block the attack, he notices the small burn mark it left. It wasn't even a lethal blow, but something felt off. Looking back again at Ichigo, Stark asked the boy to do the same thing again, and as the Zero came towards him, he again blocked the attack and dispersed it. Once again his arm had a few burned marks, and it felt heavy. Like there was some weight in his arms. Again. As the man kept blocking all the Zero, he noticed how the weight seemed to keep increasing. As he stopped Ichigo at his fifth Zero, Stark finally took notice of the different weight. He felt sluggish bringing up his blade. Before he could say anything about it, Kisuke Urahara, with the company of Sale, made himself known. Well, that's quite an interesting ability. The shopkeeper said. Nodding, Sale says. Indeed. And just what are you two talking about? Stark asks, as both he and Ichigo walk towards the duo scientist. Why, we're talking about Ichigo-kun's Zero. Is there something wrong with my Zero? Ichigo asked. Actually, it's the complete opposite. Urahara started with a cheerful attitude. It could be possible that the reason you can't fire a normal Zero is because of your lack of control over your Ryatsu. You're adding far too much Ryatsu into forming them. This should lead the Zero to break down and have it blown up in your face, but instead of that, the Zero seems to go into a different direction, almost like a subspecies of Zero or a different variation. Because of the increased amount of Ryatsu in your Zero, instead of the regular Zero that would usually blow things off, you instead create a Zero with far heavier erasure. Looking at Stark, the Black Mask Hollows asks. Your arm feels heavier, doesn't Stark-san? Getting a nod back, the hollow says, that's because when the zero disperses, it leaches onto what it hit and increases the gravity of the target. Sure, there's some damage like burn marks, but the actual effects are the weight increase. Kind of getting a grasp of what Sale said, Stark repeated back the hollow's words. So Ichigo is forming normal zeros, but since he puts too much Ryatsu, that leads to the ratio getting heavier, and because of that, his zero becomes some sort of subspecies? That's about right, Stark-san. Urahara said. So how can I fix that? Ichigo frowns. While discovering a new zero was amazing for the boy, he rather used a zero that's meant more for actual damage. You've got to make sure that you're not concentrating too much Ryatsu. There has to be a line between your zero and zero, Grave Dad. Sale told the boy, feeling proud of the name. Ichigo cocked one of his eyebrows when he heard the name of his zero variation. Zero, Grave Dad? Has a nice ring to it. But we could probably think of a better name. Zangetsu said. Looking down at his arm, Stark looks back to Urahara and asks how long he'll feel the effects of Ichigo's special zero. Closing his eyes and taking a guess, the shaggy blonde says. Well, it's kind of hard to figure out, but maybe 1 hour should do. He shrugged. Never seen this before, so there's that. He could use the healing hot springs. A voice behind Stark said. Turning around, the group spotted the black feline, Yoruchi. Tapping his chin with his fan, Urahara said. I guess the hot spring could work. A hot spring? Stark asked. How can a hot spring help? I made those hot springs specially to heal people. Although, they're nothing compared to the original. But the effects are about the same. Urahara said. Asking where he could find the hot spring, Stark started heading towards it. Ichigo, deciding that he has done enough for today, starts heading back to his Jigai and goes to look for Lily up in the store. Sale headed towards the lab, continuing a side project that he and Urahara had been working on. As the hollows left, the shaggy blonde turned towards the black cat. So the hot spring, huh? Got something planned for Stark-san? Urahara asked while hiding a goofy smile behind his fan. Slowly walking towards the springs, Yoruchi says. I don't know what you're talking about. Once getting there, Stark looks around the hot spring. Surprised by how simple the hot spring looks, he was expecting someone like Urahara to exaggerate them. As he removes his clothes and steps into the water, the brunette allows his body to relax. Almost instantly, he started feeling the effects of the water on him. I see that you're enjoying the spring. Slowly turning towards the voice, Stark spotted the black cat. You can say that again. He responds while going back to relaxing, missing the mischief glint in the feline's eyes. You won't mind if I join you, Coyote-kun? Stark looked at the black cat as it slowly started walking towards the other end of the hot spring. Two things that Yoruchi said he did not like. The first was the way the cat had called him. He was sure no one had ever called him Coyote before. And then there was the other thing it said. Why would you come inside a healing hot spring when you have no injuries? Well, I may not have any injuries, but I am quite exhausted. The cat replied, reaching the other side of the hot spring. Stark kept staring at the cat's eyes. There was something about Yoruchi's eyes that reminded him of when Lily finds ways of annoying him with her mischievous attitude. Seeing that the cat was waiting for his answer, he shrugged. Sure, go for it. As soon as those words left his mouth, smoke engulfed the cat. Stark stood up fast, ready to grab his gunblade when he heard a feminine voice coming from inside the smoke. Don't be in such haste now. Turning towards the voice. Stark spotted a beautiful dark-skinned woman with purple hair and golden-colored irises. As the smoke slowly started clearing out, the Arrancar took notice that the woman was pretty much naked. Well, at least the smoke was able to hide her most private areas. Still, it didn't help with the way he was staring at her, not like Yoruchi was complaining about how he was looking at her. Just for kicks she said something first. Is my true form too much for you to handle, Coyote-kun? Yoruichi said while slowly and sexually moving into the water. She slowly kept moving towards the still gaping Stark. Coming out from his shock, Stark pointed a finger at Yoruichi. What the hell? I thought you were nothing but a cat. I am more than just a little pussycat. Yoruichi finished her comment while sending the Arrancar a wink. She was only inches away from Stark now. Still going along to experiment with the man, the purple-haired woman turns around and moves her hair, showing Stark her smooth back. You don't mind helping me wash my back, Coyote-kun? For more effect on the man, Yoruichi creeps her hips from left to right. Still gaping at the woman like a fish, Stark's cheeks gain a red hue before doing the most rational thing to do. And that's grabbing his clothes and using the fastest sonido to get away from the laughing woman. End of flashback. Since then, Yoruichi has been doing two things. First is the way she would find some of the most random moments to tease him with, some creative ways, and the second would be how she was teaching him Shunpa. Well, not Shunpa itself. Urahara once said that sonido is the equivalent of the Shinigami Shunpa, and once known as the Flash Goddess. Well, who better to help him train besides the best? Hearing someone knock on his door, Stark got out of the shower and put on new clothes. Opening the door and spotting Ichigo alone, he raised one of his eyebrows. Where's Lily at? Common courtesy for these two to never leave each other's sights, they even sleep in the same room. Mashiro came. Was the only reply from the raven-haired boy. She's here again? Stark asked. Yup. So you came knocking at my door because... Ah. That's right. We don't have any more of Sale's food pills and he asked me if you could go into Hueco Mundo for a hollow. Seeing that the man was about to open a garganta right there, Ichigo said. Wait. He said that he wants to see you at the lab, said he has some weird gadget that he wants you to test for him. Stopping from making a garganta, the brunette grabs his Zanpakuto and starts heading towards the basement with Ichigo. Soon as he touches the ground, Stark spots Lily talking with Kuna Mashiro, a young woman with hazel eyes who is wearing a white bodysuit with orange gloves, boots, and scarf, along with a set of goggles atop her lime green hair. While Lily's hair was more of faded lime green, Mashiro was bright lime green. Stark watched the lime duo talk with each other. It felt like Mashiro was some sort of model for Lily, which doesn't help with how Lily calls her big sister. Looking down at the boy, he sighs. The boy was glaring at the bigger lime-haired woman. Just shaking his head, Stark finally arrives at Urahara's lab when he spots a tall and thin man with messy pink hair. Hey Sale, you needed me for something? Stark asks. Turning around, Sale looks back towards Stark, the remains of his hollow mask taking the form of black, rectangular framed glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. You got here fast, Stark-san. Sale was now wearing a long, white shirt that covered his entire torso up to the top of his neck. 3 lines on his uniform dropped to his right hip. Regular white pants like Stark, with a slight length taken away and even wear white gloves now. Guess I did. Stark said, finally gotten used to seeing Sale like everyone else. After his transformation into a true Arrancar, the Black Mask Hollow has been working on a way to reach the same evolution as everyone else. But Urahara had dropped the news on Sale that not every Hollow could become an Arrancar by evolving. If that was true, like Urahara once said, then hundreds of Vastolords and Arrancar should be all over Hueco Mundo, but that didn't stop Urahara from helping the Hollow. After some time, Urahara used the Hogyoku on the Hollow and turned him into an Arrancar. It was a risky thing to do, but it paid off. The now transformed Arrancar was creating and making gadgets. Turning around, the pink-haired man started looking around the work area that Urahara had made for him. We seem to have run out of the consumable pills. So if you don't mind going into Hueco Mundo for just one specimen, I could make more pills that should last us for another 4 months. Finally, finding what he wanted, Sale turns around and shows Stark a cloak. The reason I asked for you to come here is because I need you to test a new device for me. I believe I was able to recreate Ichigo-kun's cloaking ability. Shoving the cloak into Stark's hand, he says. While Urahara-san's cloaks work good, I am sure that I could make something even better. Nodding towards him, Stark turns his head towards the sword on Sale's table. When are you going to start your training? He questions, not even looking at his fellow Arrancar. Turning towards the Zanpakuto at the table, Sale says. I don't know if I should bother training Stark-san. Looking back at the brunette, he says. I'm not a fighter. Pushing himself out from his jigai, Stark turns around and taps the air, opening a garganta to Hueco Mundo. Before leaving, however, he turns around, spotting Ichigo looking over at some of Sale's inventions, he whispers toward Sale. You may not be a fighter, but eventually you will be forced to do so. You'd rather be really for it, Sale. With that last comment, the brunette closes the garganta, leaving behind a quiet and crestfallen Sale. Stark's right. Eventually he will be forced into a fight, and if he doesn't know what to do, then he will be a goner. Turning around towards the boy and watching him, Sale quietly whispers to himself. It'll be sooner, won't it, Stark-san? You will soon face Baragon. Hueco Mundo. As Stark stepped out from the garganta, he put on the cloak and took in his surroundings. Just like every time he came to Hueco Mundo for hollows, he appeared down at Minos Park first before going up into the white sands of Hueco Mundo. Tapping his back, Stark releases a sigh when he feels his Zanpakuto on the back of him. He doesn't want to come unprepared when coming here. Removing his sword and pointing up to the sands, Stark pulls the trigger to his gunblade, and a bala forms at the tip before shooting incredibly fast towards the ceiling. One thing that he has learned about the sword that came with his evolution is that he can fire different variations and faster zeros through it. The one that he just used, bala, wasn't nearly as powerful as compared to a zero, but it was 20 times faster, and even though they aren't a powerful attack, his bala still pack a punch like one of his regular zero. Once he was sure that a hole formed, Stark shot towards the hole and up to the white sands of Hueco Mundo. Standing still, he used Pesquisa, an interesting ability that he learned that could measure and locate Ryatsu. Finding Baragon's Ryatsu, the Arrancar started heading towards the entire opposite direction. He is still a few months too short to do anything against the king of Hueco Mundo. Soon as Stark finds himself in a nice isolated area near some ruins, he removes his cloak and flares his Ryatsu. And now comes the waiting game. Looking around the ruins, Stark started looking for the drawings Ichigo had once talked about. The Arrancar could still remember when Shinji pushed his training by having the Vizards use their hollow masks. It was a shocker at first for him, but nothing compared to when the redhead spotted Shinji with a mask. Apparently, around the time when Sale had joined, both children were inspecting some ruins, and that's when they found the drawings. The drawings of hollows, the moon, and humanoid hollows. And as he searches through the ruins, that's exactly what he found. Hollows, moon, and humanoid hollows. However, looking more closely at these ruins, he could see that the top part of it seemed to be scorched. As he uses Pesquisa again, the brunette pick up that one familiar Ryatsu. Looking up, Stark spotted a white bat-like hollow with black wings. The hollow was just staring at him. Stark had tried to speak with the hollow before, but he noticed how it didn't have a mouth for it to respond. Releasing a sigh, the Arrancar ignored the bat hollow. After coming back to Hueco Mundo since his last time, this hollow has found him every time he comes back. Something tells him that every time he flares his Ryatsu, the bat hollow looks for him, from wherever this hollow hides, but the hollow doesn't do much. It just watches from a distance. Looking at the bat hollow, he flares his Ryatsu again and notices how it doesn't affect him. He tried to use his Ryatsu on the hollow before to see if it would die, but with no luck, he left the hollow alone. Putting back his cloak, the Arrancar started feeling the ground shake. Stark raised his sword and waited for the hollow to appear. As sand shot up, Stark saw the biggest hollows ever. The thing was twice the size of a Jillian. Its lower body had 8 large elephant-like legs, its legs connected to its body by white carapace-covered joints, leading up to the base of a bony tail club. The torso of the hollow was normal, besides the white carapace-like shells around it and strange black rods on its arms. The brunette could see how the hollow's mask had strange skull ridges, purple horns extending towards his back and kept going towards the club tail, had a white mask with red lines under its eyes. Stark kept staring at the hollow with a bit of curiosity. This hollow wasn't dead at all. But then another thought came to mind, with a hollow this big, it could feed off everyone for years. Before he could say anything to the hollow, he saw as the hollow looked down on him and grinned. Suerte. The hollow yelled, I was looking all over for you, Phantasma. Done talking, the hollow raises its fist and slams it down on Stark, who blocks the punch with his sword. Stark had to put a bit of strength to his block. Man, this hollow sure packs a punch. Looking at the hollow left Stark a bit puzzled, this hollow was definitely not a Vastolord. Looking up to the bat hollow, he was sure that hollow was definitely a Vastolord. But what about this one? It was strong, but he was sure it wasn't of a higher evolution stage. Maybe a high-level Ajuchas? Using a sonido to dodge the other fist, Stark landed on the hollow's right shoulder. Oi, what are you? As he finishes, he dodges again as the hollow tries to squash him like a mosquito. Stop moving so much, you little shit. If I do that, then you could hurt me. Stark said as he reappears again. Looking up to the sky, he notices how the bat hollow hasn't bothered doing anything else besides watch. So you know my name. Or at least what they call me. But I don't know your name. Yami Largo. The now name Yami said as he started creating a zero. Stark's only response was to point his Zanpakuto towards the hollow and fire a bala, stopping Yami's attack. As the smoke cleared, Stark noticed the lack of damage on the hollow. Tough skin, I see. Ha. What the fuck was that supposed to do? Couldn't even feel that shit. Yami said as he turned to hit Stark with his club tail. Once again dodging, the brunette landed at one of the hollow's elephant-like feet. You got to be a little faster than that, buddy. As he finished, the brunette sonido. He scowls at himself for fooling around with the hollow the same way Yoruchi would do to him. A quick memory of Yoruchi lying on him came to his head, which caused a blush coming to his face, distracting him from Yami's upcoming swing. As Stark got sent towards a ruin, Yami concentrated on a zero before someone shot him with a green zero. Turning around, he screams. Who the fuck did that? As he rages, Yami's Ryatsu starts flaring up. Looking for the idiot who hit him, the hollow spotted the only other soul around, which was the bat-like hollow. Stupid trash. Trying to fire another zero, and just like last time, someone hit him from the back of his head, this time by a blue bala. Fucking stop that annoying shit. Ignoring the outburst and increase of Yami's Ryatsu, Stark looks up towards the bat hollow, unharmed from the punch. No need to help me. I can take care of things by myself. You know. Nodding, the bat hollow landed next to Stark and did nothing more. Ignoring the hollow's presence, Stark started stretching his arm while walking towards Yami. Alright, I need to stop playing around now. Time to finish this. Ha. Talking big when you can't even leave a scratch on me. Yami started stampeding towards both hollows, squishing them both. As he finishes running down the area, Yami turns around and laughs. Ha ha ha. Bet that finally got you, huh? Yami said, voice full of arrogance. As the dust cleared, and he spotted none of the hollows, the gigantic hollow started looking around with a mystified look. Where the hell did they go? Finishing his comment, Yami let out an agonizing scream when his entire left arm fell off, cut clean off. Guess your skin is not so tough if I put a bit of power behind it. Stark said as he reappeared on top of the hollow's severed arm. The other hollow was up in the sky. Little shits. Yami opens up his mouth and concentrates on making the biggest zero ever. Pointing his blade again, Stark fired a zero this time. As he let loose of his attack, he watched as Yami's entire head got engulfed by smoke. After a few seconds, the gigantic hollow fell to its side. Not even feeling exhausted, Stark landed on top of Yami's head. He blinks a few times when he only sees some minor damage in the hollow. Releasing a low whistle, he says, "Man, you're a tough one." Feeling a presence behind him, he turns around to see the Vasto Lord land some distance behind him. Gray-blue and green eyes stare at each other. Stark didn't know what to do with the hollow. Well, it's not like it was a threat. From what he saw, it gave some help. Just ignoring the hollow for the moment, Stark looks back down to Yami. How should he do this? Cut some parts of him to little pieces? Man, you sure took him down fast, eh? Arrancar-san. Turning to the voice, Stark spotted a silver-haired man, no, a Shinigami captain. The brunette kept staring at the newcomer with no emotions, however, inside his head, things were going differently. He just called me an Arrancar. How does he know that? How was it that this Shinigami knew what to call him? He thought that Urahara just made up the term. It took a second for something else to come to his head. How did you find me? Sending the man a foxy grin, Jin said. Well, it's not like I found you right away. Pointing towards the cloak that Stark was wearing, he said. Once that little cloak of yours took some damage, I was able to find you. Looking down at his cloak, Stark notices how it got torn, probably when Yami punched him. Significant work you did, Sale. So you found me. Stark said while looking back towards the man. Oh, why, where are my manners? The name is Ikimara Jin. The silver-haired man said while giving Stark a bow, leaving himself open. But Stark did nothing. Not stupid enough to do anything reckless on fighting a Shinigami captain. Jin looks back at the man. Not gonna introduce yourself? Stark. Well, Stark-san, if you could just give me a moment of your time. 4. Well, let's just say that someone wishes to meet you. And who would that be? Stark asks, having an idea about just who this person would be. Why, he's Captain Aizen. Jin noticed the frown on the brunette's face when he mentioned Aizen. Why, with that look on your face, something tells me you already heard of him, eh? He tilted his head. Damn it, Stark. You idiot. Scowling at himself, the Arrancar points his blade towards Jin. Zero Metrolita. Stark charges multiple Zero around his Zanpakuto's barrel simultaneously before firing a barrage of them. Watching the attack, Jin's eyes shot open upon seeing the amount of Zeros fired at him. Mustering all his strength, Jin tried to dodge every single one of them. As he finishes dodging all the Zeros, he is hit by an unexpected bala. As the captain stands back up, with a ruined Haori now, Jin looks around only to see that it was only just him and the still-alive giant hollow. He could still feel Stark's Ryatsu. He could try to follow Stark, but something told Jin that he just got hit by a warning shot. Well, better tell Captain Aizen the bad news, Atozen-san. The dark-skinned man came out from his hiding spot to scowl at the still-smiling captain. Aizen-sama will not like this, next time you leave the talking to me. Waving off the ninth captain's comment, Jin pointed towards the still unconscious Yami. Can we just go before this big guy here wakes up and sees us? Stark lets a sigh leave his lips when he notices how both captain left Hueco Mundo. He frowns towards the cloak. Why is it that he couldn't sense them? Did Sale recreate Ichigo's cloaking ability? The brunette looks around the area that he ended up in and all he can see is the white sands of Hueco Mundo now. Now what? Maybe he should do what he needed to do here, and that's getting just one hollow for both Ichigo and Lily to eat. Just when he was about to look for a hollow, one fell from above, looking up and spotting the bat hollow still around he waves at it. Thanks. The Arrancar won't wonder how the hollow knew what he wanted to do. Tapping the air to open a garganta, Stark picks up the body. Ready to leave, he felt someone gripping his arm. He turns around to see the bat close. Stark raises one of his eyebrows. The hollow wasn't hurting him, but still it felt like it was stopping him from leaving. Sorry, but I got to go, Stark said as he pulled himself away. Walking towards the garganta, the brunette saw from the corner of his eyes how the hollow was following him. Wow there. You can't come either. The bat hollow just tilted his head. Stark could almost hear what it was asking. Because. The brunette had to think why the hollow couldn't come. It's not like this hollow was working for Barragan. Or maybe it was. Do you know who Barragan is? The only reply that he got was a tilted head. Guess that's a no. Running a hand through his face, Stark waves the hollow to follow him. Guess you can come. Both hollows walked through the garganta and left Urahara's basement. Soon as Stark opened the garganta, everyone down at the basement was there the moment they felt a second Ryatsu. Lily pointed a finger at the hollow. Stark, this one is still alive. Looking back to the bat hollow and then back at the younger Limonette. Stark said, yeah, well. He's a friend. Soul Society, 12th Division. Mayuri was looking at the data again from the events in the human world 4 months ago. The paint-wearing captain frowns. You're a bit more Quincy than I expected, Zangetsu. Looking around his lab, the 12th captain said, guess it's a good thing that you're not one of my specimens right now. Things may have ended badly for me. Chapter 11, Phase 1. X. Can you repeat that again, Stark-san? Stark found no signs of playfulness on Urahara's face as he asked his question. He understood why both Urahara and Yoruchi were dead serious right now. He had just accidentally met one of the 3 Shinigami that they told him to avoid. There was a Shinigami captain in Hueco Mundo. An Ikimara Jin, and he asked me about how Aizen wishes to talk to me. Cursing from the brunette's bad luck, Yoruchi looks back towards the shopkeeper. What do we do now? Stark can't go back to Hueco Mundo now. Aizen is probably creeping around there. And he doesn't have to return to Hueco Mundo for some time now, so don't worry about it. The blonde replied to his friend. With the dead hollow that Stark-san just brought, that should keep us fed for another 2 months, Sale said. 2 months. Stark repeated back, a frown on his face as he heard how long the hollow would last as food pills. Why is it less time than the last one? Looking at Stark, the shaggy blonde said. The hollow wasn't far into its evolution stage. However, the shopkeeper looks towards the special guest that Stark has brought with him. The bat hollow was with both children and Kuna Mashiro. Soon after coming back from Hueco Mundo with a hollow, a ton of questions got dropped on Stark. As he made a lie towards Lily and Ichigo, Stark told the rest of the group, minus Mashiro, to come with him to speak about an important matter. Yoruchi was around, and after a quick explanation, he brought everyone up to it. But now, here was the big question. What to do about the hollow that he brought here? Stark said with his own words how the hollow was of no threat. His words are empty for both Urahara and Yoruchi. The hollow that Stark had brought is easily a Vastolord. Seeing how it didn't die when Stark released his Ryatsu towards it, and with how easily both the shopkeeper and Werkat could pick up the amount of Ryatsu pouring from it. Following Urahara's line of sight, Stark looks back towards him. I told you already, he's no threat to us. I'm positive about it. So what are we supposed to do with him then? Yoruchi asked, also looking towards the Vastolord. Well, why not turn him into an Arrancar? Everyone looked towards the glasses-wearing Arrancar. For Sale's part, the man looked like a deer caught in the headlights. Stuttering back a bit, he says, I mean it would be better if we make him into an Arrancar, right? If we do that, then we can create a Jigai for him so that he could hide and he can also train for when we go back to face Barragan. I don't like the idea of turning a random hollow into an Arrancar. Urahara said while turning towards his apprentice. We know nothing about the hollow. He's no threat. Looking at Stark, the shopkeeper stares at him with a blank look. Yes, I know. You already said that. But he could be working for Barragan. He doesn't know who Barragan is. How are you sure about that? Looking down at the black feline, Stark sends Yoruchi a shrug. Instincts. That's not a legitimate reason, Stark-san. The shaggy blonde said while sending the Arrancar a deadpan look. Then what do you have in mind then? Something tells me that he won't go back to Hueco Mundo. Sail said, looking at the hollow as both Ichigo and Lily spread its wings, while said hollow allows them to do so. He doesn't seem to be an aggressive hollow. Partially agreeing with Sail, the shopkeeper looks back towards him. But what if turning him into an Arrancar changes that? This was a situation that Urahara would have never seen himself be in. Keeping creating Arrancar made him feel ill. This all felt like something Aizen would do. As Yoruchi kept watching the kids play around the hollow, the cat released a sigh before looking back towards Urahara. I don't think the hollow would change. I mean, even Sail stayed the same when he turned into an Arrancar. The black feline started heading towards the exit, but before leaving she looked back towards the group. If the hollow turns out to be a risk, then we will put it down. With that final saying, Yoruchi left to do a quick tour around Karakura town. Releasing a sigh and knowing defeat, Urahara looks back towards both Arrancar. Well, guess I should go make another chamber for the transformation then. Sail was already following behind him. Can you make 2 of them? Making the scientists stop in their tracks, he turns towards the duo and says, I was having thoughts about it, but I think it's about time Ichigo became a true Arrancar. He needs the training too, both of them do. If that's what you wish for Stark-san, then it'll get done. Kisuke got a glimpse of the look in Stark's eyes. The brunette knew that with the number of enemies they made, he wouldn't always be around for Ichigo or Lily to protect them. Eventually, something will happen to him and he wants to be sure that he won't leave the children with no way to defend themselves. Watching them both leave, Stark releases a sigh before walking towards Ichigo and company. There was another thing that he wanted to ask Urahara, but he guesses that it can wait for now. How can you breathe when you don't have any holes in your mask? How fast can you fly? You know any super cool moves? The only thing that both children and Mashiro got from the hollow was a tilted head. Growling at the silent bat, Lily pinched the bridge of her nose while closing her eye. Can you at least write or something for you to talk with us? Again, all she got was a tilted head. Pouting at the hollow, Mashiro says, boo. Here I thought we finally found someone who could play heroes and robbers with us. Looking towards the taller lime-haired, Ichigo says. You know, his only problem is that he doesn't have a mouth to talk. Sending her a deadpan look, he continues. Is not like he's too stupid to understand how to play a game of freeze tag. A quick, "Baribaka," was the only response he got from Mashiro. Ulquiorra was looking between both children and the woman with interest. He could easily feel how Baribaka and Lily-chan felt like hollows while the one called Mashiro Nizan felt more like the person who Stark shot at, but there was a bit of hollow in her. Why was it that they were acting like friends? Stark did not hesitate to shoot at the other being, so why was it that they were not acting like foes? The green-eyed hollow's attention was back to the boy. Hey, do you know how to write? Ichigo asks. To make his question clearer to the bat hollow, the boy started writing on the dirt with his fingers. A simple, "hi" was all he wrote, and he waited for the hollow to at least reply. Ulquiorra's green eyes were on the words the boy had written. What is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to write back? He was confident that he doesn't know how to write. Ichigo watches the hollow only raises one of his arms and points at the word. Yeah, that's a "hi," like when you greet someone. For better results, the orange-haired boy waves at the hollow while saying, "Hi." As he waited for the hollow to take action, the boy let out a sigh when all it did was tilt its head to the side again. "Looks like he's stupid," Lily said. Right when Ichigo was about to reply to Lily, he noticed how the bat hollow raised his hand and slowly started waving back at him. Whatever he was about to say to the girl stopped. Looking at the hollow, the boy slowly nods back. "That's right." He waves back, "Hi." Lily stared at the hollow with astonishment. Guess he's not too stupid." "He's not stupid." Ichigo sends Lily a mock glare before it turns into a sly grin. "My Nisan is not dumb like your Nisan." "Care to repeat that again, Baribaka?" the lime-haired girl said as she looked towards Ichigo. Ignoring what the boy had called the hollow. "You heard me, Lily Heim," Ichigo said. A small blush reached Lily's cheeks. It started as a joke a few months back. Both her and Ichigo were talking one day when the boy brought up on what might happen when they returned to Hueco Mundo. If Stark challenges the king of Hueco Mundo and wins, would that make him the new king? And if it does, would that make Lily a princess? It started as a joke, but now Ichigo uses it every time to annoy her, but it's not like she hates it. She likes how he calls her, but that doesn't mean she'll tell him that. Shut up. Menso. Fia. Menso. Fia. What are you two calling each other? Asked a confused Mashiro while mirroring the same action as the bat hollow, tilting their heads. Ulquiorra was taking the scene with a bit of curiosity. While screaming at one another, he couldn't sense any kinds of negative vibes from the way they're talking with each other, and what was it with how the boy called him? Brother? Him? Why? With a snap from her fingers, the lime-haired woman said. Aha! They're the pet names that couples use with each other. Right. Ignoring the bright red on their faces, Mashiro pulled Lily into a tight hug. Lily-chan has a cute nickname for her boyfriend. WW what? No, he's not my boyfriend, Nei-san. Lily pulled herself away from Mashiro while pointing a finger at Ichigo. I just called him an idiot in Spanish while he called me ugly. How is it that you two know Spanish? Asks back the visored. We don't know Spanish. This stupid place only has one television, and it seems to only receive one channel at the moment, and it's some Spanish soap opera channel. Ichigo said. Before Mashiro could say anything, Stark finally reached the group. And instead of wasting your time in front of the television, you two should practice your sonido and ciro. Glancing at the brunette and ignoring his comment, Ichigo pointed a finger towards the bat hollow. Nay, Stark, where did you find Nisan? Stark raised one of his eyebrows with how the boy had just addressed the hollow. Looking at Lily, he could see how dangerously her right eye was twitching. Oh Kami, why did these two started bickering with each other for every little thing? Releasing a sigh, Stark looks at Ichigo. Why are you calling him a brother? Yeah. You two have nothing alike. Lily said, also putting her own 2 cents. Thinking this was a nice way of annoying her, Ichigo pointed a finger towards Mashiro while addressing Lily. Oh, then why do you call her your Nei-san? Looking at Ichigo with a stupefied expression, the lime-haired girl pointed at her hair. Because we both have around the same hair color. Lily sends the boy a mock glare. What do you two have in common? Returning the look, Ichigo said. We both have white skin. Ulquiorra kept staring at the boy's skin. He's positive that the boy's skin was not white at all. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Stark started slowly walking towards his jigai, ignoring the argument between the children. It's not like they're arguing for real. Maybe he could take a walk around Karakura town. Karakura Hospital. The director of the Karakura Hospital is a man who's cold and is a strong work-oriented individual. He is Ishida Ryukin, a middle-aged man of average height. The man was currently in his office, wearing thin, frameless glasses and a plain gray suit with a light blue shirt and a tie adorned with crosses. As Ryukin read through the reports of the hospital, the white-haired man looked up to his door when he heard a knock. Sparing it only a second, he looks back down to the report. "Come in." "Yo." Ishin said as he slammed the door open. "Kurosaki?" Ryukin asked, with a bit of surprise in his voice. The white-haired man hasn't seen the Shinigami since the funeral for his wife and son. Ishin has mostly kept to himself, completely ignoring any of the people who wished to help him during his time of loss. Looking around the office like he owns the place, Ishin turns towards the Quincy. "You know, they told me that I needed an appointment to see you and all that crap, but I told them that I was going to only take a few minutes of your time." The white-haired man was looking at Ishin with an odd look. He could see that Ishin seems more relax? No, that's not the right word. The Kurosaki patriarch looks as if someone has washed away his pain. "Are you feeling okay?" Looking at the picture of Ryukin's son, Ishida Yuryu, the Shinigami looks back towards his old friend. "Never felt better." Ryukin sends Ishin a nod. He guesses the man finally accepted what had happened and let it go. He won't judge him for staying so depressed for such a long time. Sometimes he'll start feeling depressed from losing his wife. "So what is it that you wish to speak about?" The white-haired man won't kick out his uninvited guest. It'll do good for Ishin to talk. "Well, I would have asked you this a few months back, but I have been cautious lately." "What with all the Shinigami that have been here lately?" Ishin said. He frowned upon hearing that. "Yes, it seems they're still searching for the hollows that appeared all those months back." Ryukin interlocked his fingers and lay his head on top of them. Why would they increase the numbers of their patrols and Shinigami? By now they must have noticed that those hollows had left. The hospital director stares at the man in front of him with a deadpan stare when he notices how Ishin was rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "And something tells me that you know why." Losing his goofiness, Ishin gave his friend a gentle smile. "He's alive." "Ichigo. My boy is still alive." That was a shocker for him. "Ichigo? As in your son, Ichigo? The one that died 3 years ago?" His only reply was a simple nod. "How? The boy's body didn't have a soul. Was a Shinigami able to send him to Soul Society before any of us found him? Well, that's the thing. Ichigo isn't normal. No doubt he will not be normal." Ryukin sends the Shinigami a blank look. He would be a soul by now. Laughing sheepish, Ishin started rubbing the back of his neck again. "Well, he wouldn't be a regular soul." Seeing how the white-haired man was waiting for an answer, the Shinigami answered the man while looking everywhere but at Ryukin. "He's actually a hollow. Dot. 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 He's an H dash. I heard you the first time, Kurosaki." Ryukin lay back on his chair, rubbing his temples. "Tell me everything. Soul Society. How about 3 bottles of the finest sake?" "No." Okay, how about 5 bottles and a date with Nanao-chan?" Byakuya's calm demeanor was seconds away from breaking. "No. The 28th head of the Kuchiki clan doesn't know why Kairaku Shunsui showed up at the Kuchiki's estate to come and asked if he could enter the library that his clan had been guarding. Come on. There must be something I can do to allow you to let me go inside the library." Shunsui whined. "If you can get permission from Central 46, then I shall allow it," Byakuya stated. Frowning from basically the only option that he has, Shunsui says, Come on now, Byakuya-san. No need for all that government crap. I'm sorry Captain Kairaku, that is the only way I can allow you to enter. You know how precious the history of Soul Society is." Seeing no way to allow the 6th captain to let him inside the library, Shunsui released a sigh. He stood up and gave Byakuya a bow. Well, thanks for at least giving me a second of your time, Byakuya-san. What was it that you wished to check? Hearing the headpiece-wearing captain's voice, Shunsui turns around. Debating if he should tell him why he was actually here. Giving Byakuya a smile, he says. I'm curious. Yamajiji hasn't told me when my tour around Karakura town might be, and if I end up contacting these humanoid hollows, well, what should I do? I know that the old man has asked for us to kill them on sight, but what if these hollows have some tricks up their sleeves? So you wish to see if there was anything written about these hollows in the library, I believe. Byakuya asked, already grasping the reason for Shuansui's visit. Shunsui sends the clan head a smile. That's about right, Byakuya-san. I need to know my enemy. I see. Well, sorry to tell you this, Captain Kairaku, but you won't find anything about these hollows. Byakuya replied. Blinking a few times from Byakuya's comment, the eighth captain raises one of his eyebrows. Did you check Soul Society's history? I did, yes. And you found nothing? Shunsui frowned. He was sure, well, not 100% sure, but he was positive that at least something got mentioned in the books. Byakuya understood the frown on Shuansui's face. There was nothing at all. The oldest record that we have is the reason for the creation of the Sokayaku, but even then the reason is simple. They used it for executions. However, there seems to be more to it. And that would be? Shunsui asks while lifting one of his eyebrows. Wasn't the reason for the creation of the Sokayaku simple enough? It's a tool used for executions. What other purposes could it have? Locking his gray eyes with Shuansui's very own, Byakuya says. The Sokayaku's first victim was a being of pure evil, an evil that was too much of a threat to Soul Society. An evil that tore its own heart and learned what it was. Completo. Frowning once he realized that Byakuya finished, Shunsui said, that's all. An evil that tore its own heart. Is there really nothing more? Only receiving a nod back, the eighth captain released a sigh before he said his farewells and was ready to leave when something came to his mind. Nay, Byakuya-san. Do you hate these humanoid hollows? Turning around to look at the clan head's face, Shunsui wasn't surprised when even his random question didn't even break the strict look on his face. The only action Byakuya did was a lift of his eyebrows in a slow and delicate manner. If you're referring to Zangetsu for what he did. He looks at his reattached right hand. Then no. I don't hate him or any hollows that I have slain. It's our duty as Shinigami to purify hollows. There is no point to hate them. But these hollows killed a few of our men. Don't you hate them for that at least? Wouldn't you hate them if they killed Rukia? Seeing the glare coming from Byakuya, Shunsui took his leave. As the clan head watched the man leave, Byakuya released a sigh and looked down to his hand. In some form, Zangetsu's actions are justified in some twisted way. He knows the hollow had him pay for what he did towards the girl by cutting his arm. If he wished to, Zangetsu could have killed him or any of the other captains easily. But he didn't. Captain Kairaku was looking down at the ground as he recalled the first victim that they used the Sokayaku on. An evil that tore its own heart. Was that supposed to be figurative? And what about that last word? Completo. A frown came to his face. He felt like this was something that he already had to know. Karakura Hospital. Removing his glasses, Ryukin pinches the bridge of his nose. How is it possible for the Kurosaki family to get in this much crap? Ichigo is a hollow who has been in the care of another hollow, and not so long ago they ended up making enemies with the Godii 13 and a hollow king. Honestly, this is none of his concern. So why is it that you came here, Kurosaki? Because if you wish for me to get involved in this, then you're deeply mistaken. Nah, I don't need your help. All I wanted to ask you was about what abilities do Quincy have? Releasing a sigh, Ryukin answered Ishin so that the man would leave faster. You should already know this because you married a Quincy, but, some of our abilities are too absorbed spiritual energy from the atmosphere, and combines it with our own spiritual energy to form weapons, mostly bows, and arrows. Pure-blooded Quincy are born with blood. But some, like Masaki, are born with exceptionally powerful blood, or better known as blood vene. This doesn't mean that Ichigo could have inherited it. That boy is not normal. Wait, that's all. I thought you Quincy had more up your sleeves. Ishin asks. Only getting a nod back, the Shinigami stood up, said a small thank you and started walking towards the door when Ryukin's voice reached his ears. Are you planning to get involved with your son's affair? Not even turning around, the Kurosaki patriarch answers, no. If I get involved, then I will put the girls in danger. Yuzu and Karen aren't ready to know the truth. Turning around to look at his friend, he says. Besides, my Shinigami's powers haven't completely come back to me. What use could I be to Ichigo? Sending him a nod, the white-haired man looks back down at the hospital reports when Ishin asks him a question. If any of the girls show signs of having Quincy's powers, could you teach them? He releases a sigh upon seeing the scowl on Ryukin's face. I know that you left all the Quincy stuff behind, but you're the only Quincy left that I know who can teach them. Now it was Ryukin's turn to let out a sigh. If only his father was still alive, then he would tell Ishin to ask him instead. I will teach them the basics only. They will need to learn everything else by themselves. A quick thank you and Ishin left. As the Shinigami left, Ryukin felt like he should have told him about what he found in his wife's body. 4 months later, Urahara's basement. 0. A pure look of happiness formed on Ichigo's face once he finally was able to shoot 4 continuous zeros. It took him weeks for him to figure out what he was doing wrong between his zero and zero grave dad. Turns out that Sale was right. He was putting too much Ryatsu on his zero. Once he learned the line between his 2 different variations, the redhead started practicing. During the beginning of his solo training, Stark was training with Yoruchi and the Visors. There were some accidents with a couple of zeros going off. Good work, kid. I think you might be ready to learn Kappa Zero now, Zangetsu said as he watched through Ichigo's yellow eyes on how the zero was able to destroy the mountain. Nay, you once said that I couldn't learn Kappa Zero before I learned how to shoot a zero. Why? The boy asked. Zangetsu sends Ichigo a nod. So you remember that, huh? That's right, I needed for you to learn at least how to make a zero before I could teach you Kappa Zero because I needed you to at least gain some kind of Ryatsu control. Are they both not the same thing? Kappa Zero is something different, Ichigo. Zero is an attack, it causes damage, however, Kappa Zero is the complete opposite. It's meant as protection. Zangetsu mimics Sale's voice when he tries to explain anything. Kappa Zero has exactly 3 different forms. Kappa, Exoesqueleto, and Devourer. Don't I actually wear the Kappa Zero? Ichigo asks, he guesses that's why his skin was white before. That's right. The very first one is the basic form. A cloak that surrounds you, but even then, Kappa has 2 different abilities. The first would be the common one, a radius of having anything around you in a 30-foot radius to disappear. Making it harder for anyone to sense you unless they get inside your radius. The second one is more different. You can decrease your radius, only you would disappear, but that's not where it stops. Any of your attacks from a zero to a bala can completely disappear, too. I'm not saying that you can't see the attacks, but you can't sense those attacks at all. Exoesqueleto works differently now, and it's a very basic ability, so I'm going to keep it simple. The only thing that it does is enhance your Hierro to a point that your body can handle most attacks. If an attack is too strong, then it will pierce through it. You could also focus your Ryatsu to where you think you'll get attacked at, increasing that zone's strength, but that will also leave you open for many attacks that come in different directions. And the final one is Devourer. As it's in the name, this ability allows you to devour any Erasure base attacks, but just like Exoesqueleto, it has its limits. Ichigo blinks a few times with just how much Zero could do. And I get all that by just wearing it. Feeling how Zangetsu sends him a nod, the redhead lets a grin reach his face. All right. Let's get started then. Ichigo said as he pumped his arms up into the air. Are you talking to your imaginary friend again, Ichigo? Hearing that emotionless voice, the redhead turns around to see a young man with fairly short, messy black hair, pale white skin, a black upper lip, and green eyes with small slit-shaped pupils, similar to a cat's. Part of his bangs fall between his eyes and has distinctively thick eyebrows. He has teal lines which descend from the lower part of his eyes. Okuyura's attire comprises a white jacket, black sash, and a white hakama. However, his jacket has longer coattails than both Stark and Sail, and the collar is higher. A hole in his sternum and the rest of his hollow mask lies on the top left side of his head, forming a broken horned helmet. Come on now, Okuyura-Nizan, I already told you about Zangetsu before. Ichigo whines to the once bat hollow. Tilting his head to the side, the green-eyed man says, Why are you still calling me brother, for? The boy sends the barely transformed Arrancar a shrug. He honestly doesn't know why he still bothers to call him that. He only called him a brother all those months ago to annoy Lily, and he kept calling him Nisan every time Lily walks by them. But now that habit seems to have gotten stuck to him. Does it annoy you? Is it supposed to annoy me? Okuyura replies. Ichigo releases a sigh before answering the clueless man. I guess not. He watched Okuyura walk towards Lily before sitting on the ground with her, who was taking a break from practicing her Zero. Okuyura is an interesting person. The once Vasto Lord lacks a bit of. What word am I looking for? Has sucky people skills, can be awkward as fuck sometimes and looks emo. Yeah. That. Zangetsu was pretty much spot on, but that still doesn't change the way Ichigo sees Okuyura. Flashback, 2 months ago. Come on Nisan. Sail and Getabashi finally finished the chamber for your transformation. Ichigo pulls the Vasto Lord towards Urahara's lab. Okuyura completely let Ichigo guide him. Feeling how someone was glaring at his back, the boy let a playful smirk reach his lips. It'll be so much fun when you become an Arrancar, Nii-san. I bet you can teach me lots of cool things. Sensing how the glare seems to intensify, Ichigo turns around and gives Lily, who has been following behind him, an innocent look. Ah, didn't know you were there, Fia. Where's your Nisan? Mashiro-Nizan said that she would come tomorrow. The pink-eyed girl replies as she sends Ichigo a glare. As if she's hoping the boy would catch on fire. Reaching the lab, Ichigo spotted Sail, Urahara, Stark, and Yoruchi. Both scientists were giving a last-minute inspection to the chamber while the other two were there to put down the hollow if it turned out to be a threat, not like Ichigo knew that. Nay, Sail, I got Nisan. Good job Ichigo-kun. Now if only you could get your friend to come inside the chamber so that we can get started. The Arrancar scientist said as he opened the door to the glass cube. Nodding, Ichigo brought the hollow inside the chamber and was about to walk out when he felt Okuyura's hand on his right shoulder. Turning around to look at the hollow, the redhead was able to spot a bit of worry in the hollow's green eyes. Okuyura doesn't understand what's going on. Are they sending him back to Hueco Mundo? Why did the boy bring him inside this weird glass cube? Is the pink-haired man going to turn him into those food pills? Did he do something wrong? Wow, is okay Nisan, nothing bad will happen to you, Ichigo reassured him. Seeing how the grip on his shoulder loosened up a bit, the boy pulled himself away but before leaving he turned around and gave Okuyura a smile. Trust me, Kei. Ichigo may not know it, but Okuyura will always trust him, but he wants to tell the boy. The redhead has been doing everything he can to help him with his social skills. Being a hollow born in a world to eat or become eaten, having social skills doesn't help anyone survive. But with the little help that Ichigo has shown him, he now at least has some ways to communicate with Ichigo and everyone else, even the Vizards who got close to asking him questions, most coming from Mashiro. Sure, all he does is wave and write some simple words on the dirt, but it is still a way for him to communicate with them. And it has helped him with filling up that empty void that he feels in his chest. But Ulquiorra wants to tell Ichigo with his own voice that he'll always trust him. I trust you. Why can't Ichigo hear him? Why was it that he was born with a mask with no mouth? Without thinking about it, Ulquiorra grabbed his mask from the top left horn. Ichigo watches with shock as the Bat Hollow tries to rip off his mask. Oi! What are you doing? He started freaking out when he was able to see green Ryatsu pouring out from the crack on Ulquiorra's mask. Turning around to ask someone to stop the hollow, his words got caught in his throat when he and everyone else sensed Ulquiorra's Ryatsu skyrocketed before a shower of his own green Ryatsu engulfed the Vastolord. Kisuke was watching the whole event with interest. He believes that the Bat Hollow was going through his last step of evolution. The Vastolord was becoming an Arrancar. As things finally settle, he notices how the Hollow's transformation didn't damage the chamber. That was not right. He could also feel that lack of power coming from the Hollow. As a Vastolord that naturally reaches the end of his evolution, shouldn't the Hollow feel any more powerful? He could sense how it was far weaker than Stark, no surprise there, but the Hollow's Ryuryoku felt around the same level as Sail, a high-level Ajuchas. It only took a moment for Urahara to know why. I used the Hogyoku on both Sail and Stark-san, giving them far greater power than they would have naturally had. So if used on the Hollow then he would be stronger than Sail and perhaps just a few steps behind Stark-san. Removing his arm from his face, Ichigo saw a white-skinned man with messy black hair and green eyes that was only a few feet away from him, the glass wall keeping them separated. The boy watches as the barely transformed Arrancar opens his mouth before speaking his first words. I trust you. End of flashback. Two things happen after that event. The first was that Ulquiorra had to still go through his power-up by the Hogyoku, strengthening him more than Sail and weaker than Stark. The second thing would be that now Ichigo was able to help the green-eyed man with his social skills even more. Ulquiorra had a weird habit of speaking his thoughts at first, but after some time Ichigo was able to help him with that little problem of his. Urahara has also been nice and has given Ulquiorra books that have helped the Hollow. While he finally got better at greeting people, in a very dull and neutral tone, the black-haired Hollow seems to have trouble expressing himself. Making him seem like some emotionless man. Emotionless man? I'm sure you could have just said emo instead. Okay, let's just forget about your Nissan and let's go back to see Zero. Right. Ichigo waited for Zangetsu's instructions. I want you to listen closely, Ichigo. While I already told you the difference between your Zero and Zero, here's where using them becomes different too. When you use Zero, you're spreading your Ryatsu around your body and then you're pushing it outside your body to form a Zero. Zangetsu's voice took on a hard tone. Zero only follows the first step. You spread Ryatsu around your body, but you don't push it out. You instead pull it to your skin. That's all. It doesn't sound so hard. Ichigo said as he started spreading his Ryatsu. Zangetsu sends the boy a glare. Do you know why your Zero used to blow up in front of your face? Is because you were focusing too much of your Ryatsu on them. You came out from those situations with minor injuries. But that's because I told you that the Zero would blow up. Seeing how Ichigo, while still listening to him, was still trying to use Zero Kappa, Zangetsu raises his voice. What do you think will happen when a Kappa Zero fails in a blank zone? That finally made the boy stop before he answered back to the now angry man. It will blow up right on me. Exactly. While they work differently, they're still both a Zero. I want you to first try to form a Zero Kappa on your hand. I can just form them on my limbs. No shit. Releasing a quick breath, Ichigo looks down to his right hand. Okay, then what do I do? All right. Listen closely. The reason I wanted for you to learn Zero is for you to gain some experience in controlling your Ryatsu. Because trust me, you'll need some very top-notch control for things to go right. What's the control for? Simple. You release too much Ryatsu, and with the Sonido and Zero training you have been doing, things should be a little easier for you now. So listen closely, Ichigo. Kappa Zero only needs a small amount of your Ryatsu. If you add too much, then it will go boom. How much should I add then? You now know the line between your Zero and Zero Grave Dad. And that's good since it is right between a regular Zero and your C, Grave Dad. Zangetsu watches quietly as Ichigo does the first 2 steps right. He spread his Ryatsu around his hand, and he's not pushing it out but pulling it instead. However, as he expected, telling Ichigo about what would happen if he messes up has been affecting his control. But that's okay, that's why he told him. With the warning still fresh, Ichigo was being extra careful as he did the first 2 steps right, but now came the part in which if he messes up, he may lose his hand. Or worse. The boy watches as the Ryatsu around his hand takes on a familiar white coloration. Thinking he had the steps done, he released more of his Ryatsu, believing how he could speed up the process. That was a mistake. Boom. Ichigo. Ichigo didn't get any kind of warning from Zangetsu. Nothing at all. The boy was lying on the ground, looking up at the fake sky. The sound of the blast still ringing in his ear. He watched as Lily came to his view and her mouth was moving. But no words came out with a worried expression on her face. Even Okuiora was showing a worried look. Looking to his right and spotting Stark with Yoruchi, the boy wonders when they got here. Feeling a sting on his right hand, he turned around to see what was the problem with his hand, but he found nothing wrong because he no longer had a hand. Actually, from his hand to his lower elbow was nothing. Just a stump. It took only a couple of seconds for his brain to process what just happened, and when it did, the boy released an agonizing scream. Aw! Lily watches as her friend was holding his stump of an arm while screaming in a way she has never heard him before, and all she was doing was watch him roll around in pain. What is she supposed to do? How is she supposed to help him? She has never been in a situation like this before. Before she could say anything, Yoruchi's voice broke through Ichigo's screams. Why are you idiots just standing around? She looked toward Stark. Remove your jacket and wrap it around Ichigo's arm. Put pressure on it too. As the brunette does what he's been told, she looks at Okuiora. Go fetch Kisuke. No need, I'm here. The shaggy blonde said as he appeared with Sail. What happened? Sail asks. Ichigo was practicing something that Zangetsu told him. Okuiora answered. Ichigo, calm down. Zangetsu yelled, screaming loud enough for Ichigo to hear him. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The boy replies, surprised that he hasn't passed out from shock by the pain. Yes, it hurts. But you need to calm down. BBB, but my arm is half gone. Changing his tone, Zangetsu started speaking smoothly towards the redhead. It's okay, Ichigo. Haven't you noticed? The pain is all gone. Hearing that last statement, Ichigo started relaxing before realizing that Zangetsu's words were right. He no longer felt the pain. Looking at the jacket wrap arm, the redhead removes the clothing and watches as his arm regrew from the bone all the way to his skin. Ignoring everyone's voices, Ichigo grabbed his regrown right arm before bringing it towards his chest and started crying. Not saying anything at first, Zangetsu waits for the boy to calm down a little, and when he does, the man releases a sigh. That's enough of crying around. Let's get back to it again now. No. The man scowled at the boy. Don't be such a bitch now, Ichigo. Zangetsu ignores the way Ichigo cringes from the rude insult. Did you forget what will happen once y'all return to Hueco Mundo? Stark will face Barrigan. Win or lose, we both know that Barrigan will have hundreds of hollows after y'all and eventually you'll get caught in a mess you don't want to be in. So let's get back to training. Please. No. Scarred from the accident, Zangetsu used the worried expression on Lily's face to his advantage. Ichigo, I want you to look at Lily and tell me what you see. Doing what the man said, Ichigo looked at everyone before ending at Lily. While it hurt to see everyone worry about him, the look on Lily's face sends a sharp pain through his chest, like a real physical pain. He could see tears on her cheeks. She looks scared and worried. She doesn't want me to do that again. That's right. And all because your arm blew up. Zangetsu made it sound like no big deal. Could you imagine the look on her face if she saw you die? Taken back by the man's question, Ichigo yells. What are you trying to say, Zangetsu? Ignoring his question, Zangetsu started checking his nails before asking the boy another question. What do you think would hurt more? If you saw Lily die, or if Lily saw you die? I mean it will hurt you if you saw Sale, Okiura, and Stark die. But Lily, oh boy, Lily is a different thing, huh? It would devastate you to see her die. But I bet you want that, right? No. Sorry, can't hear you. Can you repeat that again? No. No, you say. Zangetsu let out a huff. Don't lie to me, Ichigo. If you don't want to see Lily die, then you would man up and keep practicing Zero. Did you really think that this would be easy? You're not some Gary Stu that will be perfect at everything. Practice makes perfect. Even if the practice will make you bleed, scream and sweat. So stop crying. Lily watches as Ichigo stopped crying and started wiping his teary face with Stark's blood-covered jacket before raising his right hand again. And much to her horror, she watches as Ichigo started spreading his Ryatsu all over again. Before she could say anything to her friend, the Limonette felt as if someone put a hand on her shoulder before they sonido away from Ichigo, who became engulfed in smoke again. As she reappears a few feet away from Ichigo, she was able to hear his screams again. Turning around to see who it was that took her away from the redhead, Lily was more than surprised to see that it was Stark. No longer hearing Ichigo's screams, she turned around to see how the boy, while still having streams of tears running through his face, was biting down on his lips to stop himself from screaming. She watches as his arm grows back again thanks to his instant regeneration, and once again the boy starts the process all over again. Spread his Ryatsu, have his arm blow up, scream, wait for his arm to regrow, and repeat. Stark would have stopped the boy a long time ago, but Yoruchi has already given him this talk before. Ichigo, like everyone else, is training to not just protect one another but themselves. Though it looks like self-torture, he knew better that this was Ichigo's way of training. He closed his eyes and looked away as Ichigo blew his arm for the 7th time already. Getting sick and tired of watching her friend keep abusing himself, Lily ran over to Ichigo and grabbed the boy's right hand with her own before he would try to use Zero again. Stop. Please. She stood in front of him and made eye contact, but as she looked into his eyes, Lily noticed the way they seemed to be unfocused. Ichigo was pretty much running on a high adrenaline rush, but it's not like the redhead knew that. The only thing on his mind was that he needed to get Zero down already. Before he would cover his right hand again. A deep part of Ichigo told him that wasn't such a good idea. Forgetting about his right hand and remembering how Zangetsu has mentioned that he could use Zero on his limbs, the redhead focuses his Ryatsu on his left again. Waiting for a full minute and seeing that Ichigo would no longer continue his self-harming, the Limonette released a sigh, and before she knew it, the boy raised his left hand instead and repeated the process. Everyone, even Okiura, watches with shock as the blast engulfed both children. Unlike the other times, the lack of Ichigo's scream was new, and as the smoke cleared out, they saw the way Lily's clothes got torn and dirty from the blast, but that was all the damage that was on her. As the smoke clears out more, Lily and everyone else notices the white coloration on Ichigo's left forearm. The technique was far from perfect, so he still lost his hand. The pink-eyed girl waited for Ichigo's left hand to regrow before she got a hold of it too. That's enough. Please, Ichigo. Stop. She plead and watch her friend stand there emotionless before she notices the way, while still holding his hand, the redhead was seconds from trying zero again before he stopped and passed out. Adrenaline rush long gone. I'll protect you. Lily, was the last thing the boy said before falling unconscious into Lily's waiting arms. You did well, Ichigo. Releasing a breath that she didn't know she was holding, Lily tightened her arms around Ichigo. Watching everything from a distance, Stark turned towards both scientists. I want that chamber done already. Clearing his throat, Sale looks towards the brunette. It's actually done already, Stark-san. We have just been working on the children's jigai, we need a bit more time, Bifo. Forget about that and just have the chamber ready by tomorrow. With nothing more, not like he needed to say more, Stark left the area. As the next day came by, it surprised Ichigo when he woke up down on the training grounds instead of the room that he shares with Lily. Grabbing his head while releasing a small groan, the redhead said, "Why am I down here? We couldn't put you back inside your jigai. So we left you down here." Hearing Stark's voice, Ichigo turns towards the brunette. You left me down here alone. The man pointing his hand towards the green-eyed hollow who was sitting on top of a hill. Ulquiorra has been watching over you. Before the boy could ask anything, Stark sends him a glare that stops him. What the hell were you doing yesterday, Ichigo? Feeling as if his parents were scowling him, Ichigo looked down at the ground before answering. Zangetsu was teaching me how to use Kappa Zero. He told me how to use it, and he also told me how risky it can be. Risky? Ichigo, it was more than just risky. You were basically blowing up your arm yesterday. Lily was worried sick about you. Seeing Ichigo flinched from the way he raised his voice towards him, Stark released a sigh. I don't want you to train for your Kappa Zero anymore. In fact, I don't want you to train until you're old enough to fight. You're still just a child. Stark doesn't understand why he's against it now. He was fine with having Ichigo become a true Arrancar, but that was just it. The boy would just be a true Arrancar, there is no need for him to train just yet to protect himself or anyone. That's what he was training for, so that he could protect him and Lily. Seeing the shocked look on Ichigo's face, Stark turns around while heading towards the lab and addressing the boy. Come now, Sale and Urahara have the cha. You can't do that to me. Stopping on his tracks from the surprise that Ichigo would raise his voice towards him, Stark turns around to see the glare he was sending him. You just can't tell me to stop training just because of yesterday. What else am I going to do? Just watch Ulquiorra, Sale, and you protect me and Lily. Watch maybe one of you die because I didn't know how to defend myself. You guys won't always be there for us. That's why I'm training. So that I can help you guys. So that I can protect Lily. Breathing heavily from his ranting, the boy calms down a bit before speaking back to Stark. Please don't take this away from me. I need to train. I don't want everyone to always protect me. I'm supposed to be the protector. Damn it, Ichigo. Running a hand through his hair, he looks back to the redhead. Fine. Train, but I don't want you to ever try to train for Kappa Zero again. Got it? When the boy nodded, he waved Ichigo over. Come on now. We need to head towards the lab. Your chamber is ready for you. As the group finally reached the lab, Ichigo spotted Lily sitting on top of Sale's desk. Remembering how Stark said Lily had worried about him from yesterday's event. The redhead walks over to his friend, but before he could even say anything, Lily turns around first. Lily. I'm S-. Are you okay? The lack of emotions on her face made Ichigo feel scared. I am good. Lily gave him the hardest punch that she could muster and sent the boy flying back without a warning. That's for making me feel so worried about you, Menso. Seeing the way the boy went flying, Stark gave himself a nod. Looks like a perfect punishment. Seeing Lily not done with the boy, Stark was ready to stop her when Urahara's voice reached his ears from behind him. Sure looks like everyone is in a lively mood. The shopkeeper said while coming inside his lab, with a jigai in his hand. Seo behind him, holding a jigai, too. Watching the way Ichigo's face was turning purple from Lily choking him, Urahara interrupted the duo. Now Lily-chan. Calm down. It's okay with feeling concerned now, what with the way your idiotic boyfriend was blowing his arm yesterday. As Lily let go of Ichigo and turned around to chew at him, he brought everyone's attention to the important matter that was about to happen. And now that I saved Ichigo's life. Should we now get started? He said while pointing at the glass cube. Getting back to his feet, Ichigo looks towards the chamber that will soon make him into a true Arrancar. Months of waiting and it was finally his and Lily's turn. Both of them would become Arrancar by using the same chamber. Seeing as they're kids, the chamber would be big enough for both of them. But it feels like there's something more that Urahara isn't telling him. Releasing a sigh, the redhead started walking towards the glass cube, ready to get this over with. As everyone gathered around, Yoruchi was out in town doing her usual patrol, so she was busy, and Mashiro came to see her little sister become a true Arrancar. I'll be here, waiting for you, Lily-chan. The bright lime-haired woman said. Lily just sends her sister a small wave before she goes back to relaxing. I hope this doesn't hurt, she told the boy. This won't hurt. Right? Asked back the boy. None of the children bothered asking any of the previous Arrancar if this would be painful or not. Thinking about having fun, the shaggy blonde spoke loud enough for both children to hear him. Don't worry now. This won't hurt a bit. It'll hurt a lot. Just like that, Urahara activated the Hogyoku and watched as light engulfed the children. Unaware of the events that were going inside Ichigo's mindscape. Not feeling any pain, the boy opens his eyes and sees that he's back to a very familiar beach. A beach where he met Yo. Turning around, Ichigo saw the bandage cover man. Zangetsu was resting his back on a buster sword that had its false edge in a pitch-black coloration while the true edge had a pure white one instead. The quillon of the sword was barely bigger than the blade and it had a blue coloration and adorned with crosses. An interesting design from the sword was that it had two grips instead of just one, and just like the blade, both grips came in different colors. The grip that seems to touch the black part of the sword was white with a blue sun on it, while the grip touching the white part of the blade was black with a red moon. It's been a while since you've been in here, huh, Ichigo? Zangetsu. What am I doing here? Where the hell did you get that sword at, and why aren't I turning into an Arrancar? The boy asks the questions in his head. Where to start with those questions? First should be why you're here. Well, that's simple. I brought you here. As for why, well, it has to do with the third question, the reason you haven't turned into a true Arrancar, and it's because I haven't allowed you to get your powers. Which is this bad boy right here. Zangetsu pointed at the buster sword, then crossed his arms. You know, I'm just gonna say it. I am proud of you, Ichigo. I wasn't expecting for you to keep practicing Kappa Zero even after having your arm blown up a few times. Having the man mention the events from yesterday, Ichigo reaches towards his right arm. Yeah, well. I wanted to know how to use it. To protect them. Bending down to Ichigo's height, Zangetsu teases the boy. Oh. Them or just her? Releasing a laugh towards the blushing boy, the yellow-eyed man calms down and turns around towards the blade. You know. I knew that by telling you about the consequences of a fail Zero would make you lose your concentration. But I did it to see if you would truly keep pushing yourself to learn it. Of course I would still keep doing it, even by knowing the consequences. Ichigo looks down at the ground before continuing. I really need to learn Kappa Zero. It would help us stay hidden from Baragon. And then we won't have hollows after us. You know. Something tells me that Stark won't kill Baragon. He'll just beat the hollow, and when that happens, Baragon will throw his entire army on you guys. And you, a child, won't be ready to do what will need to get done. You think I don't know that? That's why Urahara-san is turning us into real Arrancar. I know that I'm just a kid who soon will do a lot of fighting, but this is a step that I need to take if I wish to help Stark and everyone. Ichigo exclaimed. And what will you do then, Ichigo? Will you still try to learn Kappa Zero even after Stark told you not to? I am. And why? Because this will help me protect them. So I can become their protector. Zangetsu turns around to face the boy while pointing towards the blade. If you want to protect them, Kurosaki Ichigo, he said while pulling out the sword from the rock and pointed it towards Ichigo. Then accept your powers. The redhead was expecting for the man to hand over the giant buster blade. What he wasn't expecting, however, was how Zangetsu drove the blade through him instead before stopping midway. Ichigo, however, did not freak out. The boy felt the power that was surging through his body instead of pain. The boy looks down to the blade in his chest before Zangetsu's last comment finally becomes clear. Reaching one of the blade's grips, Ichigo started helping the man push the blade in. Zangetsu sends the boy a grin. Heh, how come you're not scared of having a blade through you? Ichigo returns the man's grin with one of his own. Why would I fear my power? Ha! Now that's the spirit, Ichigo. You know what? Just for that I'm going to give you a little gift. Before the boy could ask about it, Ichigo's eyes started getting blinded by a light and he watched as Zangetsu's hollow mask disappeared before he sent him a close-eyed smile. Never forget your reason for wanting power, Ichigo. With that done, Ichigo finally became an Arrancar. And hopefully, this will fix you up. I don't know how you became stuck between the two. Urahara frowns upon how long it has taken for the children to finish their transformation. It only took a couple of more minutes for everyone else to finish, so why are they taking longer? Before he could keep thinking about it, the shaggy blonde noticed how the Hogyoku started to forcefully push more power into the glass cube, as if the Hogyoku was trying to do something to Ichigo and Lily. Then it stopped and everyone took cover from the explosion. Everyone waited for the smoke to clear, but before clearing out, two different voices got heard. What the hell? That actually hurt a bit. A teen boy's voice said. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell us about this? Another voice added, sounding much like a teen girl. As the smoke finally cleared out, everyone was able to see, not two kids, but two teenagers instead. One was a fairly tall, lean-built young man with white skin and spiky orange hair. The other one was a young woman of average height, lean frame, fair skin, and wavy light green hair that reached her shoulders. It didn't take a genius to figure out who these two teens were, but there was something very, very different in both Ichigo and Lily now, and it wasn't the fact that they have aged. Turning to her left side, Lily spotted a boy she had never seen, and before she could question him, Lily recognized the white skin, orange hair, yellow and black eyes. Ichigo. Hearing such a mature and beautiful voice, Ichigo turns to his right to see a girl with lime-haired and a pink eye. Lily? Before Lily could say anything, she felt a weight on her chest. Looking down, she spotted two fairly big lumps with each having one light pink pebble. It took her only a second to realize what she was looking at. Ichigo. Look, she said while turning to her friend before giving her perky breasts a small squeeze. I have boobs. Ichigo was gaping towards his friend as she gave her breast another squeeze before closing his eyes and looking away, a small amount of blood pouring from his nose. What the hell, Lily? Looking at her friend like an idiot, it only took Lily another second before she realized what she just did. She flashed her friend. As she looks over at herself and finds out that she was naked, she looks around for anything to cover herself up. Why the hell am I naked? Idiot. Did you just realize that? Ichigo said as he turned towards his friend, an angry comical look on his face. As Lily turned to reply to the boy, both teens spotted one new major difference in them. Ichigo, you have a mask now, Lily, what happened to your mask? Hearing that weird statement from one another, Lily and Ichigo's hands went towards their faces. The Limonette ran a hand through her entire head and noticed the lack of the helmet-like part of her mask, but as her hand kept going through her face, Lily noticed that the only remaining part of her hollow mask was the small piece that covered her left eye. As Ichigo mirrors his friend's action, he notices the hard material that covers his nose, cheeks, and mouth. Ichigo's hollow mask resembles Zangetsu's mask, even though he couldn't see it, the mask had the same coloration, it was black. Before he could say anything about the mask, the teenage Arrancar spotted a blue object. Turning his head, Ichigo saw the two grips from the sword that went through him. But that was just it. There was no blade, no quillon, just the two grips. What the hell is this? What happened to my Zanpakuto? Before she could respond to her friend, Lily saw a quick gleam to her left and spotted a slender, white, sharply pointed sword. The sword had a sweeping hilt that looked complex and was black with light green rings extending forward from the crosspiece. Is this my Zanpakuto? Before any of the two could say anything more, Urahara stepped in. Well, congratulations to you two. You're both now real Arrancar. Jumping a little from joy, Mashiro ran towards her little sister before giving her a hug. Look at you, Lily-chan. You're so pretty. Ulquiorra slowly walks towards the now white-skinned Ichigo. Looking between Ichigo's skin and his own, he sends the redhead teen a nod. Brothers. X. Nay, how long has it been? A gentle woman's voice said. I don't fucking know. 500 or 600 years, lost count after 400. The harsh tone of a man replied. The woman turned around to see her roommate. She had short light blue straight hair, pale skin, and a Kavya figure. Her eyes were closed as she sent the man a smile. Come on now, don't be like that. I know that you're lying. Seeing the woman smile, the man sends her a glare. Damn it. Can you stop smiling for once? I have been looking at that ugly smile of yours for the last 958 years. The man had spiky silver hair, peach skin, and his eyes were a light orange color. Opening her eyes, which were a forest green color, she pointed an accusing finger at the silver-haired man. Aha! You did know. Releasing a sigh, the man looks back to the 900-year white void they have been living inside for over 900 years. Yeah, now what? What good does knowing give you? Hearing the gloomy tone that his voice has taken, she moves behind the man before hugging him. Don't be like that. Eventually one of us will get out. You have been saying that for the last 845 years. Moving her head to look at his orange eyes, she sends him a kind smile. And it's true, but I'm sure the one that will get out first will be you, Luna. Pushing back the woman, Luna sends her a glare. Can you stop calling me that already? I told you 1,000,000 times already. I don't have a name, and I don't need one. So stop calling me that. Luna. The green-eyed woman, whose name was also Luna, gave her companion a sad smile. Sorry, it is just sad that you don't have a name. And I don't need one. And you shouldn't have given me that same name as yours. Releasing a huff, the silver-haired man returns to looking at the white void. You know. She went back to giving the man a kind smile. One day, someone will give you a name. A name that you will like, a name that will fit you, a name that you will wear with pride. Thank you. Zangetsu. Lily's eyes shot open, and she started looking around the room that she shares with Ichigo in a haste. Seeing that she wasn't in a white void, she lay back in bed before bringing her hands up to her eyes. Both her and Ichigo were inside their new jigai that Urahara had made for their transformation. Looking around the room, the teenage Lily stops her sights on Ichigo. His new jigai, just like the last one, has alternative looks. The only thing it changed was his hair color. Urahara said it was fine for him to have his orange hair now, his eyes are still an amber color and his skin is still a peach shade. As she kept staring at his calm face, she stood up before walking towards the sleeping Ichigo, the young woman wearing just underwear and an oversized shirt that reached her thighs. Standing beside him, Lily sat on her knees before moving her face above Ichigo's. How did a boy like Ichigo become such a handsome young man? Hearing her own thoughts, she closes her eyes. Come on, don't think like that. He's your friend, damn it. Opening her eyes again, Lily froze as she saw Ichigo's sleepy eyes opening. Lily? The redhead rubs his eyes before looking back at her. What the hell are you doing? Can't sleep. Lily, if she could, would smack her forehead. And that's my problem because... With a red hue on her cheeks, Lily said. Because now I'm gonna try to sleep with you. What? What kind of logic is that? Jay, just shut up and move a bit, Menso. Lily moves in bed with Ichigo, back turned to his and a blush on her face. Good night. Only getting a grunt back, she turned around and hit Ichigo on top of his head. I said, good night. Damn it. Good night. As Ichigo lay there awake for a bit longer, he was able to sense 3 powerful Ryuryoku that appeared out of nowhere. One of them feels all too familiar. I'll always protect you, Lily. As a Senkaman opens above Karakura town, 3 captains step out. Looking around, Captain Kairaku gave out a low whistle. Man, the human world has sure changed a lot since the last time I have seen it. Looking to his left, he addresses Hitsugaya. I bet you're tired of this sight, right? To Shiro-kun. Shunsui releases a sigh when Captain Hitsugaya just disappears. The young captain has been on every tour in Karakura town for the past 8 months, he even asked Kenpachi if he could take his turn, even promised the man a spar. Looking towards his right, the 8th captain spoke to the most unexpected person to be here. And how come you came to the human world, Captain Kuratsuchi? The makeup-wearing captain didn't even turn to look at Shunsui before replying. Research. And just like that, he vanishes. Been alone now, Captain Kairaku released a sigh. Gonna be easier than I expected it to be. Looking around the town, he started tapping his chin. Now where could you possibly be hiding at, Hollow-san? Unknown location. Inside a large, ice-covered building surrounded by a vast city roughly the size of the Siriitii was one man sitting on a throne. He was a tall man with a long face, broad chin, and pronounced cheekbones. Has long black hair, which reaches to his lower back and thin eyebrows. He has well-kept mutton chops and a connected mustache. His attire comprises a white, double-breasted trench coat, which has a cross symbol on the middle, with large buttoned cuffs and lapels, white trousers, and trench boots. Over this, he wears a tattered, ankle-length maroon-black cloak, which has a red ribbon near the neck. The man was resting his cheek on his hand, eyes closed with a frown on his face. Is something the matter, Your Majesty? Said a tall young man with a thin build and long blonde hair, which descends past his shoulders and blonde eyelashes. Wearing a white uniform, comprising the order's signature hooded cloak, a calf-length trench coat, a green belt with a golden belt buckle, along with white trousers and shoes. Opening his reddish-brown eyes, the man looks towards the blonde. It seems I have lost the sight of one of my children, again. Is that a problem? Yawach-sama? Closing his eyes, Yawach sends a nod towards his Sternritter Grandmaster. A problem that will get between my plans, Jugram. Chapter 12, Too Soon. X. When was the last time that he felt this good when sleeping? The answer was never. There was just something about it right now that made Ichigo feel so safe and relaxed. As if his mother is comforting him. Maybe it had to do with the arm that seems to wrap around his bare chest and the light breathing that he feels on his neck. Seeing no reason for waking up soon, he releases a sigh and shuffles back, the arm around his chest tightening a bit. He was going back to falling unconscious when a couple of voices reached his ears. You know, it is usually the guys who are the big spoon when couples sleep together. Indeed. It looks like Ichigo-kun likes to feel like the little spoon. Why are you two calling him a spoon? Ichigo does not look like a spoon. Hearing that dull voice, the teen opened his eyes and spotted 3 people at his door. Yoruchi, Sale, and Ulquiorra. Ichigo was looking over at both men. They have settled a rule down to the hollows that have been living in the Urahara shop residence, and that rule is simple. You can't leave the underground base without being inside a Jijiya. They made that rule so that no one could forget that the moment they leave the basement, any spiritually aware beings would pick up their Ryatsu, in another word the Shinigami. Sale's Jigai was, like any other Jigai, a replica of the man. The pinknet was wearing black scholar glasses, a way too tight white jean pants, gray color espadrilles, a pink dress shirt with a few buttons off, and a white shirt underneath that. Looking at Ulquiorra, Ichigo noticed that Urahara made one difference on his Jigai. Ulquiorra's Jigai, while not pure white, was close to a snowy pale skin shade. The green-eyed hollow was wearing very interesting attire. Ulquiorra's clothes were mostly one color. He was wearing black derby shoes, black formal pants, a black formal vest with a white dress shirt underneath it, and even had a green bow tie. Who the hell taught them how to dress? Ichigo doesn't understand why Sale dressed himself in such a colorful outfit. While Ulquiorra seems to be dressed like some kind of bartender. Forgetting about the way they are dressed, the redhead sends them a glare. Can you 3 get out of my room? The workcat replies with a teasing smirk on her face. Rather go back to sleep with your girlfriend? Ichigo releases a groan before answering Yoruchi with an irritated tone. Damn it, don't you think it's too early for me to hear those stupid teasing? Besides, Lily is sleeping over. The amber-eyed teen stops once he remembers Lily's stupid dilemma last night. Because his friend couldn't sleep, she decided that the only option left for her was to sleep with him. He froze upon hearing a small groan behind him. Looking down at the very slender, feminine arm, he turns his head slowly and finds out it was actually Lily who has one of her arms wrapped around his chest. As he tried to get out from the very awkward position, the young man found out that sometime during last night their legs had intertwined. Hearing a small snap, Ichigo turns around to find Sale with a camera out taking a couple of pictures. What the hell are you doing? Ichigo whispers in a harsh tone. If Lily wakes up and sees how they ended up, she would kill him. Or worse, if Stark finds out about this little incident. Oh Kami. The colors of his skin washed away and was now pale white. Don't know when I'll have another opportunity like this, Ichigo-kun, so might as well take advantage of it. Sale kept taking more pictures. Besides, this is some good blackmail material. Let me have a couple of those pictures now. Yoruchi said. Ulquiorra just kept staring at the scene in front of him. He had read about this situation before from one of those books that Yoruchi had been so kind enough to lend him. Frowning towards the boy, he said, do you not think it's too soon for you and Lily to be sleeping in the same bed? Only married couples should sleep together. You two barely even turn into teenagers. Everyone stopped what they were doing, from Ichigo trying to get himself loose from Lily to Sale and Yoruchi taking more photos before both of them started laughing. Ichigo was gaping towards the pale Arrancar before closing his mouth. What are you talking about? Realizing that he just yelled, Ichigo shut his mouth again and turned around to Lily, who was still sleeping with all the noise everyone was making. Releasing a sigh, he turns back towards his brother and whispers to him. Where the hell did you read that? Answering his question, Okuiora pulled out a book from inside his vest. The book has a simple red cover with a title that read Bores. However, one thing that stuck out to Ichigo was the basic warning sign of the book being an erotic novel. It had only 18+ on the bottom right corner. Ichigo blushed thinking about Okuiora reading such a thing while knowing nothing of it, not like he knew what's written in it. Don't read that anymore. Seeing how the redhead teen might be in a cranky mood, Okuiora looks from Ichigo to Lily before sending the former a nod of understanding. I see. Are you in a bad mood because the sex wasn't good? That comment only made the duo laugh harder and made Ichigo turn redder. Before anyone could say anything, Lily, having enough of the laughter, sat up and sent everyone a glare. Can y'all just shut up already? Seeing that everyone got quiet, she gave herself a nod before resting back in the comfortable position that she was in. Resting her cheek on Ichigo's back, Lily let out a satisfying sigh before going back to sleep. On Ichigo's back, on his bed, with my arms wrapped around his bare chest. 1.2.3.4 Finally realizing what she was doing, she pushed the redhead off from the bed. Not knowing about the way they intertwined their legs, Lily fell right behind Ichigo, with the amber-eyed Arrancar falling on his back and Lily falling right on top of him. Damn it, Lily. Why the hell did you push me off my bed? Why yeah, well, seeing the way she couldn't blame Ichigo for the awkward position she woke up in since she was the one who slept with him, Lily did the only rational thing for her to do. She hit Ichigo on top of his head. Shut up, Menso. Seeing the position that both teens were at, Okuiora decided that it was around the time for him to leave. He has a clue to what Lily and Ichigo might try to do. Before leaving though, he decided to at least warn them first. If you two are planning on having morning sex, then please be considerate of using protection. You do not want to make Urahara-san change the name of the store to Urahara's Daycare. With that last comment, the bartender stylish Arrancar left. Before any of the teens could reply to Okuiora, they both heard a snap. Turning their heads, both Arrancar noticed the way Yoruchi was taking pictures. Satisfied with the blackmail material that she got, she sends the teens a smirk. If you two don't want a certain lazy guy to see these pictures, then come and catch me. With that last comment, the dark-skinned woman headed towards the underground training ground. Fearing for his life, Ichigo pushes Lily off. Wait. Yoruchi, please don't do this to me. Sending her friend a mocking glare as he chases after Yoruchi, Lily huffs before standing up and dusting away the dirt on her. Baribaka. She doesn't understand how Ichigo could get so easily baited. She means, it's not like Yoruchi would really show Stark. Releasing a sigh, she rubs her forehead before turning around and following behind Ichigo. Sale watches as both teens follow Yoruchi down to the basement in their sleeping garments. What a nice way to start a morning. With all the noise, Stark couldn't go back to sleep. With a quick yawn, the brunette looks at the clock on the wall and notices how early it is. It's not even 7 a.m. Seeing that he won't be able to go back to sleep with all the ruckus, the man decided that he should just wake up already and go back to practicing the second part of his training now. As he headed downstairs after a quick breakfast that only contained rice, he headed towards Urahara first. There were a couple of things he needed to ask the shaggy blonde. Walking towards Urahara's lab, he spotted Lily and Ichigo using Sonido to chase after Yoruchi in basically their underwear. Only releasing a sigh and ignoring them, Stark decided that it wasn't his problem right now. It's too early for him to be dealing with any of this. Finally reaching the lab, he spotted the shopkeeper doing work on his computer. Now what are you working on so early in the morning? Oh, nothing much, Stark-san. The shopkeeper replied, not even turning around towards Stark. Feeling the way he could still feel the brunette, Urahara turns around to see the serious look on his face. Something you want to say, Stark-san? Arrancar. You didn't make the term up, did you? Ever since he heard Jin call him an Arrancar on his last trip to Hueco Mundo, it has been making him think about it. How can someone else know what to call them? The only solution that he came up with was that they weren't the first Arrancar the Shinigami ever encountered before. He narrows his eyes towards Urahara. What aren't you telling me, Urahara? The shaggy blonde kept staring at Stark's eyes for a while before giving up. He'd rather not keep lying to the man. What do you want to know? Where did you get the term from? That's simple. Turning back to the computer, Urahara opens up a couple of files. There was already information about Arrancar. Stark walks closer towards Urahara, able to see what the information says about Arrancar. As he kept reading through the information, which really wasn't much, he turned towards the blonde, a frown on his face. Is that all? You already told me about all this. Looking back to the computer again, thinking maybe he missed something, Stark reread everything again. Arrancar are hollows who remove their mask, gain Shinigami-like powers, and seal their powers into an object. He looks back to Urahara. Where did you even get this information from, anyway? If you mean where I found these files at, then that's simple. Urahara turns to Stark. The previous 12th Division captain was the one who collected this information. Looking back to the files, he frowns at it. There seems to be a bit of information lost, however. What do you mean by that? This looks like simple information. I don't think there's much else, Stark asks while raising an eyebrow. Turning back to him, Urahara says, I think there's much more, Stark-san. As a captain myself, I never have seen or heard the word Arrancar throughout the Goti 13. You would think if someone had been alive for over 200 years someone would have spilled the word, but no. It was only when I became captain of the 12th Division and going through the previous captain's file, did I learn about Arrancar. But as you can see, he said while looking back to the computer. This is all I got. Why would the previous captain just leave something like this lying around? Stark said. I don't know. Where would you go to find information like this? Stark question. Taking a couple of minutes to figure out Stark's question, the shopkeeper looks back at the man. To the library. And Soul Society has a library for just that kind of information. How does this library have information about Arrancar? Have Soul Society had encounters with them before? Urahara just shook his head. I don't know the answers to those questions, but this is the closest guess that I can think of. He looks at Stark. It could be possible that someone had a close encounter with one before. Done with getting that out of the way, Stark addressed Urahara with another of his thoughts. So they aged. Understanding who he was talking about, the shaggy blonde nodded. They did. Why at the same time? Was that necessary? Not really, but I did it to see what the reaction would be. Urahara brought one of his fingers up. Remember what I told you about the way Ichigo connected with Lily? He connected their souls, but we didn't know in what way he could affect Lily. But now we know. He's connected to Lily the same way you connected yourself with her. A bewildered look ran across Stark's face. They're really connected with each other's souls? Wait. How come Lily never aged when we were one? With the amount of power I had, why didn't she age or gain strength? And that's what I was trying to figure out, Stark-san. Opening up the files that he was looking at before showing Stark the ones that he has about Arrancar, the shaggy blonde said, I was able to gather some data between the previous months with Ichigo and Lily's training and with the events from yesterday. Looking at the scales that he was seeing on the screen with a blank stare, Stark turns towards Urahara. I have no clue what I'm looking at. Releasing a sigh, Urahara explains. I came to a conclusion as to why Lily never aged with you. The cable that you used to have your soul connected with wasn't big enough for any power to go to her. You were basically keeping a one-way connection. Lily was just your tool, your way to keep your powers sealed. Lily would never achieve her own strength. However, now, with the way Ichigo connected with her, things are different, she can finally get stronger. Their cable at first was about the same size as yours, but that was before the transformation. After the transformation, the cable didn't just get bigger, it also turned into a two-way connection. Ichigo has some of his powers stored in Lily, and she has power stored in him. That's why they were both able to age. With the powerful increase in their Ryu-Ryoku, their bodies only did the most natural thing to do. So they wouldn't feel any sort of restraint with having a childlike body, they aged to a more perfect setting. Why would Lily store power into Ichigo? Stark asked, and the blonde only shook his head. Finally getting his questions answered, Stark started heading out before Urahara stopped him. Have you been able to do it? Understanding what the ex-captain was talking about, Stark released a sigh. No, I just don't understand the way I should be able to achieve my Shirkai. When Shinji upped his training all those months ago, the bob-cut blonde gave something to learn, and that's figuring out how he could activate his Shirkai. Well, it's not like the visor didn't give him any kind of hints. Throughout the months he has been training with the visors, Stark could safely say that he's on friendly terms with most of them, the only exception being Saragaki Hiyori. Stark could still remember the conversation that he had with Shinji. The visor had mentioned how the captains of Gotei 13 have two forms of a power-up. Shirkai, which would make a captain-class Shinigami twice as strong, and then there's Bankai, which would then make their power increase to 5 to 10 times stronger. For Stark to achieve his Shirkai, he needs to learn the name of his Zanpakuto, then he must be able to communicate and harmonize with his Zanpakuto effectively, which requires being able to speak to the spirit within his mindscape. A frown reaches his face. Something tells him that the method that he's using won't do any good. He's an Arrancar, not a Shinigami. But then something came to him. Looking at Urahara, he says, this Zangetsu, that Ichigo can hear. Is his Zanpakuto spirit, isn't? Most likely. Before Stark could ask any more questions, both men watched as Sale walked into the lab, muttering to himself before heading to his side of the lab. Watching the way his apprentice seems to write something very important, with the way he could see how fast the pen was running across the paper, Urahara says, so what did you learn today, Sale-kun? Not even realizing that Urahara and Stark were here, he says, how long have you two been here? We have been here for a while. Answer back Stark with a deadpan look. Coughing in his hand for getting so easily distracted from not taking in his surroundings, Sale says, well, I was following behind Ichigo-kun and Lily-chan for most of the morning, and the Hogyoku didn't just age them physically but mentally, too. That was interesting information for the shopkeeper. Oh. Let me see how you came up with that conclusion. Urahara moves in closer to see what Sale has written. Watching the way both scientists were getting lost in their own little world, Stark decided that he should just leave and get back to achieving Shirkai. Both teens' stamina impressed Yoruchi. They had been chasing after her for the last hour and a half. When they were only 13, both kids could only last 30 minutes of training before calling it quits, however now they seem to be able to keep going past the 30 minutes mark. Dodging Ichigo, the dark-skinned beauty sees the way he doesn't even seem tired, not a sign of sweat on him. Sensing someone behind her, she jumps up and watches as Lily crashes down with Ichigo on the floor. Unlike the redhead, Lily shows some signs of exhaustion. She was breathing heavily and had some sweat down her forehead, but still, she was chasing after her. Seeing how the teens were arguing again, Yoruchi decided that it was enough morning training for them. All right, you two lovebirds, that's enough. Seeing the way she gains their attention, she pulls out the camera from her pockets before throwing it to Ichigo. Here you go, you earned that with the way you could still keep up with me. Yoruchi took her leave, rather she saved her energy when it's Stark's turn to train. The brunette has gotten faster and faster with each passing section. In another few weeks, Stark would become faster than her. Slacking off for 100 years has made me sluggish. Sending a glare at the back of Yoruchi's head, Lily watches as the woman leaves before turning around and snatching the camera from Ichigo's hands before throwing it down on the floor, breaking it. Stupid waste of time. She released a breath before looking down at her shirt, now covered in dirt and sweat. And now I need a shower. Tell me about it. Ichigo commented. She turned to her friend before sending Ichigo an annoying look. You know she was probably messing around with you. Is not like she would have shown Stark. She said while heading back upstairs for a nice shower. Following his friend, Ichigo put his hands inside the pockets of his shorts that he was wearing to sleep. You never know that. You know the way Yoruchi-san can be. Lily sent her friend a sigh. You're too predictable, Baribaka. Shut up, midget. Hearing that stupid insult from Ichigo, the pink-eyed teen turns around with her cheeks puff out. Lily doesn't understand why Ichigo got such a huge growth boost. They used to be at an equal height before. Both used to be around 4 feet 8 inches, but now she has to look up to the redhead which stood around 5 feet 9 inches while she only seems to be around 5 feet 2 inches. Jerk. Lily's reply. As they were both heading upstairs, Ichigo was the first of the two to recognize a little dilemma. What are we going to wear now? Stopping at her tracks, Lily looks back at Ichigo. What are you talking about? We have clothes, remember? Idiot, do you think those clothes will fit us now? Finally, understanding what he meant, Lily released a groan. Great, so now we need to go buy clothes. Ichigo would have mentioned that maybe instead of buying clothes, they can do the same trick they did the first time coming here, but there's just a couple of problems with that. Ichigo's Kappa Zero is not in the first version. He can't cover anyone in a 30 feet radius and they can't just leave without being inside their gig ace, who don't have any clothes. Shinigami are still around and probably still looking for them. Spotting Stark, who was staring at his Zanpakuto, the redhead started walking towards him. Seeing the different direction her friend was going, Lily said. Where are you going? I'm gonna ask Stark if he can lend me some clothes. Once we're done showering then we can go over to the shopping district of Karakura town, Ichigo said before turning his head to Lily. You should ask Yoruchi-san if she has clothes for you. Why would I ask her? What other girl lives here? I can always ask Mashiro-Nizan for clothes. Sending Lily a deadpan look, Ichigo says. Are you really gonna wear the same suit as her? Lily blushed at the thought of wearing such a tight bodysuit. I guess I can ask Yoruchi for something to wear. Watching her leave, the redhead started walking towards Stark. Once he reached the man, Ichigo said. Hey, Stark. Morning, Ichigo. The brunette replied, not even looking back to the teen. Still trying to figure the whole Shirkai training. Ichigo was around when Shinji had explained the next part of Stark's training and he was excited about it. If he could learn Shirkai, then he would have the power to protect them. He just needs to wait for Stark to learn it first. Seeing how he's the one with a real sword and all he has are just grips. Come on Zangetsu, stop giving me the silent treatment. Tell me what happened to my sword. Ichigo doesn't understand why Zangetsu has stopped talking to him since the events of yesterday. Seeing how Stark was staring at him. Ichigo said, sorry, did you say something? I said, why are you only wearing your shorts? Choking a bit, Ichigo thought a quick lie. Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Do you think you can lend me some of your clothes right now? Lily and I are planning on going shopping. Ichigo won't tell Stark, Lily's, basically, older brother, the way they woke up. He doesn't want to die. Twice. Okay. So why were you chasing Yoruchi in your shorts then? Stark questions back. Now, what are you not telling me, Ichigo? With another quick lie, Ichigo says. What else am I supposed to wear for training? All the clothes I used to have no longer fit me and Urahara-san hasn't given me any clothes to wear outside the Jigai yet. Seeing how those were some solid reasons, Stark sends Ichigo a nod. Guess you can use some of my clothes. Glad that Stark believed his lies, Ichigo turns around and starts heading towards Stark's room before the brunette stops him in his tracks. Ichigo. Freezing, Ichigo slowly turns around. Did Stark see through one of his lies? Why yeah. After a minute of silence, Stark finally said something. Have you been able to figure out your Zanpakuto? Blinking a few times at the question that Ichigo wasn't expecting, a frown decorated his face. No. I have been trying to talk with Zangetsu, but he's been quiet lately. Sending Ichigo a nod and watching the teen leave, Stark looks back to his sword. He had hoped that Ichigo could ask Zangetsu, who's Ichigo's Zanpakuto spirit, a way for him to learn Shirkai. But now Ichigo has his own problems to solve. The only thing that came with his transformation was the hollow mask and the 2 grips. Even Lily came out from her transformation with a Zanpakuto. Now that Stark thought about it. Maybe he can take a visit to Isshin, maybe the man knows something that Urahara doesn't know. With that in mind, Stark put back his gun blade on his back, held by a black sash, and started heading towards his Jigai. Finally getting back to their room after a quick visit to Stark's room for some clothes, Ichigo opens the door and stops upon seeing his friend. Ichigo has already seen Lily naked before. The first time was when she had to move into her Jigai and then the events of yesterday, but he had always looked away. But now, however, there was just something so charming about her and he couldn't look away. Maybe it had to do with the way some drops of water run down her lime-haired, smooth stomach and between her breasts, seeing that she had the towel wrapped around her shoulders and was drying the right side of her hair instead of covering herself properly. Done drying herself, Lily released an irritating sigh with what Yoruchi gave her to wear. Opening her eyes, she froze when she saw her redhead friend staring at her naked. His facial expression was telling her that he was seeing the most beautiful thing ever. Or maybe it had to be with the way she was naked before him. Blushing from anger, she hit Ichigo with her hardest punch. Get the fuck out you perv. Ichigo didn't even bother dodging Lily's punch. He was trying to imprint this moment into his head. With Ichigo thrown all the way outside, Lily slams the door shut and locks it, sending him a glare through the door. What was it with the stupid way he was looking at her? Just forgetting about him, she turned towards the clothes that Yoruchi gave her. She kept staring at it a good minute before releasing another breath. Stupid cat. After a few minutes and done dressing up, Lily looks at herself from the mirror in their room. She was wearing a sunny yellow A-line dress that stops at her knees, black and white high tops, and to her great annoyances, white lilies decorated the bottom hem of the dress. She glares at the dress. The Limonette just knew that this was another one of Yoruchi's ways of pranking her. Forgetting about the work hat, Lily opened the door and looked to her right to see Ichigo waiting for her. You can go in now, Menso. She said while heading towards the kitchen, seen with the way she misses breakfast, her stomach was demanding food. Knock next time. Lily didn't need to look at Ichigo to know that he was blushing madly. Soon as she went into the kitchen, she started looking around for anything to eat. Seeing that all she found was rice, Lily filled herself a bowl before sitting down and started eating. After a few minutes passing by, Ichigo finally joins her. Taking a quick look at her friend, Lily found that Ichigo was wearing Stark's V-neck white shirt, black jeans pants, and his gray scarf, goggles no longer on his head. Swallowing her food, she questioned her friend. So we're only going shopping? She pushed her leftovers to Ichigo, which the redhead took and started eating. Pretty much, after that, I want to come and try to figure what the hell happened to my sword. Ichigo replied with a mouthful of food. Ignoring his poor table manners, the pink-eyed girl asked a bit about that tiny detail. What's wrong with it? Finishing the food in his mouth, Ichigo says, it's not perfect. I saw how it's supposed to look like, and it's not like it. I only got the grips. He releases a sigh. If only Zangetsu would tell me what happened. Is he not talking to you? Ichigo shook his head. Ever since my transformation, he has been real quiet. Done eating, the redhead stood up. Come on, I want to try coming back early. Standing up, Lily started heading back to their room first. Wait, I need to get our money. She was happy to know that working for Urahara wasn't such a waste of time. The shopkeeper was actually generous enough to pay them. Ichigo just waited for Lily by the door when he saw Stark heading out. "Where are you going?" "Just gonna take a walk around town." Stark lies as he passes by Ichigo, not going to tell the redhead that he's going to go visit his father. Hearing Lily coming back, he opened the door for her and both started heading towards the shopping district of Karakura town. Taking a peek at his friend, Ichigo gave her a compliment. "I like the dress, it makes you look pretty." After realizing what he said, Ichigo went back to looking forward, hiding his blushing cheeks from Lily. Also blushing from Ichigo's words. Lily looks down as she returns the compliment. Thank you, you look very handsome." Lily's words did nothing better for the teens' faces, they were both sporting a heavy red now. "He thinks I'm pretty. She thinks I'm handsome." While taking longer than last time, Stark was happy that he was able to find the Kurosaki clinic by himself. Spotting the closed sign on the clinic's door, he decided to knock on the house door instead. Knock knock. Waiting only a couple of seconds, the Arrancar heard a simple coming. Having the door open, Stark looks down to see a young girl with short light blonde hair and short bangs hanging over the right side of her forehead. She was also wearing a red hair clip on the left side of her head. Stark raises an eyebrow when he sees the young girl wearing an apron. The girl didn't even appear to be 10 years old, the girl looks like she was barely 8, a little too young to start cooking. How can I help you?" said the girl as she slightly closed the door. Before he could reply, he heard another voice, another feminine voice. "Who's at the door, Yuzu?" Hearing that name, Stark finally understood who he was looking at. "You're Ichigo's sister." He whispers to himself quietly, but not quiet enough. "Did you say Ichigo?" Yuzu asks with some tears gathering in her eyes. How can this man know who her brother was? She was sure that her parents didn't have any relatives. Cursing for the small slip-off, Stark said. "Ishin, you're Ishin's daughter, right?" "That's not what you said." Yuzu replied, before she could ask the stranger, her sister appeared. Her sister had dark gray eyes and black hair that was straight and cropped to hang around her face, just above her shoulders. Unlike Yuzu, who's wearing a dress, this girl was wearing shorts and a shirt with a soccer ball. Looking at the man and then at her sister, the raven-haired girl released a sigh. "You know you're not supposed to open the door to strangers." "Sorry, Karen-chan." Yuzu replied to her sister, her tears long forgotten. Looking at Karen, she said, "He knows about I." "Is Ishin here?" Stark interrupted. "I have something that I wish to speak to him about." "Are you one of Goatface's patients?" Karen asked. Right as he was about to reply, Ishin interrupted him this time. "Who's at the door, girls?" Ishin was taken back to see Stark. It has been months since he last saw the brunette. "Stark-san, it's been a while." Looking at the girls first before going back to Ishin, Stark says. "Think we can go somewhere private to talk about some business." Understanding what the Arrancar might want to talk about, Ishin said, "Come in, Stark-san." Ishin nods his head towards the door that connects to the clinic. "Just go through that door over there." Watching the Arrancar go inside his office, the Kurosaki patriarch turns towards his daughters. "Excuse me real quick. I know I promised that we would go shopping today, but I told Stark-san before to come to talk to me if he started showing new symptoms." He hates to lie to his daughters, but for Stark to come to him means that the Hollow either learned something new or needed information. Following Stark inside and making sure the door was closed, Ishin turned to the brunette. "So what happened since last time?" Before Stark could start, he looked at the door. "Don't you think they might eavesdrop?" Ishin released a sigh. He didn't want to raise his voice to them, but they were not ready to hear any of this. "Girls, please. This is a private matter." Hearing his footsteps faded away, the Shinigami looked towards Stark. Well, Here's some basic information. The scenario that Ichigo found himself in made it feel like the first time they came to Karakura town. Lily was dragging him by the hand everywhere and it was not like she couldn't help herself. 7 months have passed since the last time they had come to this part of town. Usually it was Yoruchi or Tessai that came here. While on their way here they saw a couple of Shinigami, but they had nothing to fear. Urahara's Jigai have been doing their jobs since they haven't gotten found yet, and it also helps that the Shinigami are searching for kids and not teens. Feeling a pull and seeing the way Lily was walking towards a candy shop, Ichigo decided that he should remind her of their reason for coming here. You do remember that the whole point coming here was to get clothes, right? Lily just waves off her hand. I know. It's just. Once we return to Hueco Mundo, we won't be able to see any of this again. She turns to Ichigo and smiles sadly. Ichigo almost forgot about that. He was getting used to having a normal life again. Well, as normal as he could have. Gently giving Lily's hand a squeeze, Ichigo sends her a smile. Come on now, we can always come here now and then. Seeing that her smile seems to brighten up a bit, Ichigo started dragging Lily to a random clothes shop. The sooner we finish getting clothes, the more time we have looking around. They finish in just an hour. Ichigo was actually glad Lily didn't turn out to be so girly that she would take hours for her to find something she likes to wear. As they left the shop, Ichigo, who was carrying their bags, was thinking of a place for them to go eat before he stops. She was ready to ask what was wrong when she was able to sense it. 3 Shinigamis Ryuryoku and they were coming their way. Freaking out a bit, Lily turned to her friend. Why are they coming our way? Are the Jigais not working now? Shoo, they're near, just pretend you don't see them. Ichigo told Lily as he was able to see 3 Shinigami coming into view. One was a strawberry blonde with a huge pair of breasts, a petite woman with black hair, and the last one was a man with long crimson hair and tribal tattoos. As the Shinigami were getting closer, both Arrancar heard their conversation. Kami, this is so boring. Why are we even doing this? Those hollows haven't appeared for months and we're still doubling our patrols. Wish Zangetsu would just appear already. Said the man covered in tattoos. The petite woman sends the man a glare. Don't say that, Renji. You weren't there when Zangetsu first appeared. Goosebumps started running down Rukia's skin as she remembered the hollow's Ryatsu. None of us have a chance against a monster like Zangetsu. If that's the case, then why are we even here? Renji replied. We're here for in case someone spots the hollows, then we're to report to the captains who are stationed here. Ranjaku spoke with an all too tired voice. Looking at one another with concern, Rukia says, is it true that Captain Hitsugaya has been on every tour? The strawberry blonde released a sigh. He has. I already asked him to take a break from trying to find Zangetsu. Every time we go back with no clues to where the hollows are hiding, he goes back to training. He's at the point where he's asking Captain Kenpachi for his turn around Karakura town, and the only way he allows it is by having Toshiro promise him a spar, which he accepts, and every time he comes back to the division, he's covered in bandages after a quick visit to the 4th division. Why do you come with him? Renji asked. Because he's my captain. Ranjaku said. Watching them leave and the conversation fading away, Lily turned to Ichigo. Zangetsu. How could they know his name? I don't know. Seeing that they won't be able to spend time around this side of Karakura town, Ichigo turns to Lily. Come on, we need to go back to Urahara's place. Hating to do so, Lily knew that they had cut their little day off short. Fine, let's go. Now, you two wouldn't be talking about Urahara Kisuke, right? Lily and Ichigo froze upon hearing another voice. They turned around to see a Shinigami captain. Shunsui was looking between both teens. He spotted both of them an hour ago. There was nothing unusual about them, but then that's when he noticed some very easy traits from Captain Hitsugaya's report about the humanoid hollows. While children know more, the girl still has her lime-haired and pink eyes, the boy, while not having white skin or hollow eyes, has orange hair. Sure, it was stupid to suspect anyone for just having those small little details, but Captain Kairaku was just testing his luck, and if they were normal humans, then they both wouldn't have heard him and by the looks of it, see him. Looking at Ichigo, the 8th captain sent him a smile. Well, quite the honor to meet you, Zangetsu-san. Both teens didn't know what to do, they weren't ready to take on a captain-class Shinigami. Ichigo started looking around and noticed that there weren't any more Shinigami. The only one in sight is the one in front of them. What the hell do we do? Ichigo started thinking. As long as they're inside the Jigai, then Shinigami shouldn't be able to sense them. So how did this captain find them? Before the redhead could say anything, Lily was the first one to speak. How did you find us? Looking at the girl with the smile still on his face, Shunsui said, I will be honest with you, little lady, but this was all but pure luck. Now, you two won't mind taking this somewhere private? Puzzled from Shuansui's comment, Ichigo looked around him and noticed the way people were staring at them with a weird look on their faces. It took a couple of seconds for Ichigo's brain to click. They're all looking at us like that because to them, Lily and I are talking to thin air. Grabbing Lily's hand, Ichigo started dragging her the opposite direction of Urahara's shop. It'll be stupid of him to bring the Shinigami back to where everyone's at. As they kept running down the streets, Ichigo tried recalling his memories around his old town. Where could they go for them to hide? And that's when he remembers. He can always open a Garganta. Looking back, the redhead was able to see the Shinigami still following them. Why hasn't he called the rest of them? Spotting an alley, Ichigo took a quick turn around the corner and was ready to use a Sonido to get rid of the Shinigami. But just as he made the turn, Captain Kairaku was already there. Come on now Zangetsu-san, I mean no harm, I just want to chat. Seeing the way both teams were ready to make another run for it, Shunsui uses a quick Shuanpa to appear in front of them. Can't you spare a minute of your time, Zangetsu-san? Tired of hearing the Shinigami keep calling Ichigo by that name, Lily glared at the man. His name is not Zangetsu. Then what is it? Shunsui asked, actually curious to know what the hollow's name is. Before any of the teens could respond, another person made themselves known. Don't worry about it. Lily has never heard that voice before, and as she looked behind the Shinigami captain, the Limonette was sure she had never seen the man behind him either, but that doesn't mean that Ichigo or Shunsui have never heard it before. It was around 30 years since the 8th captain had heard that voice, and as he turned around to see the owner, he was a little surprised to see the man alive. As for Ichigo, it was only around 4 years ago since he heard the voice of his own father. Looking behind Shunsui and seeing not just his dad, but Yuzu and Karen again made Ichigo's throat tighten. But it still didn't stop him from saying one word. D-Dad? Flashback, 30 minutes ago. Ishin just kept thinking about everything that Stark had told him while walking towards the shopping district with his daughters. Arrancar. A hollow with Shinigami powers. How the hell has he never heard that word before? How was it possible for Urahara to have such information? Then there was the subject of how to get Shirkai. He was a little shocked at the idea, while being half Shinigami, that Stark could achieve something like Shirkai. As they both chatted for a bit and made some theories of how he could achieve it, they both made it to a simple conclusion. The Shinigami method won't work for an Arrancar. Ishin follows the girls inside one of the many shops before thinking about the next topic with a sad smile. Ichigo has found himself a big brother. To think that his boy could see a hollow as a brother figure was laughable, in a good way. Then there was the sad thought that Ichigo is training to fight now. He knew that his son was no longer a child, a normal child, but he never wanted for his boy to fight. The Shinigami released a sigh. That was a lie. Ishin knew that eventually he had to tell Ichigo about his heritage, which would then lead his son to train for his powers. Looking at his daughters, the Kurosaki patriarch released another sigh. The girls are showing early signs of spiritual awareness now. He has seen the way Karen seems to stare at nothing, but as he looks towards the same direction as her, Ishin could see the spirits that she's looking at. Yuzu at least came straight forward with him. She has told him before that she could feel things around her. Ishin understood why they're showing early signs of finally being spiritually aware. His Ryatsu, while not at captain class in the moment, was still strong enough for it to affect his daughters. With Masaki dead and his powers no longer having something to connect with, it was only reasonable for them to return to him. A sweet smile came to his face. Looks like Ichigo was a lot more like him. To think that his boy saved Lily by connecting their souls. Ishin laughs at the irony. Like father, like son. Watching Yuzu drag Karen to one of the changing rooms, Ishin started looking around the store for Ichigo. Stark had told him how the Hogyoku had changed Ichigo. His son was no longer a boy now, he was a young adult. Not spotting any teenage redhead with a lime-haired teen, Ishin releases another tired sigh. So much for hoping. Done shopping, the Kurosaki family left the store and headed towards a quick restaurant to eat. How did you find us? Turning towards the voice, Ishin went motionless upon seeing a teenage redhead and his lime-haired companion. Looking at the redhead almost made him cry. It just has to be him. His parental instincts were telling him that the young man he was seeing was Ichigo. Looking at who the limonette was addressing, Ishin's heart seems to stop upon seeing Captain Kairaku. Watching Ichigo grab Lily and start running away from Shunsui while said man follows them, Ishin almost makes a run after them when he remembers about Karen and Yuzu. Turning around to look at them, Ishin spotted the heartbreaking look on Yuzu's face. The death of Ichigo and Masaki hit them all hard. But not as hard as Yuzu. While their deaths hurt, Ishin at least knew of the afterlife. He always had told himself that Ichigo and Masaki are living in soul society now, safe and sound from any hollows. So that was his way to cope with their deaths, but Yuzu didn't know that. Sure, Karen took it hard, but she was a lot stronger than Yuzu and while hiding it better than her sister, she kept the pain to herself. But Yuzu is a more fragile girl, and she doesn't know that there's more after death. The Kurosaki patriarch decided. It was time for him to stop hiding so much from them. Girls, follow me. End of flashback. Shunsui looks back at Zangetsu as he hears him. Dad. That was a shocker to him. Ishin is the father of Zangetsu. A hollow? Lily was looking at both Ishin and Ichigo. She could see some similarities between both of them. Turning to her friend, she whispers to him. That's your dad. The only response she got from him was a shaky nod. Looking at his son, Ishin sends him a nod. Go back to Urahara and take the girls with you. I'll handle the situation from here. Ichigo didn't move. He doesn't understand. How can his dad talk to him so casually? Why isn't he showing any expressions that he misses him? Looking at Karen, at least he could see some kind of expression on her face. He could see a bit of shock and confusion on her. Looking at Yuzu, Ichigo's heart broke. He could see tears leaving her eyes. With another shaky nod, Ichigo runs towards his father and stops in front of his sisters. Come on, we're going somewhere safe. Ni-chan, is that you? Yuzu spoke with a quiet voice. Sending Yuzu a sad smile, he nodded. Yeah. It's been a while, huh? Throwing herself at Ichigo, Yuzu started crying. Ichigo would have tried to comfort Yuzu, but with the current situation, it would be better off to take them to Urahara first. Turning to Lily, Ichigo says. Come on, we need to go. Getting a nod back from her, she moved close to Karen, who seems to still be in shock from the news, and both were ready to use a sonido when Ichigo remembered the situation his father was now in. His old man is going to fight a Shinigami captain. Wait. He can see him. A million thoughts ran through his head. How can you see him? Just go, I'll answer everything to you at Urahara's place. Ishin replied, not even turning around to look at Ichigo. With that said, the Kurosaki family disappeared with the static sounds of sonido. The alley was now dead silence, Yuzu's cries no longer echo. Both Shinigami stayed quiet for a full minute before Shunsui finally said something. "You're alive." Ishin raises one of his eyebrows. "What made you think I was dead?" Captain Kairaku replied with a smile. "Well, you never came back." The ex-captain shrugs. "What can I say? Found a girl that I fell in love with and stayed here. And had a happy family by the looks of things." Shunsui said before his smile dropped upon seeing Ishin's sad expression. "Not really, just today I got them all back." Losing the gloomy attitude, Ishin sends Shunsui a hard glare. "I won't allow anyone to break my family apart again, not even you." Ishin knew it was stupid for him to fight off someone powerful like Shunsui when he neither has a Zanpakuto nor enough power. Seeing the way Ishin took a fighting stance, Captain Kairaku raises his hands in front of his chest. "Wow, there now, I never came for a fight, Ishin-san. I honestly just came to talk to Zangetsu. And what business could you possibly have with my son? From what they told me, Godei 13 has put a mark on them." Ishin lost his stance and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "For starters, Yukatake and I just wish to have a peaceful meeting with them." "And how can I be sure about that?" Ishin replied. With his smile back on his face, the ponytail captain says, "Notice the way I didn't flare my Ryatsu when I found Zangetsu? If I did, I would have warned the other two captains that are stationed here." "Well damn, that's a good answer." Before Ishin could say anything more, he saw the way Shunsui turned around and was ready to leave. "You can't tell me that your only reason for coming here was to meet my son." Captain Kairaku turned his head and sent the Kurosaki patriarch a smile. "Trust me, it really was my only reason for coming here." Before leaving, Shunsui tried his luck. "Could you perhaps talk to them about wanting to have a peaceful meeting?" Not saying anything for a couple of seconds, Ishin says, "I'll talk with them." "Ishin-san, don't take this as a threat but as a warning. But tell your son to change his hair color, not a lot of redheads living here in Karakura town." With that last comment, Captain Kairaku left, leaving behind Ishin in the alley alone. The ex-captain just kept staring at nothing before turning around and started walking towards Urahara's shop, getting his thoughts together about what he should tell his children and his third daughter. A goofy expression came to his face. "Did you see our new daughter, Masaki? She's such a beautiful young lady." Not to waste any time, Ishin looks around before using a Shuinpa. Rather not wait for the reunion that he has wished for so long now. Urahara's shop. Urahara was at the front of the store with Stark, talking to the brunette about his visit with Ishin before a rushing Ichigo and Lily interrupted them. Turning around to see what was wrong, Urahara was more than a little shocked to see that both teens had brought with them two guests. Stark instantly recognizes the two girls. Karen and Yuzu. "What's going on, what happened?" Urahara asks, did something happen to Ishin that he would go find Ichigo and have him bring the girls here? Before anyone could say anything, Ishin finally appears. "A lot has happened, Urahara." Before he could say anything about his encounter with Shunsui and the odd request he asked for, Ishin turns to his son first. "How have you been, Ichigo?" Unknown location. Deep inside an isolated area by the woods that surround Karakura town was a young teen with straight, chin-length black hair framing both sides of his face, and is fair-skinned with blue eyes. Ishida Yuryu let out a slow breath before focusing on creating a Kojaku arc sparrow when he turned around and fired an arrow at the spot he was able to sense a powerful Ryatsu. The Quincy looked around him before talking out loud. "I know you're there. Come out now. The only reason you knew I was there was because I let you sense me." Turning towards the voice, Yuryu spotted a Shinigami captain with a face full of makeup. Yuryu sends a scowl at Captain Kuratsuchi. "What do you want, Shinigami?" "You." The 12th captain replies with a toothy smile. Chapter 13, Home. X. How have you been, Ichigo? Everyone's eyes focused on the redhead Arrancar, trying to see what his reaction would be. It has been over 4 years since Ichigo had seen his own father. Everyone was expecting for the teen to go run over to his dad and hug him, but Ichigo was just glued to his spot, lacking expression on his face but not in his eyes. There was an emotional battle going through Ichigo's amber eyes. He just doesn't understand what action to take right now. He should have felt overjoyed with being able to see his dad again and even have his old man recognize him after what had happened to him. So why is he feeling so conflicted? After thinking about it for a full minute, Ichigo finally said something. How was it that you could see a Shinigami? Now that he thought about it. His father got to Urahara's shop fast. Too fast. It wasn't a short trip for someone to reach Urahara's shop from all the way to the shopping districts in mere minutes. He and Lily took at least half an hour to reach the shopping district and they used the normal method, which is walking, but once they had to return to the shop after the incident with the Shinigami captain, they used Sonido to get back to Urahara's in mere minutes. Ichigo was positive that it was only a couple of minutes since he reached the shop and not even a full minute went by before his father walked through the store's door. How could his father reach the shop in just a minute? Making sure not to stutter, Ichigo narrows his eyes towards his father. How did you get here so fast? The mood around the room has taken a turn. The air seems to drop to freezing temperatures. Isshin wasn't expecting Ichigo to be asking such questions from the start and, from what he could see, the unemotional attitude towards him. The Kurosaki patriarch should feel hurt with the way his own son was staring at him, but he saw this coming. It was now his turn to decide which action he should take. Should he feel hurt with the cold eyes his own son was sending him? Or should he man up and get ready to receive his punishment for hiding so much from his own children? Crossing his arms in front of his chest, the ex-captain took a quick breath before letting it out and locking his eyes with his son's amber-color eyes. What do you think? Isshin didn't even look away as he was able to spot a bit of hurt in Ichigo's eyes. This wasn't the scene that everyone was expecting. The Kurosaki twins were hoping for a happy family reunion. Hell, even Lily was expecting something magical to happen, but now it looks like everyone was about a minute away to see an argument break out between father and son. Urahara looks at Sale and sends his apprentice a nod which he returns. Right after Stark had left the lab this morning, both scientists have been discussing the possible mental acceleration the Hogyoku may have done to both teens. So far, Sale's little theory has been right. If Ichigo still had his childlike mind, then the very first thing he would have done after seeing his dad again would have been a more childish response, which would be the redhead hugging Isshin and maybe even weep a bit. However, with the action he took first, it was safe to assume that Ichigo is thinking things through then taking any forms of action first, another true statement with the way Ichigo looks like he was seconds away from punching Isshin, but something was holding him back, perhaps the voice of conscience. Yuzu's little head was snapping between both Kurosaki men. Why was Ichigo looking at their father that way? The glare on his face was even making her feel scared of her own brother. Tugging his pants and gaining his attention, Yuzu looks up at Ichigo with tears in her eyes. Ni-chan. Seeing the frightened look on his own sister's face, Ichigo regains his composure before patting Yuzu's head and giving her a smile. It's okay, don't get scared. Watching as his sister calmed down a bit, he turned back to his father who still held the same look. I don't want to believe you're actually a Shinigami. So please. Just tell me that you're not. Even lie to me if you have to. Isshin didn't know how he should react to what he had just heard. Ichigo would rather hear a lie than the truth. Has his son not accepted the fact that maybe he was part Shinigami? Or could it be that Ichigo hates the Shinigami so much that he rather not believe he was the son of one? He was about to jump out of his jigai when he remembered all the Shinigami posted around Karakura town. If just one of them picked up his Ryatsu, then he would attract them here. Let's go down to Urahara's training ground first. Seeing as no one made a move to head towards the basement, Isshin sighed before taking the lead. Ulquiorra makes a quick swing to his left with his Zanpakuto and watches as Shinji steps back to dodge his standard-sized katana with a green handle and sheath. The guard has two curved extensions from its long sides with a line going through both sides, giving it an eye-like appearance. Shinji brought his blade up as he was readying himself to block Ulquiorra's upcoming attack. Seeing how the pale Arrancar let his blade hang loosely by his right side, Shinji took it as an opening and donned his hollow mask, which strongly resembles a pharaoh's mask, with a short, flowing hood hanging down the back of his neck. Eyes change as well to a more hollow-like appearance, just that instead of his irises becoming yellow, they take a gray coloration instead. Seeing the way Ulquiorra disappears from his spot by using a quick sonido, the bobcut blonde follows the hollow's lead and uses a quick shuanpa to meet Ulquiorra's blade with his own. "Come on now Ulquiorra-san, you gotta be a little faster than that." Bluff Shinji, Ulquiorra was actually just a little faster than him, but just a little though. Watching as Ulquiorra brought his hand up and was forming a green zero, Shinji leapt back before copying the hollow's action. With a red zero forming at his hand, the blonde Visored fires his zero and watches as it collides with Ulquiorra's, leaving the area filled with smoke. 4 minutes left. Shinji needs to bring this spar to an end already. They have been going at it for at least 10 minutes now. With his vision blocked by the smoke, his best course of actions are to either blow the smoke away, which would reveal him to the green-eyed Arrancar, or wait for the hollow to make a move, but the only problem with that option is the fact that Ulquiorra haven't taken advantage of his block vision. Forgetting about his eyesight, the ex-captain started focusing on finding Ulquiorra's Ryatsu. After a couple of seconds and not able to find him, Shinji released an annoyed groan. Ulquiorra's control over his Ryatsu was just too good. Some lessons with Yoruchi on how to hide his Ryatsu and the Arrancar became already expert at it. Hearing a sonido behind him, Shinji turns around and once again locks his blade with Ulquiorra, the clash of their swords clearing away the smoke. "You really had to go for the sneak attack, eh?" Shinji pointed his right index and middle fingers at Ulquiorra. Sigh. Watching the way Ulquiorra's arms locked behind his back, the visored swung his blade down at the immobilized Arrancar before Ulquiorra disappeared completely from his view. Blinking a few times from what he just saw, Shinji turns around and watches as Ulquiorra comes back to view a few feet back and with his arms now free. The visored was left more or less dumbstruck with Ulquiorra's quick thinking and calm demeanor in a tough situation. Ulquiorra easily figured out that while his arms were no longer of use because of the Kido spell, his legs were still mobile. Most Shinigami caught with Sai would easily forget how they could still use their legs and all because they'll focus on freeing their arms first. 3 minutes. Taking a fighting stance, Shinji prepares for Ulquiorra's upcoming assault, but the Arrancar moves back and keeps some distance between the two. Narrowing his eyes towards Ulquiorra's actions, Shinji closed the gap between the two with a quick shuanpa. Making sure not to give Ulquiorra any time to think, Shinji switched his strategy and started striking at the Arrancar with reckless attacks. Out of the 5 Arrancar that the Visords have trained, they all agreed that the most recent addition to the group is by far the most dangerous. Ulquiorra was a perfect mixture of Sail and Stark. The green-eyed Hollow was a fast learner, a quick thinker, powerful and fast. Sure, he wasn't stronger and faster than Stark, but the Alexithymia man was just a few steps behind the brunette. Shinji's assaults have forced Ulquiorra to switch into a defensive stance. Seeing the way the pale-skinned Hollow was easily blocking his attacks, he let out a small curse and took a leap back before concentrating on making another zero. 2 minutes. The blonde visored frowned upon seeing how Ulquiorra didn't respond to his attack with one of his own. "Now what the hell are you plannin'?" Firing his zero, the ex-captain watched as Ulquiorra used a sonido to dodge his move, no surprise there. Taking a quick glance at his back to make sure that he was ready for another of Ulquiorra's sneak attacks, Ulquiorra reappeared right in front of him instead. Turning around while swinging his blade horizontally, he watched as Ulquiorra easily was able to block his attack with no effort. Looking at Okuiora for some kind of reaction was stupid on Shinji's part. The green-eyed Arrancar has one hell of a poker face. Going for another leap back and rethinking his strategy, the sound of his hollow mask breaking stops him at his tracks. What the hell? I was sure I had a minute left. Time's up. Okuiora said while pointing his left index finger at Shinji. Bala. A fast, small, and green bala hit Shinji on the chest and sent the ex-captain back. Damage non-lethal, this is just a simple spar. Standing back up after taking a blow for getting distracted, Shinji brought his sword to his neck, stopping Okuiora's blade. Oi. It's supposed to be just a spar. Parrying away Okuiora's attacks, Shinji found out that with each strike he blocked, the hollow was pushing him back. Where the hell is this strength coming from? Blocking the upcoming attack, Shinji uses a Shuanpa to put some space between Okuiora and himself. Reappearing again and thinking of a new plan, the visored leader was once again left shocked as Okuiora reappeared right in front of him with a speed far faster than he was using at the beginning of their spar. Seeing how the Arrancar's blade was aiming back at his neck again, Shinji's reaction speed was the only thing that saved him from getting cut. Trying to push back the hollow, he dreadfully noticed how he wasn't capable of overpowering his opponent. Once again distracted, Shinji didn't notice how Okuiora flicked his wrist and pushed his blade away. Seeing as how Okuiora was going for another bala again, Shinji brought his blade back to his front and was ready to block the attack when he noticed that Okuiora wasn't forming a bala but a zero instead. Crap. Too close to Okuiora, Shinji wasn't able to dodge the zero from point-blank range. After the attack finished, Shinji was lying down on the ground with his arms outstretched and legs apart. As he tries to get up again, the blonde visored stops upon feeling the tip of Okuiora's blade at his throat. Looking up to Okuiora's green eyes, Shinji releases a sigh before lying right back. Fine, fine. You win. Yay. Mashiro said by the sideline, watching the spar with Muguruma Kensei. The ex-captain to the 9th Division is a tall, muscular man with sharp features, short light gray/silver hair, and brown eyes. He's wearing a dark purple A-shirt with white trim, green cargo pants, black combat boots, and a pair of orange fingerless gloves. He also has a series of piercings, with one on his left eyebrow and 3 on his left ear. Watching how the airhead visored was skipping towards him, Shinji raised his hand and waited for Mashiro to pull him up only to watch her skip past him. Sue. That was super cool when you hit Shinji-san with your bala. You were all like, bala, and then there was the PW, and boom. Mashiro mimicked all of Okuiora's bland looks when he fired his bala and was shooting with her left index finger at bala. You were acting like a cool dash. Superhero. Okuiora interrupted, already understanding the way Mashiro's mind worked. Yeah. Seeing how Shinji still had his hand raised, Kensei rolled his eyes before looking down at the blonde. Just get up already. Releasing a huff, Shinji stood up while dusting away the dirt on him. Jerk. Kensei ignored Shinji's little comment. It's crazy how strong they're all getting. Sensing how things seem to take a more serious turn, Shinji nods back before recalling all the Arrancar's training. Stark was a bit annoying to work with, but with all the trainin' he had done he's good enough to hold his own in a fight now. At the beginning of Stark's training, the brunette lack of instinct made it hard for the Visards to teach him how to fight. They had to teach him everything they knew from the ground up. Only twice did he allow his instincts to take over, but those were mostly rare moments. Some small problems with Stark was with how easily his body kept leaking out Ryatsu. He couldn't control how much Ryatsu he should put behind an attack, and didn't know how to hide it either, but they fixed it after some time. The real challenge was Stark's lack of taking a fight seriously. The brunette never uses his full strength, and he always has a bored expression on his face when he spars with any of the Visards. The only time he ever seems to take anything seriously is when he trains with Yoruchi. Why? Was it because Yoruchi was actually a challenge for him? Stark was fast. Among the Vizards, they all knew that little fact about Stark, but Yoruichi was even faster, and that seems to motivate the man to catch up to the workcat. So because Yoruichi was faster than him, he took his training with her more seriously. So why not the sparring sections that he has to take with the Vizards? Was it because there was no one around his power that he needed to go all out on? Even after they upped his training by adding hollow masks into the mix of spars, the Arrancar still never used his full strength. The Vizards had already berated him about that little bad habit of his before, but still, the brunette has denied using his full strength. He was a hard obstacle to get around, but we cleaned some parts up. Kensei replies. We could still clean those parts better. Kami, even Sale was easier to train and fix up. Shinji said as he recalled thinking about Sale's training, if what he remembers from Sale's experience could be called training. Sale wasn't strong, never mind, scratch that last part. Sale was strong enough to deal with Lieutenant-class Shinigami, but Captain-class was a different thing. Sale also didn't know how to use a sword properly. So a lot of his training was to help polish the scientist's sword skills. After that, the next thing that they needed to fix from Sale was the habit of him treating his battles like some theatrical performances act. He starts acting when he spars with the Vizards. Hiyori was the one who dealt with that little problem, which mostly led with beating down Sale to where that habit was all but gone. Feeling sorry for the Arrancar for having dealt with Hiyori's wrath, Shinji told the Pinknet that he could always make a battle feel like a theater if he could make the battle go his way, and that was all that Shinji told Sale. Even when the pink-haired Arrancar asked Shinji to elaborate what he meant, he always replies with, "You're a smart one, figure it out yourself." And that statement was true. Sale has been under Urahara's wing for 8 months now. The Arrancar was creating and improving gadgets every day. At least the one thing that he was better at than Stark was control over his Ryatsu. Forgetting about Sale, Shinji thought about the training both Ichigo and Lily had been taking. Since both kids didn't have a sword, the only thing that the Vizards would teach them was the way to better control how much power they should use on a Zero, but that was all they taught both of them. However, he gave Ichigo more training with the interesting ability he could do. The first time Shinji saw them outside their jigai was a unique moment for him. He wasn't expecting for them to appear so human. Forgetting about their appearance, Shinji started searching for the sign that showed they were still hollows, and he could easily spot them. Mask fragments and hollow holes. Well, that's what he found on Stark and Lily, but Ichigo didn't have any kind of mask on him. Recalling what Urahara said that the boy could do, he asks Ichigo to don his mask, and then he sees it. 2 thick vertical blue stripes decorated the black mask. After seeing the mask, Shinji started thinking about what kind of training Ichigo should even take. During the first week, Shinji had told Ichigo to wear his mask to see just how long the redhead could keep it on. It could have been possible for Ichigo to have a time limit to keep his mask on. That wasn't the case. Ichigo's mask didn't seem to run on a time limit at all. The redhead was able to keep the mask on all day long. He didn't even feel exhausted about using the mask either. So instead of wasting his time with Ichigo, Shinji handed over the boy to Mashiro, since she's the one among the Vizards who can keep her mask running for 72 hours straight. So during her first week of training Ichigo, Mashiro had challenged the redhead to see who among the two could keep their mask on the longest. The challenge wasn't as simple as that. The line-haired Vizard has also added Siro and Sonido/Shunpa training into the mix, so that way Ichigo would have to focus on his control over his moves and to not lose focus on his mask. It was a clever move by Mashiro if it worked. The Vizards found out that Ichigo could easily keep the mask on for 5 days before he removed it, which all he does is take off the mask and it breaks away. The mask just so gives Ichigo top-notch control over his Ryatsu, even giving him a speed and power boost, the same benefits as when the Vizards donned their mask. The only difference is that Ichigo could keep his mask on for far longer. Why? Who knows, maybe it's a hollow thing. And that was when he was a child. Shinji thought with a dire tone. If what Mashiro told them was true, Lily and Ichigo were no longer kids now, their transformation by the Hogyoku has turned them into teens and both were proper Arrancar now. Releasing a sigh, Shinji went back to watching the way Mashiro and Okuiora interact with one another. It was strange. Everyone acted like friends with one another, there weren't any ill intentions among both groups. Can you believe how normal this all feels? Kensei spoke his thoughts. Looking at the silver-haired man, Shinji raises an eyebrow before replying. You're not talking about the way we all seem to be acting like some goody-good champs with each other, right? Turning to Shinji and giving him a deadpan look, Kensei said, what do you think? Before replying, Shinji goes back to looking at the way Okuiora still seems to be listening to Mashiro talk about her favorite superhero from a manga she was reading. Most Vizards would have shut her voice out of their minds, but Okuiora seems to be genuinely listening to every word she says. Call me crazy, but do you think it could be possible for Shinigami and Arrancar to coexist? Before Kensei could reply to Shinji's random comment, both Vizards sense a Shinigami's Ryatsu, someone that neither of the Vizards had sensed before. I'll tell you my answer some other time. Kensei said before he headed towards the unknown Ryatsu, Shinji following right behind him. When everyone moved down to Urahara's basement, Isshin took a moment to look around as he seemed to attract many people's attention. He spotted some Vizards, 2 more Arrancar, and Yoruchi. The only person missing seems to be Tensai, but he was sure the tan-skinned man was watching over the shop. Taking a deep breath, Isshin turns around and makes deep eye contact with Ichigo. I know you'd rather want me to tell you. But, I think it would be better if you see it instead. Ichigo watches as his father leaves his Jigai and reveals his Shinigami form. Isshin was wearing a standard Shinigami Shihakusho, along with a tattered captain's Haori, worn like a sash and fastened over his left shoulder with his division insignia obscured. Before the Kurosaki's twins saw their father's Jigai drop to the floor, both were amazed by how huge Urahara's basement was. When they both finally touched the ground, Yuzu was able to sense something among them, as if they were not alone, and as a couple of minutes passed by she started seeing shimmering figures around them. While her sister saw shimmering figures, Karen was able to see all the people around her, but her eyes glued onto Okuiora and Sail. Warning bells started ringing inside her head about these two, something was telling her that they were dangerous. Both twins' attention went back to their father when they saw him drop to the floor. Running towards Isshin first, Yuzu was about to freak out when she stopped upon seeing another shimmering figure above her father's body. Hearing a gasp, she turns around to see the surprised look on both Ichigo's and Karen's faces. Now that she thought about it, they both seemed to look at something behind her, but as she turns around to see what it could be, all she saw was the shimmering figure. Stunned from the revelation, all Ichigo could do was stare at his father's Shinigami form in shock. So there it was, the proof he wishes was never real. His father was a Shinigami. Before his son could speak a word, if he could, Isshin crossed his arms around his chest and said, "Get out." That brought Ichigo out from his shock moment and gave his father an odd look. What? I want to look at my son. So get out of that Jigai. Ichigo hesitated at his father's request. Did he really want to show his own dad the thing he has become? Would he scare his own sisters? By the look on Karen's face, the black-haired twin seems to be able to see everyone, even Okuiora and Sail, who are outside their Jigai. He didn't want his sisters to see the monster he had become. Ichigo. Gaining his son's attention, Isshin sends Ichigo a fatherly smile. No matter what you look like, you will always be the son that I still love. At those words, Ichigo looked down at the ground in shame. His father knew what he was and still he loves him, the son who turned into a monster, even after dying his father still loved him, and here he was, detesting his dad all because he was a Shinigami. No, that can't be right. I don't hate him for being a Shinigami. I hate the fact that he would hide something this important from us. Now that Ichigo thought about it, there was a foreign feeling mixing with his emotions, and he knew what it was. Oi! Zangetsu, are you there? Can you hear me? With no reply coming from the man inside his mindscape, Ichigo was about to jump outside his faux body when he remembered a little detail. Blushing, a bit from embarrassment, the redhead said, I'm sort of not wearing anything outside the Jigai. Isshin raises one of his eyebrows. You didn't ask Urahara for any clothes? Hearing that little comment from the ex-captain, Stark looks at Ichigo and also raises one of his eyebrows. Yeah, why didn't you just ask Urahara for clothes? Yeah, why didn't you just tell me? Urahara said with a goofy smile on his face before magically pulling a bag behind him. Why, I was holding both yours and Lily-chan's new clothes all day. Ichigo didn't know to either be thankful to Urahara for saving his hide from Stark or feel irritated that the shopkeeper would have clothes for his and Lily's transformation. With a small thank you, Ichigo grabbed the bag from Urahara's hand before leaving with a sonido to change. Once gone, it left the area in tense and awkward silence. Well, there goes that moment. Sale commented before turning towards Ulquiorra and starting a conversation with him, which then dragged the attention of Lily and Stark. As time went by, most of the people started talking amongst their group. Yuzu's little head started snapping from Lily to Stark to Urahara. To her, they seemed to talk with the shimmering figures. As she turns to look at the body of her father, Yuzu turns around to look at Karen and send her twin sister a worried look. Shouldn't we tell them that Tuchan seems to have passed out? Don't worry about him. Something tells me that he's fine. Karen replied, not looking at her sister because she was busy watching as her dad was having a conversation with the shopkeeper and a dark-skinned woman, and by the look on their faces, they're talking about something serious. And that was all Shunsui said before he left. Finishing recalling his conversation and odd request from Shunsui, Isshin patiently waited for Urahara's and Yoruchi's opinion. He already knows what they should do, and that's making sure Shunsui wouldn't receive his request. Not that Isshin doesn't like him, it's just unclear to him on why Shunsui asked such an odd request. Does he really wish to meet Ichigo, or could it all be a trap? After patiently waiting, Isshin finally heard Urahara's opinion. Kind of hard to see what Shuansui's motives are. Him not alerting the rest of the captain would make it seem like he truly wishes to meet the Arrancar. Or it could be a trap. Think about it like this. Shunsui saw the kids only, and I'm sure that Byakuya wrote in his report with deep details about the numbers of enemies they encountered. A worried frown spread across Yoruchi's face. Maybe this peaceful meeting may just be a trap to have all of them gather in one place. Both exiles turn to Isshin and wait for his opinion on which action they should take. Soul Society has always seen hollows as dangerous creatures, and now that they know that such powerful hollows exist, they won't just let them be. They'll do anything to kill them. Isshin said. Urahara just sends Isshin a nod, not really liking the decision that he made. Somehow he felt like they missed an opportunity to gain some allies inside Godei 13. Wishing to persuade Isshin to recall his choice, Urahara notices that Isshin's attention seems to be somewhere else. Following his eyes, the shopkeeper saw what he was looking at. Lily seems to have brought the girls to meet the rest of the Arrancar. The shaggy blonde could see the way Yuzu was squinting her eyes to see Ulquiorra and Sale's figures better, while Karen was stiff like a board. Looking back to Isshin's eyes, Urahara notices the lack of panic in them. Are you not worried? About what? Reply Isshin while turning back to Urahara. Urahara just shrugs. Well, you know, how Yuzu and Karen are dangerously close to a bunch of hollows. Isshin's sights return to his daughters, watching the way Yuzu's outstretched little hand is waiting for Ulquiorra to shake it. Watching as the green-eyed hollow gently shakes her hand, the ex-captain responds to Urahara. To me, they're not hollows. Isshin watches as Sale introduces himself with a bow. Just a bunch of socially awkward people. Everyone's attention went back to Ichigo when he reappeared, this time outside his Jigia and with a new outfit. Ichigo was wearing what appears to be a white Shinigami attire that comprises a thick black strap across his chest, the robe spread enough for anyone to see his hollow hole in his chest. He has 4 white vertical lines on his forearms and black, tattoo-like bands crossing over his chest, wrists, and ankles. Similar bands, but with white ends, lie around his neck as collars. The redhead patiently waited for his dad to say something, waiting for him to mention his hollow eyes, black mask fragment, hole, and white skin. Isshin was looking at his son from top to bottom. Why are you so pale? You don't spend a lot of time outside or something? Ichigo just gave his dad a stupefied look before replying with a raised voice. That's the first thing you want to mention about me? Look at me closer. Look at my eyes, the mask, the hole in my chest. I'm nothing but a monster. Isshin interrupted, and as he watched Ichigo look down at the ground, he released a sigh. Why should a hole in your chest make you a monster? Do you even know what a real monster is for you to say that? Have you been acting like a monster? Because from what I have seen and told, you're still the same Ichigo that I knew. Ichigo took the time to take a peek at his sister's expressions. Yuzu was just squinting towards his direction, probably still not able to see him while Karen was looking down at the ground. You don't see me as a monster, but I'm sure they do. Karen flinches a bit from Ichigo's words. To her, seeing her brother with so many strange features was just not what she wanted to see. She just wanted to have her brother back, her once alive and normal brother. You're not a monster. The black-haired twin looked into Ichigo's black and yellow eyes. You just look different. While she couldn't see him and his voice sounded a bit disoriented, Yuzu was still perfectly able to hear her brother's words. You're still Nichan. You see. Even they know who you are. Isshin said, bringing Ichigo's attention back to him. He took a deep breath and decided that it's time for secrets to come out. What do you want to know, Ichigo? Why didn't you tell us this? How could you hide something this important from us and from Mom too? Looking up to the fake sky, Isshin thought about how he should answer those questions. The reason I said nothing to you was that I hoped that you would be born as a normal child and maybe I wouldn't have to explain all this to you. But why would you hide what you are from us? Ichigo asks. It's not like I had anything to hide. When I married your mother, I was nothing but a human. I wasn't a Shinigami. Isshin answered. And Mom? Isshin shrugs. It's not like she didn't know. A smile spread across his face. Have I ever told you the story of how I met your mother? Going back inside his jigai and standing back up, Isshin put his hands on his hips. Looks like it's time for a little story. A few hours later, Seoul Society. Captain Commander Yamamoto was not happy with the little souvenir that Captain Kuratsuchi had brought back from the human world, and as said captain stood before him at his office with no signs of worry with the human child that he returned with, the ancient Shinigami was at the borderline of turning him into ashes. I will only repeat myself once, Captain Kuratsuchi, why was it that when you returned from your tour around Karakura town, you had the body of a live human child with you? Mayuri replies while showing more of his teeth. This isn't just some human child, but a Quincy. Finishing his sentence, the 12th captain lost the smile on his face when the temperature in the room felt as if he had walked himself into the scorching sun. And why would that fact make it better? Yamamoto slightly opens his eyes and flares his ryatsu, the room's temperature rises again. Rather feeling alive and not dead, Captain Kuratsuchi explains his reason. I need a live Quincy because Zangetsu appeared to be far more Quincy than I had imagined. And you don't have enough information about Quincy's? Ask back the captain commander. Understanding what Yamamoto was talking about, a displeased look spread across Mayuri's face. I would rather be able to see such abilities myself than read some other fool's notes. That way I can search for a way to stop one of Zangetsu's abilities. And what ability would that be? I thought you discovered all of Zangetsu's powers already, or was there something even you missed, Captain Kuratsuchi? Mayuri spoke through clenched teeth. Throughout the reports of all three captains, there had seemed to be a moment during their first encounter with the demonic Zangetsu that apparently all three captains' limiters got removed and their powers were at 100%, however in Captain Hitsugaya's and Kuchiki's report, they never felt the change in their power. As I look back at the data of that day I learned something that's quite shocking, even for me. Clenching teeth now gone and a serious look forming on his face, Captain Kuratsuchi pointed towards the body of Yuryu with his right arm. Just like a Quincy, Zangetsu can absorb erasure. However, the major difference between our monster, Zangetsu and a Quincy is the fact that Zangetsu can absorb anything that is erasure. A frown forms on Yamamoto's face. Mayuri couldn't possibly mean. You truly don't mean to say that Zangetsu could absorb a Shinigami's Ryatsu. As I kept studying Zangetsu's blood fewer, I found out that the blue flames markings that Zangetsu wore actually carry a small trace of the three captains' Ryatsu. Mayuri was trying hard to not smile in front of the captain commander while speaking of his findings. Zangetsu was such a unique hollow. He had already worked on a Quincy before, however, the Quincy had seemed to not be able to use his abilities. Was it because he was dead now? And if that was the case, then studying a live Quincy should make it easier for him to capture Zangetsu. While smiling inside his head, Captain Kuratsuchi pointed back at the boy with a serious look on his face. If you wish to have Zangetsu dead, then allow me to work with this Quincy so that I can find a way around this dangerous ability. The sooner you choose the better. Zangetsu's probably killing and absorbing hollows back in Hueco Mundo, making him far more powerful than the last time. Yamamoto had no choice now. He wishes to not send the boy into Mayuri's hand. He has heard of the gruesome experiments that the 12th captain does to his own subordinates. But the future of the world's balance is at stake. Very well then. Before dismissing the captain, the ancient Shinigami pointed out Mayuri's wound. I believe this child is the reason for your left arm to be missing. Looking at the remains of his left arm, which was basically a stump now, Captain Kuratsuchi said, the child was not the one that gave me this wound, but another Quincy that showed up to save the child after I had captured him. Mayuri was happy that the white-haired Quincy seems to have been a bit out of practice or distracted because he misses his only chance to kill him and save the boy. As the captain commander dismissed the paint-wearing captain, a long and tired sigh left his body. Zangetsu's ability to absorb other beings' erasure sounded too closely familiar to another hollow's power. How is Zangetsu related to you, Arturo Platadu? Urahara's basement. A few hours have passed since Ishin's story had ended, and as everyone took their leave, Ichigo stayed down at the basement, trying to activate his sword, but Ichigo was too distracted to concentrate. He couldn't stop recalling everything about what his father had said. His mother was a Quincy. His sisters could be Quincy too, or Shinigami. Damn it. Throwing the grips to the ground, Ichigo fell to the ground on his back. Why was it that he just became the unlucky one and became a hollow instead? I could have had a normal life if I didn't die. I could have become a Shinigami or even a Quincy. You know, it's late, Ichigo. Hearing Lily's voice, Ichigo turned his head to his left and saw her sitting on a boulder with her legs close to her chest and chin resting on top of them. Lily was wearing a white keyhole top with lime green ends, a white skirt with an overskirt around it, ends also a lime green color, white arm warmers, white knee socks and a pair of lightweight black shoes. The redhead lifts one of his eyebrows. He knows it's late. It's around 2 a.m. How come you're not asleep then? Lily shrugs. It has been a long day for me. Really? A long day. For you. Ichigo replied with a deadpan look. With a sigh, he went back to looking at the fake clouds that were on top of the basement. Why is it always daylight down here? Why can't Urahara make it nightfall down here with the image of the moon and stars above our heads? He probably could, but he's too lazy to try it. Lily's words caused both of them to share a laugh before the area went into a comfortable silence. Are you happy? Hearing the odd question, Ichigo's yellow eyes went back to Lily's figure. Happy about what? She answered with a sad smile. Aren't you happy about the fact that you're finally back with your family again? The redhead looks back to the clouds for an answer. He should feel happy, but... Standing up and taking a seat next to Lily, Ichigo said, I don't know, I am. I really am happy about it, but, I told myself that they were my past now and my new family is you guys now. But now it's all complicated for me to decide on which one feels more like a family now. Finally, understanding Ichigo's problem, Lily tried and made his choice a little easier. Then stay with them. What? Ichigo said with a shocked look on his face. As Ichigo turned around to see her face, she did the same. You can ask for Getabashi to make you a jigai that can change your looks, you can go back living with your real family and Stark and I could go back to Hueco Mundo, Sale could stay here at the shop and Okiura could go with you too. You can go back to having a normal life again. As she finishes, Lily was trying hard to hold back a few tears that were trying to break free. She didn't want to leave Ichigo's side, but if letting him return to his family makes him happy, then she'll happily do it. What? No. No. I'm not going to just throw you guys away just because my family could see me again. Ichigo gave Lily a sincere look. I really meant what I said about you guys being my family. You're all my family. Finally, letting some tears through her eye, Lily answers Ichigo's problem with a childlike answer. Then instead of breaking apart, we should all turn into one big happy family. Okiura pretty much thinks he's your older brother so he could also be Yuzu's and Karen's brother, too. Sale too, he could also be their older brother. And Stark could be the lazy uncle. Every family has a lazy uncle. And what about you? Ichigo asks, not even trying to break Lily's little fantasy, not with the pure happy look on her face. Lily didn't take a second to think about what she was about to say. I'll be your girlfriend. As she finished and finally realized what she said, a blush spread across her cheeks. I meant sister. I would be their older sister. Ichigo was happy that his hollow mask was hiding his cheeks because he was blushing madly under it. But that didn't stop him from thinking about what she said. Does he see Lily like that? Does she see him like that? Can they even feel an attraction to one another? While I would be happy to hear about finally having, not just a third daughter, but even more sons. Do you think you can give us a moment of privacy, Lily-chan? As both teens turned to see Ishin above a boulder, both Arrancar jumped to put some space between them and look away from one another. Urahara had asked the Kurosaki family if they wished to stay for the night and he already knew the answer to that obvious question. Losing some red coloring on her cheeks, Lily took her leave but not before telling Ichigo a quick goodnight. Watching as the Limonette left, Ishin went back to looking at his son's blushing face, which seems to have spread above his hollow mask. You know. You should have said yes to her first answer. Letting out a laugh as Ichigo's face created a new red color, Ishin settled down a bit before asking Ichigo a question. There's been something you've been wanting to ask me. What is it? Ishin has seen it in Ichigo's eyes, a small hope, but for what? I have just been thinking about something. When I woke up after dying. Mom wasn't around me. Where did she go? Where do souls go to rest? Ishin mentally prepared himself to not flinch from Ichigo's question. He already knew the answer to that. The only way Ichigo became a hollow was if a hollow devoured him when he died. But since both Masaki and Ichigo die at the same time, it could have been possible for the same hollow who ate Ichigo's soul too had also taken Masaki's. And things don't get any better from there. The only reason for Ichigo to be the dominant soul was because he was more powerful than the hollow who ate him so he was able to absorb it, but if the same hollow ate Masaki, then it could have been possible for Ichigo to have devoured Masaki's soul. This will be the one thing he won't tell Ichigo. He won't try to make his son believe he killed Masaki, that news would destroy his mind. Thinking about explaining the duties of a Shinigami as an answer to Ichigo's question, Isshin said, the reason you probably didn't see Masaki with you was with the possibility that a Shinigami was able to send her to Soul Society. The place where Shinigami live? Isshin nodded. Is not just a place for Shinigami, but for the souls sent there by Shinigamis. Masaki is probably living there, but it could be anywhere really. Soul Society is a huge place. Glad that his mother didn't take the same fate as him, Ichigo stood up before walking towards his two grips and picking them up. Thanks, Dad. The ex-captain walks up to his son to see what he was trying to do before looking at the black and white grips in his son's hands. Is that supposed to be your Zanpakuto? The redhead releases an annoying sigh before answering back to his dad. Kind of, this is just the stupid grips that I saw on my real Zanpakuto. I just can't get the stupid thing to appear. Have you tried to release it by maybe saying its name or a command? Isshin asks, did Arrancar not hear their Zanpakuto's spirit? I have, and I already know the asshole's name. Ichigo sends the grips a glare. Isshin just kept staring at the weapon in Ichigo's hands. Could it be that the swords were more than just hollow and Shinigami's powers? Remembering the way Quincy could absorb erasure around them to make weapons, Isshin looks back to Ichigo before starting to give his son instructions. Gather erasure around them. What? Gather erasure? What would that do? Does his sword need erasure for them to activate? Let's just try it out and see what happens. Isshin patiently waited for his son to do as he instructed. Ichigo didn't know why he hesitated to listen to his father. The man has been a Shinigami for over 100 years. He was far more experienced than him. Well, let's see how this goes. Closing his eyes, Ichigo started concentrating on gathering erasure from his surroundings. Watching as Ichigo held the duo-color grips in front of him and gathered erasure, Isshin watches with astonishment as Ichigo's white skin seems to peel off. As every inch of Ichigo's body was now white skin free and the skin swirled above his son's head before it started storming around the black and white grips, Isshin finally understood what the white skin was. Erasure? Why was Ichigo covered in erasure? Before trying to think of an answer, Isshin could finally sense Ichigo's Ryatsu and he couldn't believe what he was sensing. Ichigo's Ryatsu was powerful, and it easily felt like he was captain class. As the storm around Ichigo's hand settles down, Isshin sees Ichigo's Zanpakuto. Sensing a bit of weight on his hands, Ichigo opens his eyes to see the very familiar Buster Blade that Zangetsu drove through him. Its false edge was a pitch-black coloration while the true edge had a pure white one instead. The quillon of the sword was blue and adored by crosses. The redhead couldn't stop the smile that spread under his mask. It worked. It actually worked. Holding up the blade with both grips, Ichigo turns to his father. How did you know that would work? If the Shinigami method wasn't working and we have nothing on what an Arrancar can do, I thought we should try our luck using the Quincy method. Does that mean I'm not just half Shinigami in hollow, but Quincy too? Pretty much. Walking closer to Ichigo and inspecting his sword, Isshin notices something very interesting. I wonder. Trying his luck for the second time, Isshin said, try to rip your Zanpakuto. Huh? Looking from his dad to his blade, Ichigo was about to give a deadpan look when he remembered that his father figured out his own Zanpakuto when he couldn't. With a sigh and doing what he was told, he barely used any kind of strength to do his task. His Buster Blade split apart. His right hand held the white grip that had a blue sun that held the black part of his blade while his left hand held the black grip with a red moon and the white part. This is amazing. That was pretty much the only thing Ichigo could say about right now. Well, looks like this settles it. Looking back at his father with a raised eyebrow, Ichigo says, what are you talking about? Isn't it simple? I'm going to help you train. Reply Isshin while putting his hands on his hips and puffing out his chest. This will be a great way for father and son to bond. While his dad made it sound very corny, Ichigo has to give him a point. There's nothing wrong if he helps him train and bond at the same time. With a nod, Ichigo rested both his Zanpakuto around the black strap around his chest. Then I guess we can start tomorrow. Watching as his son headed towards his Jigai, Isshin decided that he should tease Ichigo about the little moment he had with Lily. Return to bed with your girlfriend. Urahara told me you two share a room. She's not my girlfriend. That's not what I heard her say. As Ichigo left his dad to laugh at his own stupid joke, he took a moment to reach his Jigai and head back to his room. Opening the door to his room and quietly walking to his bed since Lily seems to be asleep, the amber-eyed Arrancar only took a minute to change his clothes to his sleeping garment, which only comprises a short. Soon as his head touched the pillow, his eyes started closing. Mentally exhausted about the events that had taken place today. As he is falling asleep, Ichigo finally realizes what he can do now. I can protect you, I finally have a way to protect you, Lily. 1 month later, Urahara's basement. Come on Ichigo, you got this. You can do it, Ni-chan. Yeah. Kick Stark's lazy ass already. Finally, make that sloth take a spar seriously. Damn it, Ichigo. I will smack you on the head if you don't finally get a win against Stark. That last comment from Lily made Ichigo sweat drop. Why did she have to remind him that he hadn't won a single spar against the brunette? Turning to address her, Ichigo notices that both lime-haired women were watching his spar while eating onigiri. Damn it. Aren't you two supposed to be training? He should really address everyone else who was watching his spar. Urahara and Sale were collecting data about him, Shinji was with Mashiro and Lily, Isshin was the referee and the Kurosaki twins were on the sideline wearing nurses' outfits. The only two people not present for the spar were Okuiora and Yoruchi. The Werkat was out patrolling the town while the green-eyed Arrancar had disappeared, probably looking for a quiet place to read his book. Pay attention, Ichigo. Hearing Stark's voice behind him, Ichigo brought up his white blade to block Stark's Zanpakuto. However, Stark hit Ichigo with enough power to send the teen flying towards a pillar and having it come crashing down on him. Ni-chan. Yuzu said before feeling a hand on her shoulders. She turns around to see her father's Shinigami form. Don't worry about Ichigo, it'll take more than that to bring him down. Isshin sends his daughter a smile. Yuzu could finally properly see the figures now. The only reason she was perfectly spiritually aware now was because the light brunette twin has been spending her time down at Urahara's basement when everyone was training, and with the fact that every single being that was training downstairs easily have Captain Class Ryatsu, they finally influenced her. As smoke filled the area where Ichigo got blasted towards, Stark prepared himself for Ichigo's upcoming assault. While inside the smoke, Ichigo was using the coverage to don his hollow mask before smacking his forehead with the flat side of his sword. Idiot, I can't use my mask anymore. For whatever reason, after his power-up, he could no longer bring forth his hollow mask. Just gotta think of a different plan. Stark has never taken a spar with the Visored seriously, their powers just didn't seem to be anywhere near his for him to try, but Ichigo was a different story. As the redhead kept on training with his father, Stark would never believe Ichigo could gain such strength with only a few weeks of training. After the second week, Ichigo had asked for a spar against him, not seeing any reason to deny his request, he took his offer and the spar ended in his favor, but just because Ichigo lost it didn't mean he wouldn't ask for another spar the next day. And next thing Stark knew, the spars seemed to have become a normal routine for them. The brunette has noticed that with each defeat, Ichigo comes back stronger and wiser. He makes sure to never make the same mistake twice. Watching as Ichigo comes launching from the cloud of smoke, with the black blade held high, Stark ready himself to counter the real threat. Noticing how Ichigo's left hand seemed held back, he could see the red Ryatsu that was gathering behind him. Nice try Ichigo. Parrying away the black sword, Stark took aim with his Zanpakuto and fired a bala at Ichigo's white blade, dispersing his attack. He notices that Ichigo wasn't surprised by what he just did, he pretty much believes the redhead saw it coming. Remembering that Ichigo is a dual wielder, his attention went back to the black blade that Ichigo was swinging back, red Ryatsu beginning to gather around it. Crap. Getsuga Tensho. Thinking that perhaps he could block Ichigo's attack, Stark let his instincts run and allowed the strongest hierro his body could muster to cover his left hand before the slash attack reached him. Stunned, Ichigo couldn't believe that Stark blocked his attack with his bare hand. Though he knew hierro was protecting him, he still had a small cut that he left on the palm of Stark's hand. I cut him. He cut me. He actually cut him. Shinji was more than shocked to see that Ichigo was the first among anyone to leave a wound on Stark. The brunette's hierro was no joke. Jumping away from Ichigo, Stark looks down at the wound on his hand. I guess I need to take you more seriously now. While hearing that from Stark would have been good news for Ichigo, meaning that Stark finally thinks of him being strong, the way how he was popping his neck and shoulders joints made Ichigo feel scared. Now hold on a second, Stark, this is just a spar. As Stark vanishes from his spot with the most frightening speed ever, Ichigo only had a couple of seconds to cross his blades in front of him to block Stark's Zanpakuto. Being brought down to one knee, Ichigo notices the blue cirrho that the brunette was forming on his left hand. While Stark's intentions were to create a weak and normal cirrho, the blood on his left hand was the catalyst for creating a Gran Ray cirrho. Something that was just far too powerful to use underground, even if the cirrho was to be weak. As everyone was able to feel the change on the cirrho, Stark yelled at Ichigo. Get out of the way. Not told twice, Ichigo moved and allowed Stark to fire the blue Gran Ray cirrho to the farthest side of Urahara's basement. Everyone watches as the cirrho upon release spins like a razor as it compresses and decompresses because of the sheer speed and raw power. The attack was even disturbing the fabric of space as it travels. As the Gran Ray cirrho finally hit the other side of the basement, it blinded everyone with a bright blue light before it vanished, and then came what everyone was waiting for, the explosion. Everyone get down! Shinji screamed. As everyone took cover from the massive explosion, it filled the entire basement with smoke, but after a few minutes, everything settled down. Looking around and not seeing anyone, Ichigo became worried. Hey! Is everyone okay? Grunts were the replies he got back, and as he saw everyone standing back up, he released a breath he didn't know he was holding. What was that? Ulquiorra said as he finally appeared. The hell should I know? Ichigo was sure that Stark's intention was to create a normal cirrho and not the thing that he unleashed. Turning around to ask Stark about what he just did, Ichigo noticed the way he was staring up at the ceiling of the basement, and as he took a moment to see that everyone's attention seems to gather at the same thing Stark was looking at, the redhead turned around and saw that after effect of the Gran Ray cirrho. The empowered cirrho had made more room downstairs, far too much room. The Gran Ray cirrho has triple the training ground size. As a bit of sunlight hits his face, Ichigo looks up to the fake sky to see a giant crack spreading across it. You really need to teach me that move. Not getting a reply from Stark, the redhead teen turns his head towards the man when he notices the dreadful look on him. Oi, Stark, you! What the hell did you idiots do? Hearing Yoruchi's voice, Ichigo turns around to see that she wasn't in her cat form, and she was basically naked and padding in front of everyone. Before he could even blush, the next thing that she said made him pale. Do you dumbass know how powerful that blast was? You idiots broke the barrier that was hiding your Ryatsu. It won't be long before. Bankai, Kakujo Tengen Myo-o. As a giant armor fist breaks through Urahara's basement, the owner of the shop turns around and starts giving orders. Ishin, get back into your jigai and get the girls out of here. Shinji, Mashiro, both of you need to do the same thing. Turning towards Stark, he sent the man an apologetic look. Looks like you're leaving far sooner than expected. Looks like it. With a sigh, Stark looks at every Arrancar once before returning his sights to their group scientist. Sail, open us a garganta. To where? Sail felt stupid for asking, he already knew where. Where else? We're going back home, to Zangetsu. Hearing that child's voice, Ichigo and Isshin turn around to see Captain Hitsugaya standing between a captain with armor on and another captain with long, white hair. If Toshiro's turquoise eyes weren't so focused on Zangetsu, he could have spotted the man who strongly resembles his old captain. As Stark turned around to Ichigo, the brunette could see the hate in Ichigo's eyes. Ichigo. Right now is not the time for that crap. Turning around to make sure Sale did his task, Stark was happy to see a Garganta open. Everyone inside. We're leaving. You hollows aren't going anywhere. Captain Hitsugaya exclaimed. Bankai, Daiguren Hyarinmaru. As he unleashed his Bankai, Toshiro started gathering Ryatsu with his sword, and after finally feeling he had enough power, he launched an ice dragon towards Ichigo. The redhead blocked out Stark's voice that was asking for him to get inside the Garganta. His entire focus was on Captain Hitsugaya. Right now was his chance to show the young captain the strength he has gained to protect the ones he holds close to his heart. Ichigo lets his body guide him, building up Ryatsu on both blades. The redhead fires a Getsuga Tensho from each of them. Getsuga Jujisho. As Ichigo called out his attack's name, everyone watches with amazement as both Getsuga Tensho fuse into a large, cross-shaped blast of energy, and as it met Toshiro's ice dragon, the energy attack destroyed through it and kept going towards the Shinigami captains. As Getsuga Jujisho got closer, all the captains move away from the attack. Even Captain Kamamura wasn't stupid enough to use his Bankai to block such destructive power. As another powerful force hit Urahara's basement once again, the entire area started collapsing. Ichigo, now is the time to go. Stark yelled. Just when he was about to listen to the brunette and follow him inside the Garganta, Ichigo finally realizes that he is leaving his family again. Turning around to look for them, he spotted Isshin inside his Jigai, holding Yuzu and Karen close to his chest. Just listen to Stark, Ichigo. Don't worry about us. Isshin said. Go Nichan. Yelled both Kurosaki twins. Seeing the sad expression on Ichigo's face, Isshin gave his son a smile. Don't worry Ichigo, we'll meet again. Believing in his father's word, Ichigo only responds was a nod before running through the Garganta. Captain Hitsugaya was not happy when the Arrancar's hideout finally finished collapsing. Damn it! Once again the hollows have escaped, but that's not what he was most angry about. The Captain Prodigy has been training for 8 months to kill Zangetsu, but it looks like the hollow has been training as well and he seems to still be ahead of him. Next time you won't escape me. Urahara releases a sigh once the entire base has finished collapsing, taking everything with it, from his lab to the humble shop he has created. He was at least happy that Tessai was able to get out. Well, looks like he has no other choice now. Turning to look at the visors, Urahara gave his future roommates a smile. Well, Shinji-san. Looks like I have no choice but to move in with you guys now. With his only response being a grunt from the Visort's leader, Urahara and his friends follow Shinji to the Visort's hideout. With one last look back to the place that has been a home for him for over 100 years, the now ex-shopkeeper released one last sigh. I hope it's better safe with all of you than with me. Hueco Mundo. As everyone finally made it to the other side of the Garganta, Stark ran a hand through his hair and looked around his surroundings. They were up in the white sands of Hueco Mundo. Well, looks like we're finally back home. No one said anything, they were all waiting for Stark to say it, but as the brunette went into a long silence, Sale coughed into his hand, gaining his attention. Are we going to, deal with Baragon? Everyone already knew the answer to that. Without Ichigo's Zero Kappa, Baragon will find them. Yeah. It's about time we meet the king of Hueco Mundo.